Chapter 2074. Yongyu was much more strong-willed than they had imagined. Long Chen watched carefully from below. To be honest, although he was the master of these 100,000 dragons, if they fought with chaotic Star-Lord and suffered heavy losses because of him, Long Chen would feel bad. He was thinking that if there was going to be a fierce battle, he should just give the star nucleus to chaotic Star-Lord and the others. When he shouldered a certain responsibility, he had to think about it. However, Yongyu obviously wouldn't let Long Chen do that. Her words almost made chaotic Star-Lord speechless. Just as the chaotic Star-Lord was about to explode in anger, she said, "He will come back one day. You know how miraculous he is. If you don't open your eyes today, you and your royal family of chaos will be exterminated in the future." Although Yongyu's words were simple, it caused a huge shock to the chaotic Star-Lord and the two Star-Lords. The person chaotic Star-Lord feared the most was probably Long Qinglan. Today, he came because he was unwilling, so he mustered up his courage. Long Qinglan had mysteriously appeared recently. With his nature-defying abilities, he might really show up one day. As long as he did, he would have no way out. And even if he really fought to the death today, he might not be able to defeat Yongyu. But the Rakshasa Star-Lord and the Azura Star-Lord might not be a match for the glorious Dragon Emperor and the Dark Dragon Emperor. The two Dragon Emperors had already surrounded the three Celestial Lords in an aggressive manner. Not only were the Dragon Warriors not afraid, they even cheered, cheering for Yongyu and the two Dragon Emperors. Such a situation made chaotic Star-Lord furious, but he still held it in. As the saying went, where there's life, there's hope. Today, he had come without preparation, but it wouldn't be that easy for him to give up the star nucleus. He stared at Yongyu and said, "That doesn't belong to you. If you swallow it rashly, you'll die sooner or later. I, chaotic Star-Lord, will visit again another day." With that, he disappeared with the Azura Star-Lord and the Rakshasa Star-Lord. Yongyu seemed to have expected that the other party didn't have the guts, so you directly came down. Glorious Dragon Emperor laughed out loud and said, "3 grandsons. They didn't even have a chance to compete with me and they were already scared away. Their guts are even smaller than sesame seeds and mung beans." When the dragon martial artists heard this, they all burst into laughter. After they left, Planet Sky Dragon returned to its former cheerful and peaceful state. Lingxi went to play with Zhang Huiling and the others, while Long Chen followed Yongyu all the way through mountains and rivers. Looking at the graceful woman in front of him, Long Chen had a warm feeling in his heart. Perhaps it was because she was Long Qinglan's companion. Yongyu did not say a word along the way. She stood at the peak of the mountain, her dark green dress fluttering in the wind. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. She was like a blooming flower, standing proudly in the wind. Her eyes were like a quiet lake, deep and mysterious, calm and natural, without a trace of ripples. But because of this, it seemed to hide countless tempting secrets. Long Chen really wanted to know more about Long Qinglan from her. Even if the god of primordial beginning had appeared strangely, Long Chen would still complete Long Qinglan's last wish. That was what he had told his father and also his way of repaying him. He needed Yongyu's help. He stood next to Yongyu. Above his head was the black vortex created by the demonic star. There were faint cries and roars coming from the vortex, making one's hair stand on end. But this was not the key. "What do you want to ask me?" asked Yongyu said warmly. No matter when, she might be cold to others, but she had always been gentle and kind to Long Chen. Long Chen naturally would not be polite. He sorted out his thoughts and began, "I want to know about my father, about his childhood, youth, and some key things." "Oh," Yongyu recalled for a moment. There seemed to be countless emotions hidden in her eyes. After a while she said, "He was an orphan. His parents died when he was young. He was abandoned at first, and no one thought much of him. But when he first started cultivating, he showed heaven-defying talent. In the end, he was adopted by the first Dragon Emperor of Eternal Dragon City. From then on, he rose rapidly, and no one could stop him. In a few thousand years, he grew to become an unrivaled peerless expert in the world. He was the first person in the world, and he created countless legends. He was also the hope of countless people of the human race. That was his own era, and no one in the world could have 1/10 of his brilliance." At this point, Yongyu smiled contentedly, as if thinking of this man's heroic bearing. No one in the world could rival him. How mighty and domineering that was. Long Chen also seemed to see him in that era. His eyes were full of admiration. Although Yongyu said it simply, he could imagine that scene. It's just that when he stood at the peak of all living beings, his status began to change greatly because of one thing. Yongyu looked at Long Chen, her eyes sparkling as she said this. This was probably the turning point when Long Qinglan was recognized as a traitor. Long Chen did not interrupt her. He listened quietly. Yongyu looked at the devil star above her head and said, after he became invincible, he began to explore this world in search of the answers he wanted. His goal was first placed on the devil star in front of you. With his great power, he charged into the devil star. When he came out again, he had changed. From then on, he became very mysterious. He excitedly told me that the cultivation method of the devils was free and was contrary to the heavenly Tao. Perhaps this could allow him to unravel the secrets of this world. Hence, he used his great power to release the devils from the devil star and led them back to the dragon god domain. He wanted to use a certain method to transform a portion of the devils into true gods, but he failed. Yongyu looked at the devil star above her head and said, when he became invincible, he began to explore this world in search of the answers he wanted. Wait. Long Chen interrupted her and asked, are there many people who know about him wanting to transform the demons into gods? Long Chen had never heard of this. Was this the real reason why Long Qinglan released the demons from the devil star? Long Chen only remembered one thing, and that was that in the legends of the ancient city of war gods, the 18 martial gods first became demons, and then finally shed their martial demon seeds to become gods. Did this have something to do with Long Qinglan's thoughts? Yongyu replied, not many people know about this, only a few Dragon Emperor. Most importantly, he failed, and the demons lost control. They caused great damage to the dragon god domain at that time, causing great losses and many deaths. This was all caused by him alone, and this was also why most people no longer believed in him. Even though he eventually sealed all the demons again and sent them back to the Devil Star, he was still very powerful, but he no longer had that kind of prestige among the human race. From then on, he was disheartened, but he did not give in. He left the eternal god domain, and no one knows where he went. In fact, the entire world could not find him, and I could not find him either. From then on, she had truly lost contact with Long Qinglan. Long Chen could imagine the situation at that time. He had originally had great ambitions, but because of his failure, the dragon god domain had suffered great losses, and countless people suspected him. At that time, he must have been under a lot of pressure, but it was very likely that he knew some unusual secrets that he did not know to make public immediately. Therefore, he chose to search for them himself. Just as he had said to Long Chen back then, he went to search for the mystery behind the extinction of the dragon god. It seems that if I want to know what my father has done, and if I want to prove his innocence, I need to truly understand what demons are, and why he did what he did back then. This was the key. And then, Long Chen continued to ask. Yongyu said regretfully, and then, one day when everyone had almost forgotten about him, he appeared again. This time, he appeared in the battlefield of the gods. At that time, he seemed to be injured, and his mind was also very deranged. He even said many things that many people did not understand. He decided to destroy the battlefield of the gods. Among the 5 great dragon cities, the 5 first dragon emperors, including his foster father, joined forces to stop him, and many martial artists from the 5 great dragon cities. I did not participate in that battle, nor do I know the specific situation. But I heard that he went crazy and killed many human powerhouses, causing the human race's strength to decline. They were at a disadvantage in the struggle against the demon race, and even the battlefield of the gods, the ancestral tomb, was almost destroyed. After that, he disappeared again, but because of this matter, the human race started to be completely disappointed in him. They still believed in him, and only the group of us followed him. But at that time, the 5 first dragon emperors were very angry, and they also exiled us here. As for him, from then on, his reputation was just like what you have heard now. Under the influence of the 5 great dragon cities, many truths were covered up, and the only thing left was him falling from the throne, and his name would go down in history. Devil Star, Battlefield of the Gods. This was the last 2 changes of Long Qinglan. From the hope in Devil Star to his madness in the battlefield of the gods, all these showed that he was very likely to know some rare changes and secrets, and that he might even be willing to destroy the battlefield of the gods at all costs. He must have known something, that's why he became like this. With his personality, he definitely would not suddenly go crazy. But father, why didn't you tell me directly? Long Chen's heart was filled with excitement. He understood that he had to find out why Long Qinglan had changed so much, and where he had gone. Only by going to Devil's Star, and then to the battlefield of the gods, could he find out. And Devil's Star was right in front of him, but with the power in front of Long Chen, it was impossible for him to enter Devil's Star. Chapter 2075. What Long Qinglan told Long Chen was that while he was pursuing the mystery of the extinction of the divine dragons, he was suddenly killed. Even he himself didn't know who killed him. He was a pioneer, a man with dreams and persistence. From the various information Yongyu told him, Long Chen clearly saw everything about this awe-inspiring man. Long Chen believed that he was definitely not a reckless person. His heart was definitely full of difficulties. He knew everything, but he was rejected by the people of the world. He was bound by the muddle-headed people. This was the most helpless thing, and also the most infuriating. Long Qinglan must have known a lot, but he didn't really explain it to him. Including the god of primordial beginning, it was probably part of the secret. This world was full of mysteries. The extinction of the divine dragons, the destruction of the sacrificial dragon continent. How many years could this world last? Those high and mighty people in the 5 major dragon cities, with their stupid hearts, how could they understand the thoughts and pursuits of geniuses? Long Chen was incomparably angry. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "Aunt Yu, the first Dragon Emperor of the Eternal Dragon Emperor is his adoptive father. Is he still alive?" Yongyu said he is. He is also a martial artist close to the divine spirit realm. He has already passed the 18 major tribulations, but he shouldn't be able to become a divine spirit. Before he died, the first Dragon Emperor had always treated him as his own son. Now that you have appeared, he probably cares about him the most. I believe that he will let you see him soon. Maybe he will even let you call him grandfather. Grandfather. Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. A grandfather who obstructed his father on the battlefield of the gods? Although Long Chen didn't understand everything, he wasn't stupid. He could guess that this so-called grandfather definitely wouldn't have a good attitude towards him. Long Chen didn't think much of him either. It had been almost 10,000 years since Long Qinglan's death. Yongyu said, "Your identity is still a mystery. I believe that he died a long time ago, but your appearance and your age must have caused them to panic. You appeared a long time after his death. So, there are still some people who don't believe in your identity among the leaders of the 5 dragon cities. However, they know that your father is very powerful. It's not impossible for him to create you alone. It's also possible for you to appear in this world thousands of years later." Long Chen understood this. No matter what, he could not say anything about Poplar Town, in case it affected the other side. However, if it was as Yongyu had said, that Long Qinglan had died in the Eternal Dragon City that day, why would he appear in Baiyang Town thousands of years later and even create him? This was something that Long Chen could not understand no matter how hard he thought about it. Yongyu did not ask much about Long Chen's background. She was familiar with Long Qinglan and could tell at a glance that Long Chen was his son. "You should also want to know what's going on with the person who brought us to Bedazzling Star and looks exactly like your father, right?" This was Long Chen's second question today. He sorted out the information he had received before and put it aside for now. Then he nodded and said yes. "He was even more mysterious than your father. He told me that Long Qinglan's son would appear there. He told me that the essence blood of the Tai Chi spirit dragon would appear there. He also told me that he would make you stronger. Because he was too strange, too powerful, I could only trust him. In the end, everything was exactly as he said. We obtained you, and the mysterious man disappeared." Yongyu shook her head helplessly. "I also thought that your father had been reincarnated, but later he told me that he wasn't. He told me that I couldn't guess his identity or anything about him. He was even more mysterious than your father. He told me that Long Qinglan's son would appear there." Hearing this, although he had already expected it, Long Chen could not help but feel very disappointed. So Yongyu was the same as him. You also did not know anything. The time she had spent with Long Qinglan was mostly before Long Qinglan became a peerless expert and sought to rule the world. She did not seem to be very clear about everything after that. Therefore, everything that Long Chen wanted to know was more or less clear. You still desire to find out what exactly is going on. You want to find out what exactly happened on the Devil's Star or the battlefield of the gods, right? Yongyu asked gently. She stretched out her hand and stroked Long Chen's hair with her slender hand. Long Chen was stunned for a moment, Then he hurriedly nodded and said, yes. Wearing a veil, Yongyu smiled and shook her head. She said, forget about the Devil Star for now. You can't go there. I will guard it here. One day, I will understand. But if you return to the Dragon God domain and want to find out what exactly happened, you can start from the battlefield of the gods. But you must be careful. Long Chen's heart was filled with an extremely strong desire. He wanted to find out what exactly had happened. He wanted to find out what exactly that man was searching for, even if he had to give up his life. Therefore, he would definitely go back, prove everything, and erase everything. This was his obsession, his destiny, and his outburst to his father. Because Long Qinglan had given him everything. I understand, Long Chen said with a nod. Yongyu nodded in satisfaction. She then said, but you must at least reincarnate and inherit the Tai Chi lifeform's blood essence before you can leave. During this period of time, you can cultivate on the Dragon Star in peace. Long Chen nodded and said, okay. Do you have any other questions? Yongyu asked gently. Long Chen thought about it and said, can I take off your veil and look at you? Yongyu was startled. She took 3 steps back and said, no. You can't in the future. Remember. This was the most serious she had been today. Long Chen was somewhat stunned. In fact, this was an insignificant matter to him. However, if the other party was unwilling, then there was nothing he could do. He awkwardly smiled and said, I'm sorry, Aunt Yu. I offended you. It's fine. Go play with them. I'll be quiet for a while. Yongyu said softly. Long Chen nodded and left her. On the road, he thought of everything Yongyu had said. He suddenly turned around, but Yongyu had already disappeared from the mountain peak. The Devil Star, the battlefield of the gods, the god of Taisha. Long Chen's mind was still a blur. He estimated that he would need a long time to organize his thoughts. When he returned to his original place, he looked up and saw more than 10 young dragons dancing and playing in the sky. From time to time, they would break through the mountains and rush into the rivers, stirring up waves in the sky. They were laughing happily. Lingxi was also surrounded by this group of young dragons, laughing with them. Seeing her relaxed smile, Long Chen felt much better. Until today, she finally didn't have to worry about survival with him. Long Chen's arrival immediately attracted everyone's attention. Young master, young master. Zhang Huiling and the other young dragons flew over and circled around Long Chen happily. Lingxi also came to his side and held his arm. She asked softly, are you done? Long Chen nodded. At this time the glorious Dragon Emperor laughed and said, young master's wife, please follow me. I have already marked out your territory on planet Celestial Dragon. Without your orders, none of us are allowed to enter the area. Hearing this, the young dragons couldn't stop jeering. The glorious Dragon Emperor's face turned serious, immediately scaring them away. Long Chen took Lingxi and followed the glorious Dragon Emperor. Planet Celestial Dragon was so big that the two of them couldn't live without a fixed place. As young masters, it was natural for them to have their own territory. The glorious Dragon Emperor brought Long Chen and Lingxi to the sky above a beautiful lake. The lake was very big. Even if Long Chen transformed into a dragon, he could still swim in it. The beautiful lake was surrounded by green trees and flowers. Birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. It was like a paradise on earth. Seeing such a place, Lingxi was naturally very happy. She couldn't hide the beautiful smile on her face. This Pearl Lake and the surrounding 50 miles are all your territory. I have already drawn a boundary outside. As long as the two of you can come in, or only with your orders, you can come in. Of course, you will be lonely if you stay here all the time. Young master should often walk around planet Celestial Dragon. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me at any time. Such a big place was indeed wonderful. Long Chen looked around and said, thank you, Uncle Bibe. It's my duty. When people get old, it's easy for them to forget important things. One more thing, it's about the Star Core. In order to avoid trouble, I think it's best for Miss Lingxi to communicate with the Star Core as soon as possible, or even slowly fuse with it until she succeeds. In fact, Long Chen knew nothing about fusing with the Star Core. He asked Uncle Bai, what exactly should I do? The brilliant Dragon Emperor said, I've heard that she has already gained control of the original stellar core of the bright star. Now that the two cores have fused, the new stellar core will definitely have her imprint. She won't be rejected by the stellar core, but with her strength, Fusing with such a powerful stellar core is not something that can be done in a day. I've discussed it with Old Black, and we think that we can fix the stellar core in the depths of this lake so that she can cultivate there whenever she has time. She can communicate with the stellar core and try to fuse with it. It should be a success, and it will greatly increase her strength. Once she succeeds, she will become the stellar lord of the bright star. Long Chen and Lingxi looked at each other. They both felt that this was a great thing. The glorious Dragon Emperor said, "You don't have to worry. With Miss Yongyu here, as long as someone comes near planet Celestial Dragon, she will know. Even the chaotic Star Lord can't come here and steal the star core. You can release the star core. Old Black and I can fix this treasure." Long Chen said, "Thank you, Uncle Bai." The glorious Dragon Emperor waved his hand and smiled. "Old Black, come out and do something." Chapter 2076. The stellar core was very unstable in Long Chen's holy kingdom. Long Chen did not have the ability to control it. Who knew when it would suddenly rush out of the holy kingdom and disappear? Therefore, fixing the stellar core was the top priority. During the journey to Celestial Dragon Planet, although Lingxi was there, the stellar core was already very unstable. It could even affect Long Chen's cultivation. Therefore, it had to be fixed before Lingxi could try to fuse with it. As for the method of fixing it, the two Dragon Emperors were both Star Lord level experts. Naturally, they had the ability to do so. However, before fixing it, there was one more thing that needed to be confirmed. The glorious Dragon Emperor said, "If we suppress the stellar core in this lake, once it is released, it is very likely that we will not be able to control it. Therefore, once it is fixed, young mistress must hurry up and fuse with it. During this process, it is best that she does not leave Celestial Dragon Planet. With her current cultivation, I estimate that it will take 2 to 3 years. In other words, little she cannot leave this place for 2 to 3 years." Long Chen asked. The glorious Dragon Emperor nodded and smiled. "Don't worry. 2 to 3 years will pass in the blink of an eye. For us old guys, it is just the blink of an eye. With Yang here, there will be no accidents." Long Chen was thinking that he would go to the Dragon God domain in the future. If Lingxi had to stay here, he would not be able to bring her there. "Chen, I think I will not fuse with it." Lingxi naturally wanted to accompany Long Chen and go back to the Dragon God domain to fight. Long Chen thought for a moment and said, "It is okay. It will only be for 2 to 3 years. Although I will go back one day, I do not want to leave so soon. How about this? After you fuse with the stellar core, we will leave. At that time you will be very capable. You may even be stronger than me." Long Chen said with a faint smile. "That works too." After making up their minds, the glorious Dragon Emperor and the Dark Dragon Emperor hesitated no more. They had the power of a god, and that power almost suffocated Long Chen. It was terrifying. The core of the resplendent star was not close to them, but it was still under their control. Be obedient." Lingxi called out softly from the side. Hearing this, the stellar core actually quietened down quite a bit. It seemed that the Nine Hells fantasy butterfly had occupied a relatively large position within the star core. This was also the reason why the star core had remained in Long Chen's divine kingdom all this time without breaking free. Under the control of the two great dragon emperors, the stellar nucleus was sealed at the bottom of the lake. In an instant, the stellar nucleus seemed to have fused with the lake water. The rippling lake water actually flickered with fluorescence like a star. It was extremely beautiful. Lingxi floated above the lake water. Under the illumination of the starlight, she looked even more like a goddess. Long Chen looked at her from the lakeside. She was so beautiful that Long Chen could not help but smile. A man's greatest achievement was to be like him, to make her the most beautiful and powerful woman. "All right, young master, I won't disturb your beautiful world of two." The brilliant Dragon Emperor laughed heartily and left with the Obsidian Dragon Emperor. Along the way, he left behind a disrespectful smile. Long Chen came to the sky above the glowing lake. In the deepest part of the lake was the brightest stellar core. He could feel that the entire Sky Dragon planet's power was gathering towards this lake, which would be of great help to Lingxi's cultivation and fusion. If she could fuse with the stellar core, her power would improve even faster. Lingxi's bloodline was already very strong, comparable to Emperor Rain. With the nourishment of the ancestral dragon and the help of the stellar core, she might not be left far behind by Long Chen like this time. Above the lake of starlight, Long Chen hugged the beauty in his arms. Stellar cores were similar to Immortal Lord Realm techniques. They were also extremely precious gifts. However, Ling Shi would no longer express her gratitude to Long Chen. They had long become one, and there was no distinction between them. Everything that they had belonged to each other. If she still wanted to thank him, she would be too ignorant. I want to go to the Dragon Immortal Domain with you, Ling Shi said softly in his arms. All right. Long Chen caressed her long hair and nodded. The starlight shone brilliantly, and Long Chen looked up at the sky. It was peaceful. Ever since he had come to the Eternal Immortal Domain, he had been constantly on the move. He had never imagined that he would have such a peaceful time, and he missed it dearly. But he knew that this was only temporary peace. One day, he would still be pushed to the edge of the world. He rested his chin on Ling Xi's head, feeling the gentleness and warmth of the woman in his arms. Their hearts were intertwined, and they did not need to speak. How many battles had he fought, all for such a peaceful embrace? You are heaven's greatest gift to me, Ling Xi said suddenly. The unruly little girl in the Spirit Dawn sword had now become a gentle and considerate little woman. The arrogant and despotic Long Chen of the past had also become a calm and steady man. Time had brought about their growth, but from the initial sprouting of feelings to the present day, they were still each other's most important lives. Long Chen smiled, but did not speak. He knew that two things in this life were enough. One was to protect the woman in his arms. The other was to repay his father. Late at night, Ling Xi suddenly said, I haven't contacted Big Sister Xuanji in a long time. Don't you miss her? Long Chen started. It had indeed been a long time. Perhaps she knew about the news about him in the chaotic star region. That calm and silent woman. Contact her, Ling Shi said with a smile. He had been fighting for too long, so he did not have the chance to do so. But Sky Dragon Star was very peaceful. Long Chen took out the star talisman that he had used to contact Li Xuanji. When he activated it, starlight condensed into her face and appeared on the star talisman. The connection was so fast. It could only mean that she had been holding the star talisman. The black-haired woman in the star talisman looked at him with trembling eyes. He had not seen her for a long time. When he saw her face, Long Chen thought of the god of Taisu and the scene of them entangling with each other. That was not Li Xuanji. Long Chen quickly stopped thinking about that scene. What's wrong with you? Li Xuanji calmed herself down and asked quietly. Long Chen looked a little strange. He even blushed. She thought it was an illusion. Oh, nothing. At this time, Li Xuanji stared at him and said, I think we haven't talked for a while. I heard about you. You seem to be very busy, so I don't blame you for not looking for me. You didn't look for me either, Long Chen said with a smile. Li Xuanji shook her head. She did not dare to disturb Long Chen and could not muster up the courage. She seemed to be used to Long Chen's heaven-defying actions. She said, So you are on Sky Dragon Star now? It should be safe there. I can rest assured. Long Chen nodded silently. He looked at her with countless entanglements in his heart that he could not explain. Li Xuanji was an accident. Long Chen did not know how to deal with such a relationship. Li Xuanji was very carefree. She skipped the topic and asked, So, will you return to Dragon God Domain in the future? I will definitely go back. The most important thing is not done yet. Long Chen said. Oh, I just want to tell you. Everything you did in the Chaos Galaxy has shaken the entire human race. Right now, the entire Dragon God Domain is talking about you. It seems that because you killed Lin Ming, there are still more people who hate and insult you. They don't approve of you, just like they don't approve of your father. So, if you really come back, you must be prepared. Her seemingly calm tone hid a hint of concern. As expected, the situation there was similar to what Long Chen had imagined. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid. He said this so that Li Xuanji would not worry. That's good. Ling Xi is by your side, right? Li Xuanji suddenly asked. Yes. She pursed her lips, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Protect her well. After that, there seemed to be nothing else to say. Then I will wait for you to come back, she said. Very soon. Long Chen said. On this celestial dragon planet, there were many opportunities to contact her. Li Xuanji quickly went back to cultivating hard. Starlight filled the sky. Just as Long Chen put away the star talisman, another star talisman suddenly lit up. It turned out to be Kitten. Boss, long time no see. Where is sister-in-law Lingxi? It's been such a long time. Has she given birth to a little dragon for me to play with? As soon as the star talisman was connected, Kitten made a fuss. What appeared on the star talisman was a fat cat. Where have you been? Why haven't I heard from you for a long time? Long Chen had tried to contact him several times, but he had not been able to get through. Haha, I didn't want to talk to you on purpose. I am busy with you, so I don't have time to talk to idle people like you. Kitten said proudly. Long Chen didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. He asked, "Where are you now?" Kitten said mysteriously, "I suddenly remembered today, so I will be merciful and let you see me. After all, you must miss me. In addition, I am in one of the 4 demon ancestor cities in the Demon Divine region, the Reincarnation Demon Ancestor City. I have been busy recently and have made a major breakthrough in my identity. When I continue to explore, when I have more discoveries, I will tell you in detail. That's all, goodbye." After that, he turned off the star talisman. The sudden appearance of Kitten swept away the awkward atmosphere when he contacted Li Xuanji. Long Chen cursed this guy in his heart. The two continued to shine on the starlight. "Chen, do you like Sister Xuanji?" Lingxi looked at the starry sky. Long Chen felt that he couldn't escape, so he said straightforwardly, "Of course I like her very much." "Oh, then the 3 of us can be together. I like her too. Even though she'll definitely take away your love, and I'll feel a little uncomfortable, but it's okay. Otherwise, you guys can't do this," she said with sincerity. This. Chapter 2077. Dazzling Starry Sky. On Sky Dragon, one could clearly see the vortex outside the demon star. At this moment of silence, Sky Dragon was facing the demon star. The 100,000 dragon warriors didn't like to come to this side. After all, the demon star made everyone uncomfortable. Yongyu stood proudly under the black vortex, her entire body pitch black. The black whirlpool spun, and a strange power acted on the Sky Dragon star and Yongyu's body. It seemed to be attracting the Sky Dragon star towards the demon star. Yongyu's dress fluttered. Her eyes were calm as water as she looked at the black vortex. Gradually, some memories of the past entered his mind. young master, from today onwards, you are is your maid. I will serve you for a long time." In her memory, it was a wooden house that wasn't very spacious. A young man sat beside a desk. His eyes were focused and he was studying a book. At the same time, he made hand seals with one hand. As the hand seals changed, the wind and clouds surged. His focus and seriousness were unparalleled. Next to him, there was a girl with a pair of whips causing trouble. She jumped up and down. She said she was cleaning, but in fact, she was making a mess. Her face was covered in dust and she looked like a little cat. Aya! She lost her balance and fell from the beam. Hearing the scream, the young man gestured and a wave of energy rushed out and firmly put the girl on the ground. "Young master, thank you for saving me." The girl's eyes widened. Her heart was beating fast. She wanted to take the opportunity to jump into his arms, but she saw that he was still focused on the secret book in his hand. His eyes didn't even look at her. The girl couldn't help but be angry. She fell on purpose just now. No matter what, she was a warrior. How could she fall so easily? "Annoying guy, why are you working so hard? It's not fun at all," the girl said angrily. After a long time, the young man stood up and looked out of the window. His eyes were full of confusion. He said, "Let's go, Yua. Let's go back to Eternal Dragon City." Where? The girl hated that hierarchical place the most. Everyone looked down on her young master. But he said that he had to go back. In this life, he had to prove to everyone that he was a genius and not trash. Along the way, they had weathered countless storms. Yongyu had a dazed smile on her face. She was intoxicated by the memories of that time, but the cold wind around her woke her up. She could not help but think of another scene. That day, he went to the spirit god realm to challenge the current Ling Huang. At that time, he didn't have the greatest reputation, but when he defeated the high and mighty Ling Huang, the world was moved. The name of the Eternal Dragon Emperor spread throughout the world. That was the most glorious moment of his life. Their battle had destroyed mountains and rivers in a radius of 50,000 kilometers, turning everything into nothingness. However, when he defeated Ling Huang, He returned with a relaxed expression on his face. In that moment, Yongyu had been waiting for him. She suddenly realized that there was nothing in the world that could stump him. He was the most powerful expert in all of heaven and earth. He had defeated Ling Huang, but he had left with her in a low-profile manner. I've already fulfilled my vow. The man's voice was filled with pride as he walked through the raging winds. Oh, is it about being looked down upon? Yongyu replied, yes. Because he had been looked down upon, he had done countless extraordinary things. His rise was like a legend, and no one could stop him. Those who had humiliated him because he was an abandoned child had long since died in some corner of the world. Even though he was now the most powerful person in the world, Yongyu knew that he still could not feel happy. He walked through the world in a daze. Yongyu did her best to follow him, and the entire human race cheered for him. However, he did not want to see those people's respectful and fawning faces again. He looked around blankly and said, who do you think is ruling over us? What's outside the eternal godly domain? This world is being destroyed, and one day, it will completely disappear. Who destroyed my world? Why can't I become a true god? What are the obstacles blocking my path? Yongyu's heart ached for him. It was as if he had returned to his childhood, asking himself why others had looked down on him. He was so helpless and pitiful. Young Master doesn't know. Yongyu said weakly, struggling to keep up with him. Forget it. You don't know, and no one in the world does. But I want to dig out all these mysteries. I want to know why I can't become a god. I've clearly understood everything, and I want to find the root. Yongyu could not stop him. She was just a maid. Although she was the person he trusted the most, she could never catch up to him. She could never touch his level. She could only watch him rise from behind. She could only watch him die and become a regret. Several years later, one night, he was seriously injured and found himself. He fell into Yongyu's arms. His eyes were filled with passion. He looked at the sky ferociously and sneered. I know what they are. They want to eat this world. What? Young Master, what did you say? Yongyu said in a panic, tears streaming down her face. You won't understand. Because you're in the game. You're puppets. We're all creatures in someone's stomach. Yongyu really don't understand. What are creatures in someone's stomach? What are puppets? She shook her head vigorously. At that time, he had already caused the calamity of the Devil Star and the battlefield of the gods. Everyone in the world said that he had become a madman. This kind of rumor spread all over the world. There were voices cursing him everywhere. He was originally the hope of the human race, but in the blink of an eye, he fell into the endless abyss, never to rise again. Therefore, even Yongyu herself was wondering if there was a problem with him. Because everything he said to her was so unimaginable. His eyes were blood red, like a sea of blood. Such an existence was called a demon. Yongyu was sure that he had entered the demonic path. That was why he said these words that didn't understand him. He roared angrily at the world, but the world was indifferent. Yongyu's heart ached. She approached him and hugged him. She couldn't bear to see him go crazy again. She never thought that a peerless genius like him would have such a pitiful day. Yongyu, I'm leaving. Yongyu, I'm leaving. Even you don't believe me. I still treat you like my own sister and take care of you. You can get lost from my side. From now on, I won't restrain you anymore. You have your own life. Go and find someone you love. What I've given you is enough for no one in the world to bully you. He left resolutely. The next time there was news, he would be a corpse in Eternal Dragon City. At that moment, the entire human race would rejoice. Sister. At that moment, Yongyu was filled with anger. Although she knew that there was a huge gap between them, she didn't want the identity of a sister. She would rather be a maid, if she could serve him forever. She had spent half of her life on this man. At the beginning, she admired and worshipped him, but later on, she pitied him. Every time she saw him lonely and powerless, her heart would also be torn apart. But even with her, he was still lonely. No one understood what he was fighting for. Even when he said some things, everyone thought he was just a joke after becoming a demon. Yongyu was no exception. After all, what he said was unimaginable. Haha. Thinking of his lonely and proud figure, Yongyu couldn't help but laugh. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. He was dead and alive. Everything about him had become a mystery. Yongyu flew in the sky. In the blink of an eye, she had passed half of planet Celestial Dragon. Under her protection, this place was peaceful. Her line of sight suddenly fell on a lake that was emitting starlight. The lake was extremely beautiful, like a dream. In the center of the lake, where the light was the strongest, a man and a woman were hugging each other, their ears rubbing against each other. There was only themselves in each other's world. Seeing this, Yongyu couldn't help but laugh. Tears rolled down her cheeks. She seemed to have made up her mind. Suddenly, she looked at the demon star. The vortex was rolling. It was very frightening. It was as if someone was talking to her. Everyone is drunk. Only he is the only one awake. But he is treated as an alien. What a joke. What a joke. She was filled with regret. Suddenly, she had trusted him completely. If she had advised him and given him a place to talk, it might not have led to today's situation. Long Chen didn't know that Yongyu was far away in the sky. Little she, let's start. Long Chen looked at her with a smile. Okay. Lingxi clenched her fists. Her body gradually sank into the lake. The star core was like a bright star. It was about 2 meters in diameter. It was restrained by the 2 dragon emperors at the bottom of the lake. From tonight onwards, Lingxi would cultivate while communicating with the star core. She would fuse with the star core and become a star master. Becoming a star master wouldn't give her the power of a star master right away, but the speed of her advancement would be countless times faster. If she reached the bright star, she would be able to control the bright star. Her battle power would soar. She could even defeat many strong cultivators. At least the Dream King wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Lingxi sat cross-legged on the star core and started cultivating. Rays of starlight appeared on the star core. They became as soft as ropes and wrapped around her body. It was warm and natural. I don't need 3 years. 2 should be enough. Long Chen estimated in his heart. And he also needed to complete a very important thing. That was to comprehend reincarnation and attack the One Origin trial. He could feel that the One Origin trial was coming soon. After passing the reincarnation trial, he would be able to open the path to godhood and become stronger. He would also be able to inherit the blood essence of the Tai Chi spirit dragon. He would work hard with Lingxi until he became stronger. Only then would he return to the dragon god domain. Chapter 2078. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Planet Sky Dragon had the protection of Yongyu and the 2 dragon emperors. There were also more than 10 7-star reincarnation realm martial artists. Unless the Chaos Star Lord came again, there was no need to worry about safety. Even the 6 paths of reincarnation dragon martial artists could do whatever they wanted in the Eternal God realm. There were many martial artists of this level on Sky Dragon. There were thousands of 4 symbols reincarnation realm and 5 elements reincarnation realm martial artists. They were the backbone of Sky Dragon martial artists. Long Chen's current strength was not far from this level. The 5 elements calamity realm was the 5 basic substances that made up the entire world. They were the origin power of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire and earth. If one could survive the 5 calamities, they could absorb the origin power of matter and turn the reincarnation power into the original reincarnation power. They could start absorbing the 5 elements origin power around them. They were much stronger than the 4 symbols reincarnation realm martial artists. They could even change the structure of matter. 5 elements reincarnation realm martial artists used the original reincarnation power. Not only was their power strong and endless, but it was also destructive. This was the time when the 5 elements reincarnation realm martial artists' power really exploded. Therefore, 5 elements reincarnation realm martial artists were much more terrifying than 4 symbols reincarnation realm martial artists. In terms of real strength, there was still a big gap between Long Chen and 5 elements reincarnation realm martial artists. Although the 5 elements origin power was strong, it was not as strong as Long Chen's Taisher divine power. In comparison, quantity and quality complemented each other. The 2 were equal. On Sky Dragon, Long Chen never lacked opponents. At this moment, he was fighting a super divine dragon, the Sky Exploding Flame Dragon. The Heavenly Exploding Flame Dragon was a dragon warrior at the early stage of the 5 elements Samsara Tribulation realm. His battle prowess was outstanding. If an ordinary warrior was at the same level as him, they would definitely be no match for him. However, he was constantly being defeated by Long Chen. There were at least thousands of people watching. Lingxi was also at the side. Everyone was shouting loudly. It was very lively. Young master quickly beat him down. You can kill 10 people today. Zhang Huiling waited for the little dragon to yell and leave. This sky-bursting flame dragon was Long Chen's 10th opponent today. The first 9 were slightly weaker than him, but they were still at the same level as him. They possessed the power of the 5 elemental essences. Their attacks caused mountains to explode and rivers to evaporate. Everything was quickly destroyed by their power. That was especially true for the heavenly exploding flame dragon, which had pushed its firepower to its limits. Under the bombardment of flame bombs that were tens of meters in diameter, Long Chen was unable to defend himself. Come on, young master, kill 10 people. Everyone cheered. There were also people cheering for the heavenly exploding flame dragon. The battle was so intense that no one dared to approach. Long Chen did not transform into his dragon form and was already fighting against the Inferno Divine Dragon. Just as the other party was about to charge at him, Long Chen narrowed his eyes and casually moved. Tempest of Ages. The hundreds of fireballs dissipated and the sky-exploding flame dragon was sent flying. It fell into the river, causing water to splash everywhere. He had already been defeated, so he transformed into his human form and said awkwardly, "Young master, you are very brave. I am no match for you." Long Chen had already experienced 10 battles today and was a little tired. He bade farewell to the others and returned to the lake with Lingxi. Over the past year, Lingxi had already reached the 3-talent Samsara realm. Her progress was very fast, which was rarely seen in the world. At the same time, she had already started to fuse with the Star Core. She was almost halfway there and would be done in another year. Wait. Long Chen suddenly stopped in front of the lake. What's wrong? Lingxi turned around and asked. Long Chen closed his eyes, searching for that magical feeling. It should be the One Origin Tribulation, he said softly. Ah! Lingxi had experienced 100 reincarnations and knew how terrifying the One Origin Tribulation was. It was even more terrifying than the 3 Talents Tribulation. Don't panic. It'll be fine. Besides, don't I still have the God-favored spiritual liquid? Long Chen said with a smile. Over the past year, they had built many wooden huts around the lake. Lingxi had decorated the place beautifully. Long Chen entered the hut and sat down cross-legged. He did not plan to use the God-favored spiritual liquid. As for the reason, he wanted to truly taste the power of reincarnation. If he used the God-favored spiritual liquid all the way, it would be like admitting defeat to the heavenly Tao. He was unwilling. How could a mere heavenly Tao make him submit? At this time, the 2 dragon emperors and Yang Yu came outside. Is it finally time for the One Origin Tribulation? They stood outside and did not come in. Young master, don't worry. With his ability, a mere One Origin Tribulation is nothing. Glorious Dragon Emperor chuckled. Lingxi nodded and sat outside the hut. I will wait for him here. If there's anything, we will come. Yang Yu was not nervous at all. After that, the 3 of them left first, leaving Lingxi alone. Looking at the man in the room who seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, Lingxi thought back to her experience with the One Origin Tribulation. There was still some worry in her eyes. What would Long Chen encounter in his 100 reincarnations? Or, was he the ancestral dragon? Would his 100 reincarnations be the same as others? Long Chen felt his surroundings turn dark. He staggered forward. The memories in his mind were quickly disappearing, as if everything had been sealed away. The darkness was so strong that he was soon completely submerged. Long Chen found that he could not move his hands and feet. His mind was in a state of chaos. He even forgot who he was. He did not know when, but he found that he should be in the middle of a lake. His surroundings were filled with viscous liquid. It was difficult for him to even move. Who am I? Why am I here? His surroundings were blurry and he could not see anything clearly. Until one moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and saw the world. He found that he had become a newborn baby. However, he had forgotten everything, including language. He started to look at the world curiously. The woman on the bed was very blurry. Who was she? There were a few people beside him. They were all very noisy. He did not know what they were talking about. Only a man in the corner looked at him quietly. That pair of eyes made Long Chen feel a little afraid. It was as if he could see through everything. Then, he lay together with the woman on the bed. Her face was filled with happiness as she stroked his head. It was not until late at night that the man in the corner of the room stood up and carried him away. The woman wanted to object, but she fell asleep with a light tap from the man. After an unknown period of time, Long Chen was carried by the man to another place. What made him feel strange was that the woman on the bed appeared again. However, her actions were different from before. "I want to use this body to be reborn." Long Chen heard clearly what the man said. The woman did not speak and looked at him silently. The man placed Long Chen on the ground. He raised his head to look at the sky and said, "Only by changing bodies can I escape from their control. However, I also want to inherit everything I have, so I can only use this method. I will use my son's body to allow me to undergo nirvana rebirth." Long Chen was shocked. He did not know who he was, nor did he know who he was. However, did he want to kill him? Long Chen had this feeling, so he was very afraid. The woman still did not say anything. She silently cried at the side. The man carried him again. His face was originally fierce, but when he saw Long Chen's terrified gaze, he was stunned. He looked at him for a long time. "Aren't you going to start?" the woman asked. The man was stunned. He is a new life. He is my son." "He is our son," the woman said. "Oh," the man shook his head. He stared at Long Chen, gritting his teeth countless times. In the end, he put Long Chen down and silently fell to the ground. He looked at the sky. "What are you doing? Hurry up, live on and save the world." The woman suddenly cried and hit the man with all her might. However, the man did not move. After a long time, he turned around and gently touched Long Chen's head with his wide palm. His eyes flashed and tears flowed. He choked. "I was wrong, I can't do it anymore." "Why?" the woman said in pain. The man gritted his teeth. "I don't know. I thought I was just creating another me, but when I saw him, I can't do it. He is my son, my son. Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. I can't do this." "Then do you want to die? For this son who was just born and has no consciousness, you are willing to give up your struggle, give up everything, give up your destiny, give up your hatred. You worked so hard to get all of this. The world is about to be destroyed and the world is on the verge of extinction. Why do you suddenly have such a thought?" The woman shook her head in confusion. The man suddenly smiled. He smiled bitterly. "I don't know either, I don't know. Look at him, he is a new life. Life cannot be desecrated. If it was you, would you be able to do it?" The woman was stunned. She looked at Long Chen. Long Chen's mind was in a mess. He only remembered that this seemed to be the woman on the bed. She was very close to him, so Long Chen tried his best to wave his arms at her and smiled. The woman was also stunned. She shook her head in disbelief and said, "It's not like that, it's not like that. This wasn't our goal from the beginning, right? His life shouldn't have existed. But he has been born." The man said firmly. "But what about the world?" The woman couldn't help but cry. The man suddenly smiled. He gently stroked the woman's hair and said, "I will leave everything I have to my son. I can't be reborn, so let him be reborn in my place. I don't know if he is willing to inherit my mission, but I have no choice. I can only rely on him, but I have to go." The woman cried and left. She grabbed the man's hand and said, "You can't make such a hasty decision. This is completely different from what you expected. How can you give up on creating him with just one look? That's not what you said at the beginning." Chapter 2079. Long Chen had already forgotten everything that had happened on the day he was born. His mind gradually cleared up, and he began to recognize the world. He once again replayed his past journey. No one had taken care of him since he was young. His father had been like a walking corpse, and his mother had never looked him in the eye. He had grown up fighting, and that had formed his tenacious character. To be honest, looking back, the first 16 years of his life had been very important. It was precisely the oppressive environment that had forged his indomitable will, paving the way for his future development. In his muddle-headedness, when he was 16, his father, who had never cared about him, had died and given him a mysterious dragon jade. His life had changed rapidly, and he had soared to the sky. That year, he had met the woman he loved the most in his life, and then she had left. He had followed her all the way to the 3 Emperor domains. That year, his father had reappeared in his life. He had shouldered the mission of fulfilling his father's dying wish and rushed to the eternal god domain, from the ancient god domain to the god's battlefield, from the spirit god domain to the demon god domain, and finally in the chaos star domain. He had shocked the world, and his name had shone as brightly as his father's. He had crushed almost all the genius martial artists of his generation. Any genius before him was a joke. Later, he had gone to the Sky Dragon planet. That day, he had defeated 10 dragon martial artists and followed Lingxi back to the lake. He had suddenly become alert, as if there was something waiting for him in the wooden house. He quickened his pace and saw Lingxi sitting at the door, looking inside worriedly. "Little Shi, why are you so fast?" He remembered that he had left Lingxi behind. Why had she suddenly come here? He looked into the wooden hut and saw something that shocked him. It was himself. His other self was sitting cross-legged in the wooden house, sweating profusely and in great pain, but still persisting. He is Mig. Something suddenly exploded in Long Chen's mind. It was a flood of memories. He remembered everything. He had been fighting against the first origin tribulation. His reincarnation tribulation was different from everyone else's. Everyone else had to go to a foreign world and experience 100 lifetimes, experiencing the joys and sorrows of life before stepping onto the path to godhood. However, Long Chen was different. His reincarnation tribulation was to walk through his own life again. Am I my own reincarnation? Long Chen smiled. It was over. He strode over and fused with his seated self. Long Chen knew his own reincarnation. In his body, the power of reincarnation began to sprout. It was the power bestowed by the first origin calamity. The power of reincarnation did not fuse with his primordial divine power. Instead, it formed a second power. If it was someone else, the power of reincarnation would have devoured the power of nirvana. But Long Chen didn't. The reincarnation power couldn't devour the Taisha divine power, but it complemented the Taisha divine power. The two powers became stronger. The reincarnation power was like an infusion. In a short period of time, it surpassed the Taisha divine power. The Taisha divine power was attached to the reincarnation power, helping it grow. His reincarnation power might not be strong enough compared to others, but at least it was a root. In the future, it would definitely become a towering tree. The majestic primordial divine power and the mysterious first origin reincarnation power mixed together. Long Chen's aura rose and suddenly surpassed his own limit. After repeated efforts, he finally reached the rebirth tribulation realm. His goal was to become a god. Now he had taken the first step. Of course, his power was much stronger than other warriors in the first origin reincarnation tribulation realm. Although he did not know how strong he was at least unmatched below the 5 elements reincarnation tribulation realm. Unfortunately, he had forgotten what had happened when he was born and never thought about it again. My first origin tribulation is actually so simple. Nothing happened. I just walked through my life again. Long Chen was stunned. He had thought that it would be terrifying. It seemed that his breakthrough to the rebirth tribulation realm would be very fast. However, he had relived his life once again. Everything that he had forgotten was still vivid in his mind, giving him a lot to think about. Chen. Lingxi walked over slowly, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement. She had been worried sick during this period of time. Long Chen said, "My first origin tribulation is really strange. It ended after only 1 reincarnation." Lingxi was puzzled, so Long Chen told her the process. "How can this be? Is there such a difference between ancestral dragons?" She could not understand it no matter how hard she racked her little brain. At that moment, Yang Yu was already standing outside. "Auntie Yu." Long Chen hurriedly walked out. However, when he saw Yang Yu's delicate body that was covered by a veil, his mind suddenly trembled. This woman gave him a very strange feeling, as if she was hidden in countless mysteries, making him unable to understand her. "Did you succeed?" Yang Yu said gently. There was a hint of surprise in her words. Long Chen relaxed and nodded. "Yes," Yang Yu said. "Then inherit the Taiji lifeform's blood essence. You have to do it as soon as possible." Long Chen was also looking forward to this matter. Physical slaughter, essence soul void, divine kingdom living beings. This was the 3rd step. Come with me," said Yang Yu before leaving with her hands behind her back. "Yes." Lingxi nodded and glanced at Long Chen. She said, "Be careful." Then she left with Yang Yu. If they were around, they would probably affect Long Chen. The ancestral dragon's blood essence. The third 15-colored blood essence floated quietly in the great void realm. Long Chen naturally did not know how to use the divine kingdom to receive the inheritance blood essence of the Tai Chi life form. However, he knew that perhaps as long as he transferred the inheritance blood essence to the most mysterious divine kingdom, what should happen should happen. At the crucial moment, Long Chen sat down cross-legged. In the great void realm, the 15-colored blood essence transformed into a giant dragon with 15 heads, coiling in the great void realm. Life, elemental energy, sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, trees, wind, rain, thunder, lightning and so on. At a glance, the Taiji life form dragon had already become the image of a vast world. The life, elemental energy, sun, moon, stars, and so on had all transformed into something real. Trees grew, and beasts ran. Long Chen carefully moved the blood essence into his divine kingdom. When the 15-colored blood essence flew into the divine kingdom, Long Chen felt as though the entire divine kingdom was boiling. They had long been waiting for the arrival of the Taiji life form dragon's blood essence. All the secrets were in the Dragon Jade Seal. Because this mysterious divine kingdom was created by the Dragon Jade Seal. After entering Dragon Chen's God Kingdom, the 15-colored blood droplet floated in the center. It started to tremble as if there was a divine dragon roaring within it. The 15-colored blood droplet transformed into a divine dragon that covered the sky and the sun. It then transformed into a boundless world that started to overlap with Dragon Chen's original God Kingdom. The original divine kingdom actually began to collapse. Especially the areas that Long Chen could not control. They were rapidly disappearing, shattering like glass. Only then did Long Chen realize that the areas that he could not control were all fake. At least, most of them were fake. Long Chen really thought that his divine kingdom was huge. But when the 15-colored blood essence completely fused into his divine kingdom, Long Chen discovered that it was possible for his divine kingdom to become an endless world. The 15-colored blood droplets were gone, and the world of nothingness was reborn. His God Kingdom had become a new, real world. It was a piece of land in the shape of a divine dragon, and there were 14 peaks on it. They were made of elemental energy, fire, sun, moon, and even corpses. Lightning and wind and rain began to cover this world, making it more real. It was no different from the outside world, and it was a brand new world. This world was vastly different from an ordinary divine kingdom. An ordinary divine kingdom was not a real world. It did not have a sun, moon or stars, nor did it have a metabolism. But the world within Long Chen's body had it. This was probably the so-called life form of a divine kingdom. The 14 peaks formed this new world. Compared to the eternal celestial realm, it was indeed too small. The land was less than 1/100th the size of planet Sky Dragon. It floated in the starry sky. Long Chen could not see beyond the starry sky, but he knew that as his strength increased, the world inside him would also grow. This kind of growth was like growing from a baby dragon to an adult dragon. One day, he would not be able to estimate the strength of this world. Long Chen could also mobilize the power of this world. He was the true ruler of this world. Here he could have wind if he wanted wind, rain if he wanted rain. He could change everything. This world was like his body. Even the gods couldn't do this. His divine kingdom had already surpassed the definition of a divine kingdom. With the essence blood of the Tai Chi life-form dragon, it had become a new world. The growth of the primordial blood dragon was the growth of Long Chen's physical body. The growth of the void Aeon dragon was the growth of Long Chen's nascent spirit. And the growth of the Tai Chi life-form dragon was the growth of the new dragon-shaped continent in his divine kingdom. This dragon-shaped continent was also a part of Long Chen's body. Oh, the spiritual snowhound had been here all this time. It had been forgotten by Long Chen. Its eyes were wide as it watched the world change, and it ran around excitedly. The divine kingdom's continent emitted a bright light that rushed towards Long Chen's primordial spirit. The fourth Tao seal formed on the primordial spirit's forehead. It was a green seal of life, a symbol of life and creation. At the same time, Long Chen could mobilize the power of the entire dragon-shaped continent. Although it was not large, as long as it continued to grow, it would definitely be comparable to Long Chen's other powers. The 14 peaks contained 14 different kinds of power. Under Long Chen's summon, thunder, sun, fire, ice, and all sorts of other powers erupted from his body. These 14 powers were simply superb, and each of them contained a divine ability, allowing him to completely comprehend them in a very short period of time. Chapter 2080. The Life Tao Seal was also a Creation Tao Seal. To walk the path of creation, one first needed control. The cultivation of the Life Tao Seal began with control. Long Chen had just fused with the essence blood of the Tai Chi life-form dragon, and he already controlled 14 different powers. The mystique that came with these 14 powers was called the 14th sacrifice. Thunder sacrifice, sun sacrifice, and so on. The power of the 14th sacrifice might not be much weaker than the time storm or the blood spirit thrust in battle. On the void dragon Yuan Shen, the Life Tao Seal was on the left side of the Slaughter Tao Seal. There were 4 Tao Seals in total. Among them, the Dragon Jade Tao Seal was still between the Yuan Shen's eyebrows. Its position as ruler was unshakable. This was also the most mysterious thing on Long Chen's body. Until today, he still knew nothing. But Long Chen was not in a hurry. He carefully sensed the power of this new world. That piece of land was Long Chen's body on another level. He could make his body do anything, such as pulling up a mountain or creating a sun. These were all miniature and could not compare to a real world, but it was a seed. Long Chen was looking forward to his growth. Among the 14 dragon heads, the origin power dragon head represented the power of the entire world. It was the embryonic form of all power, and in fact, it could be considered the source of power. From the lowest spirit chi to the nirvana spirit chi and the 5 elemental source of power, they were all formed from origin power. And in the new world, that mountain completely formed from origin power communicated with the primordial beginning divine power and reincarnation power in Long Chen's body, forming a cycle. With the origin power peak as a medium, Long Chen could mobilize the power of the new world and make it a part of his combat power. His power could also pour into the new world, nourishing its growth. As his power increased, the new world would grow like a child. From this new world, Long Chen felt that it was magical. Such an unimaginable thing actually existed in this world. It would probably exceed everyone's expectations. Long Chen was suddenly filled with anticipation. What would he be like in a few decades, a few centuries, or even 1,000 years? He used a day's time to master the 3 types of ancestral dragon mystiques. From now on, he had 3 ancestral dragon bodies, which was definitely rare in this world. Only Yang Yu and the 2 dragon emperors knew about the Tai Chi spirit dragon's inherited essence blood. However, they were all extremely loyal, so they naturally wouldn't leak the secret. After learning that Long Chen had succeeded, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. In this case, even if Long Chen returned to the Dragon God domain, they wouldn't have to worry so much. In the following period of time, Long Chen continued to cultivate, research the new inherited essence blood, and familiarize himself with the power of reincarnation. Meanwhile, Lingxi continued to work hard on fusing with the Star Core. During this process, Lingxi received the help and nourishment of the Star Core. Her strength increased at a rate that was not inferior to Long Chen's. Furthermore, she always easily passed the samsara tribulations. Everything thrived in peace. The 100,000 mystical dragons on planet Celestial Dragon gave Long Chen a sense of home. Within a year, he had completely assimilated into this place and become a part of them. They were cheerful, free, and carefree. They respected and loved him. The strong would protect him, and the weak would worship him. Long Chen felt that he was the hope of this great family. It seemed like everyone was living for him. In the process of rapid improvement, he also became close to the 100,000 mystical dragons. That day, Long Chen sat on a tall tree. Beside him was the black flame Tyrannosaurus Rex, Zhang Huiling. Long Chen looked into the distance and said, "Lingxi, you've lived on planet Celestial Dragon since you were born, right? Do you want to go out for a walk?" "Yes, of course I want to." Zhang Huiling stood up excitedly on the tree trunk. His eyes were filled with the hope of a child. He puffed out his chest and said, "My father said that the Eternal Dragon Emperor is the greatest person in the world. He is also a super expert that no one in the world can defeat. He is his idol, and also my idol. One day, I want to become an expert like him and lead the warriors of planet Celestial Dragon back to our hometown. Whether they acknowledge us or not, we will subdue them. This is my dream." Oh, Long Chen roughly understood. The 100,000 mystical dragons were exiled here, but they were not satisfied. Who didn't want to go home? Therefore, they needed someone to lead them. They had been waiting here for a long time. Perhaps they were waiting for him. For a moment, Long Chen also felt some pressure. "Don't worry, young master. I will become strong very soon and become a genius like you. When that time comes, I will lead our dragon warriors back to the dragon god domain with glory. No one will dare to stop us because we are strong enough. Zhang Huiling chuckled. Your wish will definitely come true. Long Chen stood up from the tree trunk. Faith was the fiercest strength in his heart. After a year of silence, his battle was about to begin. Attack, violence, and relentlessness. Dragon God Domain. Not only did Long Chen return by himself, but he also wanted to lead the 100,000 dragon warriors of planet Celestial Dragon back to their hometown. On a certain day after Long Chen inherited the essence blood of the Tai Chi life form, a sea of blood suddenly appeared outside of planet Celestial Dragon. The sea of blood was incomparably vast and spread out. Blood waves rolled on it, and countless skeletons were swept up in it. Indistinct screams could be heard from the sea of blood. This sea of blood was incomparably huge. As it rolled over, it seemed to want to swallow the entire planet Celestial Dragon. But when it neared planet Celestial Dragon, the huge sea of blood began to condense, turning from infinitely huge to infinitely small. In the end, it turned into a bewitching man with blood-red eyes. This man looked very ghostly. He had a pair of blood-red eyes and long blood-red hair. He wore a blood-red brocade robe embroidered with patterns of divine dragons, but they were all bloody divine dragons. He looked at planet Celestial Dragon in front of him and murmured, "Son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, it's here." As he spoke, he turned into a blood-red ray of light and landed lightly on planet Celestial Dragon. He strolled on planet Celestial Dragon unhurriedly, looking around and chuckling. This is planet Celestial Dragon, the place where those divine dragons were exiled. The environment is quite good. No wonder they haven't left for so long. He put his hands behind his back and strode forward. His body was like a bloody mist. From time to time, divine dragons flew past in the sky, but they basically couldn't find this man. Usually, if someone neared planet Celestial Dragon, they would be discovered by Yang Yu, such as the chaotic Star-Lord. This blood-haired man had been walking here for so long. One could see how terrifying his cultivation was. He didn't hide it at all. About 15 minutes later, a lake filled with starlight appeared in front of him. It was like a fairyland. Very beautiful. It's so beautiful. Is there a star core here? Oh, it's the star core of a bright star. A little girl actually fused with it. What a waste. The blood-haired man commented. His gaze passed through the lake and saw you sitting cross-legged on the star core, Lingxi. This girl is ridiculously beautiful, the blood-haired man thought. The blood-haired man thought. Xueqi, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out from behind. The blood-haired man called Xueqi turned around. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Looking back, he saw Yang Yu with a veil covering her face. He smiled. Yang Yu, long time no see. You've also reached the late stage of the 8 trigrams. Yang Yu didn't like this man. She waved her hand. Don't try to get close to me. Just tell me what you want. Also, I'll give you a warning. Next time you come to planet Celestial Dragon, don't sneak around, or I won't be polite. Xueqi was clearly an expert on the same level as her. In other words, at the level of the chaotic Star-Lord. Even among the humans, he was at the top. There were probably only a few people like him in the 5 dragon cities. Xueqi pointed a pale finger at the wooden house next to the lake. Long Chen was sitting cross-legged inside. Xueqi said, I was ordered by the 3 dragon emperors of the Slaughter Dragon City to come to planet Celestial Dragon and bring him back to the Dragon God realm to join the Slaughter Dragon City. I wasn't supposed to come, but the 3 dragon emperors were afraid that you, Yang Yu, were too strong for the others to handle, so I came. Yang Yu had actually expected this. But hearing this, she still frowned. So fast. The main thing was that Lingxi had already merged with half of the Star Core and couldn't leave. If Long Chen left now, it meant that they would have to temporarily separate. What? You have a problem with that? Xueqi said provocatively. Yang Yu shook his head. Why not the Eternal Dragon City, but the Slaughter Dragon City? He's from the Eternal Dragon City. The first Dragon Emperor of the Eternal Dragon City. Why didn't he say anything? He was Long Qinglan's adoptive father. Xueqi shrugged. The Eternal Dragon City doesn't seem to want to see him, or they don't care. So the 3 dragon emperors of the Slaughter Dragon City discussed and decided that we would take him away. It seems that the Eternal Dragon City has no problem with that. Yang Yu frowned. The Eternal Dragon City was the dragon city that had the most relationship with Long Chen, especially the first Dragon Emperor there, who had a certain relationship with Long Chen. But they actually ignored Long Chen's existence and let the Slaughter Dragon City take Long Chen away. This kind of disgusting thing was really unbearable. Yang Yu's expression was cold. Let's go. Let him decide. After all, Lingxi hadn't finished yet. It was a bit abrupt to leave at this time. Yang Yu appeared beside Long Chen with Xueqi. Long Chen opened his eyes and stood up. When he saw Xueqi for the first time, a strong bloody aura hit him in the face, making it difficult for him to stand. This was a terrifying expert who was no weaker than Yang Yu. Long Chen reacted very quickly. He seemed to have guessed something as he said, "Aunt Yu, is this someone from the Dragon God domain?" Chapter 2081. Yang Yu introduced them to Long Chen. "This is Senior Bloodblaze, of the same generation as your father. He is one of the top experts in Slaughter Dragon City." So they were from Slaughter Dragon City. Long Chen had already guessed that people from the 5 dragon cities would come looking for him. He had always thought it would be Eternal Dragon City because he had the closest relationship with them. Long Qinglan was also the Eternal Dragon Emperor of Eternal Dragon City, and the #1 Dragon Emperor of Eternal Dragon City was also related to him. Long Chen was also a descendant of Eternal Dragon City. But he had never thought that it would be people from Slaughter Dragon City who would come looking for him. You must be wondering why it wasn't the Eternal Dragon City. I'll tell you the truth. They weren't interested in you and didn't think much of you. We, the Slaughter Dragon City, heard that you might be an unparalleled divine dragon of slaughter, so we notified the Eternal Dragon City and contacted the other 3 dragon cities. In the end, we unanimously decided to let you return to the Dragon God realm and join the Slaughter Dragon City. Not interested in me. Long Chen pondered for a moment. The other party was so noble and elegant. His identity and deeds had already shaken the world, but they still didn't take him seriously. This kind of contempt, and even wanting to draw a clear line between them, was really laughable. Presumably, they wanted to give him a blow, but how could Long Chen be so easily dealt a blow in such a boring way? Whether it was the Massacre Dragon City or the Eternal Dragon City, Long Chen didn't really care. He was going back to clear Long Qinglan's name. He was going back to explore the secrets of the past. No matter where he went, he couldn't hide his brilliance. He had long since prepared to kill his way back. The 5 dragon cities would definitely force him to return to the 5 dragon cities. Long Chen was such a dangerous person. They would definitely not let him stay on planet Sky Dragon to grow. They wanted to control him. Long Chen wanted to go back and rebel. Both sides took what they needed. Whether the other side succeeded in controlling him or Long Chen rebelling would depend on each side's ability. The only thing that troubled Long Chen was Lingxi. Lingxi really wanted to accompany him to the Dragon God domain to fulfill her hot-blooded ambition. At this moment, Lingxi sensed the commotion and came out of the lake. She stood behind Yang Yu, while Glorious Dragon Emperor and Dark Dragon Emperor appeared behind her. Seeing that it was Xueqi, their gazes changed. Long Chen glanced at Lingxi and said, "Senior Bloodblaze, can I go to Slaughter Dragon City in a year?" Xueqi replied bluntly, "Don't even think about it. The 3 Dragon Emperors of Slaughter Dragon City want to see you. We'll give you this chance. Whether or not you can enter Slaughter Dragon City after a year is another matter." Long Chen naturally wanted to join one of the 5 dragon cities. Otherwise, even if he returned to the Dragon God domain, he would be surrounded by powerful enemies like Jun Divine City. Yang Yu and the others had to protect planet Heavenly Dragon, which was very dangerous. Moreover, if Long Chen wanted to conquer them, he would have to infiltrate their ranks. When Long Chen first came to the Eternal God domain, he wanted to join one of the 5 dragon cities. Now, he had truly reached the Samsara realm. After a round of discussion, the 5 dragon cities had decided to send Long Chen to Slaughter Dragon City to monitor Long Chen. Xueqi's goal this time was to take Long Chen away. She wouldn't return empty-handed. Hearing such a decisive reply, Lingxi had a general idea of what was going on. She walked to Long Chen's side and took Long Chen's arm. "Chen, you go back first. I'll come find you in a year if I succeed. It's only a year. We have star talismans and can talk every day. I'll be much safer on planet Heavenly Dragon than you." She had always been sensible. She wouldn't cause trouble for Long Chen. Indeed, a year's time was too short for them. Just a casual closed-door cultivation would be enough to pass it. Moreover, before I succeed, I won't be of any help to you. It's useless even if I follow you back, said Ling Shi with a gentle smile. Long Chen didn't want to part with her, but he had to use this opportunity to go back and fight. That was his mission. Ling Shi would be 10 times safer on planet Heavenly Dragon than by his side. She would be able to fuse with the Star Core in a year and come find him. Thinking of this, Long Chen made up his mind. Let's work hard together. He gently patted Ling Shi's head, and the two of them looked at each other and smiled. With their relationship, they were naturally able to endure this small separation. Thinking back to the time when Long Chen had fought for her for 10 years, hadn't they also stuck together like glue? Long Chen's eyes became bloodthirsty and determined. He was a decisive person. When it was time to fight, he wouldn't back down. He looked at Xueqi and said, "Senior, let's go." He couldn't wait to go back to the Dragon God domain. The moment he had been looking forward to for so many years had finally come. He had killed Du in the battlefield of the gods. He would never have thought that he would leave like this. You're decisive. I like children like you. Ha! Xueqi laughed coldly. Yang Yu's eyes remained calm. She said to Long Chen, "Go and fulfill your wish. If anyone bullies you, tell me. I will go to the Dragon God domain and kill them for you." She had been exiled, and it was not allowed to go back. But now, no one could stop her, Yang Yu, from doing what she wanted. This sentence was more for Xueqi. It was a warning, a determination. Xueqi smiled awkwardly. The 100,000 mystical dragons on planet Heavenly Dragon were terrifying when they went crazy. Take care. Long Chen let go of Ling Xi's hand. It had only been a year. With something like the Star Talisman, he could talk every day. There was no need to fuss too much. Ling Xi continued to maintain her smile. Xueqi said no more and rushed into the sky. Long Chen took one last look at them, especially Ling Xi. His eyes said it all. He followed Xueqi and left planet Heavenly Dragon, starting his bloody journey. A storm of blood descended once again. Eternal Dragon City didn't want to take him in. Long Chen's heart was filled with rage. One day, he would stand in front of Eternal Dragon City and tear their faces apart. You have a lot of murderous intent in you, little guy. Xueqi walked through the starry sky and looked back at Long Chen with a smile. A dangerous light flickered in his blood-red eyes. Aren't you the same? Long Chen replied with a question. Xueqi scratched his head and said with a smile, "You're really smart. I'm thinking about what would happen if I killed you here." Long Chen didn't comment. He hurried on with his journey. As for what Xueqi said, he wouldn't dare do it. The Long Chen of today was no longer the Long Chen of the past. His identity and the things he had done had caused a huge uproar in the entire Dragon God domain. Anyone who wanted to kill such a prominent figure would have to bear the brunt of public criticism. More importantly, Long Qinglan's reappearance had already caused a lot of people to panic. Now, no one could figure out whether he was really dead or not. When you get to Massacre Dragon City, you will know that the challenges you will encounter will be unimaginable. I know what you're thinking. You want to prove yourself and your father's innocence, Xueqi said with a cold smile. Long Chen said, "What do you think?" Xueqi sneered and said, "Of course I think you're delusional. No matter how strong you are, you can prove how terrifying you are. But Long Qinglan is a deep-rooted issue. It's the view of the entire Dragon God realm. It's harder to change that than to become a god. In any case, I don't think you can do it." Long Chen was silent for a moment. He looked at Xueqi again. "Then I'll talk after I become a god." His faith and courage were unparalleled. He said it lightly, but his arrogance and confidence moved Xueqi. He didn't say anything else. His cold hand grasped Long Chen's shoulder. "You're too slow. Let me give you a ride." After grabbing onto Long Chen, he suddenly accelerated. His speed was terrifyingly fast, and the surrounding starlight flew behind him at a speed that was many times faster than before. The entire starry sky became illusory under this speed. Long Chen felt a huge impact sweeping toward him. If it weren't for the fact that his body was strong enough, he would have been torn to shreds by the impact. Xueqi's speed had already broken through the limits of the Eternal God domain. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled an immeasurable distance. Even Long Chen hadn't been able to do this back in the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. With Xueqi's speed, I can reach Slaughter Dragon City in 2 or 3 days. Long Chen estimated in his heart. At this time, Xueqi suddenly stopped. Behind him, the starry sky split open, and the chaotic Star Lord's silver-gray body came out. Xueqi, what are you doing on my chaotic imperial planet? The chaotic Star Lord said coldly. Xueqi looked back at the chaotic Star Lord with disdain. Old ghost, I'm just passing by. What are you so nervous about? You're getting more and more cowardly. The chaotic Star Lord snorted. You're bloodthirsty and inhumane. You have countless vengeful souls at your disposal. Who knows what a bloodthirsty person like you is up to? All of a sudden, he saw Long Chen behind Xueqi. Oh, are you taking him back to the Dragon God domain? The chaotic Star Lord said. Mind your own business. Xueqi muttered and disappeared into the starry sky with Long Chen. The son of the eternal Dragon Emperor is gone. There's no star core aura on him. He must still be on Celestial Dragon Planet. The chaotic Star Lord's eyes flashed, and he disappeared into the starry sky. Under Xueqi's terrifying speed, the starry sky around him changed. About 2 days later, Long Chen returned to the Dragon God domain. After about 2 years, he returned again. But everything was different. Back then, he was just a small character who had just revealed his identity and killed Diyu. Today he was all-powerful. At least among the younger generation, there were few who could rival him. In terms of who was the #1 genius in the world, it should be Long Chen without a doubt. Looking at this vast land, Long Chen's heart was filled with heroic spirit. He had finally returned. The 5 dragon cities. He could barely suppress the impulse in his heart. Chapter 2082. Back in the Dragon God domain. The Eternal God domain was much larger than the starfields of chaos. There were only a few hundred planets in the starfields of chaos. Even if you added all of them together, it still wouldn't be a match for the Eternal God domain. This was the true greater world. It stretched as far as the eye could see. Beneath their feet was an ancient continent. Wild beasts galloped about, snakes and insects slithered about, birds spread their wings and screamed in the sky, beasts roared on the ground, mountains and trees towered into the clouds, nirvanic spirit energy surged, and the 5 elements' origin power lurked between heaven and earth. Back in the Eternal God domain, Xueqi slowed down. The fact that Slaughter Dragon City had sent the strongest people below the Dragon Emperor to greet Long Chen was a testament to how important he was to Long Chen. Xueqi chuckled at the sight of the boundless world. How does it feel to be back? Long Chen took in the wild atmosphere of the Eternal God domain. Narrowing his eyes, he said, I can feel the murderous intent of this place. Xueqi laughed heartily. You're an interesting kid. But don't worry. We don't even know if your father is still alive. How would we dare kill you? If your father isn't dead, how did you get born? You're still so young. Long Chen knew that Long Qinglan hadn't really died back in Eternal Dragon City. Long Chen was also full of questions about Long Qinglan. As they continued forward, Xueqi said casually, I won't die, but I'm sure there will be a lot of challenges. Many people in the Dragon God domain are looking forward to your return. You've caused too much trouble in the starfields of chaos, and the news you sent back is too unbelievable. Many people don't believe it and want to challenge the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. My disciple seems to be one of them. Challenges were unavoidable. Long Chen knew that many people in the Dragon God domain didn't like him, especially after all the sensational things he'd done recently. The top geniuses of the Dragon God domain would definitely want to compare themselves with him. Who is your disciple? Long Chen asked casually. He's a hard-working kid, and I like him a lot. Plus, he's quite talented. So I asked the 3 Dragon Emperors to give him the essence blood of an ultimate dragon. It's the essence blood of an ancient bloody caged dragon. Young disciples who were able to obtain the inheritance blood essence of an ultimate divine dragon would definitely have top-notch status and talent. Back then, Diyu had been rewarded with the inheritance blood essence of an ultimate divine dragon for his heaven-defying talent. As for the ancient blood-caged dragon, Long Chen had never heard of it. Xueqi said, in the era of the divine dragons, the ancient blood prison dragon was famous throughout the world. It was the peak existence of the divine dragons of slaughter. Rumor has it that its body could turn into a million li of blood sea that engulfed the world. Anyone touched by the blood sea would never be able to escape and would be killed by the ancient blood prison dragon. Countless corpses were hidden in the blood sea and became part of the ancient blood prison dragon's power. Such an ultimate divine dragon was an overlord even in the era of the divine dragons. Ancient blood caged dragon, darkness emperor dragon, ancient fushi dragon, and Celestial Emperor Dragon were all ultimate divine dragons, even more terrifying than the super divine dragons. They were on the same level. Long Chen sneered inwardly. Xueqi seemed to be bragging as he continued. My disciple's talent is average, but he is more hardworking, more like me. His path of growth is a path of slaughter. Those he kills are not ordinary people, but geniuses who used to be on par with him. Today, he has already killed 100,000 people. His killing intent is overwhelming, and his strength has surpassed all his peers. He has reached the 5-elemental reincarnation realm, and in terms of combat power, even a 5-elemental reincarnation realm late-stage dragon warrior is no match for him. He seems to be very interested in your identity and your reputation as a genius. What do you think you will do if he comes looking for you? Long Chen listened attentively to Xueqi's description. Killing 100,000 people. It seemed like he was indeed a terrifying opponent. Anyone who grew by killing was not simple, and Long Chen also walked the Tao of slaughter. But to him today, this person was nothing. Hence he smiled and said, of course I will admit defeat. He is so powerful, and I still want to spar with him. Isn't that courting death? After hearing this, Xueqi also laughed loudly and said, if that's the case, I'm afraid your popularity in the Dragon God domain will plummet. Long Chen smiled, but did not comment. He had long since prepared himself. No matter who came, he would only deal with them in one way, and that was to make them feel despair. A day passed, and Long Chen had already crossed a large stretch of the Dragon God domain. Almost there. Everywhere in the vicinity, even the ground had turned completely blood-red. Whether it was the clouds in the sky or the air around him, everything was filled with the smell of blood. Everything was red as far as the eye could see. This was still the periphery of Slaughter Dragon City. The 5 great dragon cities were forbidden areas of the human race. Unless one was a dragon warrior above the reincarnation realm, no one else could enter without being summoned. Further ahead was Slaughter Dragon City. The Eternal God domain floated above the dragon sacrificial dragon continent, and the 5 great dragon cities floated above the Dragon God domain. Slaughter Dragon City was surrounded by blood-red clouds. As Long Chen traveled through this endless sea of blood-red clouds, the surroundings were deathly silent. The Crimson Land ahead was Slaughter Dragon City. Further ahead, the blood-red clouds actually turned into a sea of blood. Waves of blood soared to the sky, and from time to time, the skeletons of giant beasts tumbled out of the waves. As Long Chen moved forward, he calculated the distance. The area within several 100,000 kilometers was actually a sea of blood and skeletons. When he felt his scalp go numb, Slaughter Dragon City finally appeared in his vision. It was a huge city shrouded in a bloody mist. It was half the size of the ancient city of War God, dozens of times the size of the ancient city of War God. The roars of divine dragons came from Slaughter Dragon City. Most of the dragons gathered here were bloodthirsty dragons of slaughter with violent tempers. The bloody mist churned, and from time to time, blood-colored divine dragons would appear. Outside the Slaughter Dragon City, there were at least thousands of divine dragons guarding. The divine dragons were huge, but compared to the Slaughter Dragon City, they were still too small. Rumble! Xueqi charged through the waves of blood with Long Chen in tow. Outside the Massacre Dragon City, when the thousands of dragons guarding the city saw this, they immediately roared and surrounded Long Chen. The scene was grand, and Long Chen was deeply aware of the might and terror of the 5 great dragon cities. It's me! Xueqi shouted softly. The several thousand divine dragons turned into dragon warriors draped in blood-red armor. They half knelt in the mist and said loudly, "This subordinate greets the Blood Dragon Army's commander, Lord Xueqi." The Blood Dragon Army was the highest level of the Slaughter Dragon City, and Xueqi was its highest commander. Rise! Xueqi's voice was cold as he continued forward. The thousands of mystical dragons hurriedly stood up and opened a path for Xueqi to pass. When Xueqi passed through them, all of their gazes fell on Long Chen. Suddenly, a murderous aura surged towards him. The son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Everyone was looking at this legendary figure. 2 years ago, he had killed Du in the battlefield of gods and fled to the Spirit Clan. 1 year ago, he had risen to fame in the Chaos Starfield. He had defeated the Chaos Starfield's #1 genius, Primal Chaos Kunwu. Now, he had been summoned by the 3 dragon emperors of the Slaughter Dragon City to join the Slaughter Dragon City. This was the hottest news in the Slaughter Dragon City recently. Long Chen hadn't arrived yet, but he had already become a famous figure in the Slaughter Dragon City. He could feel the strong killing intent of the surrounding experts. These people were at least at the reincarnation of heaven, earth and earth. Warriors who had just passed the One Origin calamity could only be the lowest level of the Slaughter Dragon City. Long Chen heard their discussion. That's him. Long Qinglan's son. I heard he's fierce in the Chaos Starfield. But don't think he's so powerful in the Slaughter Dragon City. His father is the greatest traitor of the human race. He almost destroyed the world. I think his face and behavior are similar to his father's. Everyone, don't worry too much. The 3 great dragon emperors said that they wanted him to join the Slaughter Dragon City. But in reality, they are just imprisoning him. They won't let him go out and cause trouble. We just need to teach him a lesson in the Slaughter Dragon City. No matter how ferocious a dragon is, under our control, he will become a little dragon. They sneered. Hurry up and patrol. What are you laughing at? Xueqi scolded them with a smile. However, he seemed very satisfied with their discussion. This was a show of strength to Long Chen. You should be honored. The 3 dragon emperors haven't shown themselves for many years, but they want to see you today. Few people in the Slaughter Dragon City can have the honor of seeing all 3 dragon emperors at the same time. Don't be too nervous. The 3 dragon emperors are all people of your grandfather's generation. They won't do anything to you, Xueqi said. He wanted to see the 3 dragon emperors as soon as he arrived. Long Chen didn't mind. He was one of the most powerful people in the Eternal God Realm, and he would meet them sooner or later. He followed Xueqi into the Slaughter Dragon City. At that moment, the entire Slaughter Dragon City was in an uproar. Boundless killing intent surged up from the palaces below. There were actually so many experts in the Slaughter Dragon City. Looking down, he saw a horde of divine dragons gathered together. It was a terrifying sight. There were even more buildings up ahead, shrouded in mist. After Long Chen passed by, there was a group of hundreds of young people gathered in a corner. One of them was a youth with blood-red hair. Jiang Ming, your master took the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor to see the 3 dragon emperors, someone said. Oh. The youth named Jiang Ming nodded. He went in the direction of Long Chen. What are you going to do? Someone asked. Kill him. Jiang Ming left these 2 words and disappeared into the blood mist. Chapter 2083. Led by Xueqi, a top expert, Long Chen passed through the blood mist. The 3 dragon emperors were at the center of the Slaughter Dragon City. Dragon martial artists with low statuses would not be able to enter this area. Below, the blood mist rolled, revealing buildings with dragons as the main body. On the eaves, on the railings, there were dragon sculptures everywhere. They were lifelike and majestic. The sculptures in the Slaughter Dragon City were bloody and ferocious. In the air, there was an extreme murderous aura that made people's hair stand on end. Long Chen could roughly guess that there were many top experts watching him in the dark. It seemed that his identity was very easy to attract attention. Long Chen remembered that Long Qinglan had said that he had obtained the ancient blood spirit dragon's essence blood in this Slaughter Dragon City. We're almost there. Xueqi put away his usual smile and became serious. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind, making him look even more frightening. He hid a power that Long Chen feared. If an expert of this level wanted to kill him, he would not be able to resist at all. There was a blood-colored building in front of them. It was extremely huge. Even if Long Chen were to transform into his dragon form, he would still be able to swim in it. From the outside, the building looked like a blood-colored divine dragon. The dragon's head was overlooking the world, and its appearance was actually somewhat similar to that of the ancient blood spiritual dragon. There was no one inside the palace. The 2 of them continued on their way, and after a long journey, they finally arrived at a blood-colored hall. There were many decorations inside, and there were all kinds of divine dragon carvings and sculptures. Most of the divine dragons were full of killing intent, and they were ferocious and ferocious. In front of Long Chen were 3 huge thrones. The thrones were magnificent and covered with countless Tao patterns. These 3 thrones alone probably had more than 600 Tao patterns. The Tao spirits were a kind of strange beast. They were very ferocious. After seeing Long Chen, they all roared, forcing Long Chen back a few steps. There was no one on the thrones yet. This place was extremely stifling. If one's strength was insufficient, they would probably be scared out of their wits. In the entire human race, this was the most terrifying place because 3 of the most powerful people were here. They were the first, second, and third Dragon Emperor of Slaughter Dragon City. The fame of the three Dragon Emperors spread far and wide. This kind of Dragon Emperor was not like the nickname that Long Chen had been casually given by others in the Wushu Sage dynasty. This was a true inheritance of the human race. Only those with the highest strength and status were qualified to receive this title. Dragon Emperors, Xueqi has brought Long Chen to see the three Dragon Emperors. Xueqi half knelt on the ground with a solemn expression. Long Chen did not kneel down. At that moment, a bloody mist suddenly filled the air above the three thrones. 3 balls of bloody mist floated above the thrones. There seemed to be a human figure within the bloody mist, but it couldn't be seen clearly. Long Chen couldn't see if there was anyone in the bloody mist. At this moment, someone spoke from within the blood mist. It was a withered old voice, extremely ear-piercing and filled with shock. The voice seemed to have come from ancient times, extremely ancient, but also extremely oppressive. At the very least, not even Xueqi dared to act in front of them. They were one of the most powerful people in the human race. One of the most powerful people in the world. The 3 Dragon Emperors of Slaughter Dragon City. The voice said, "Xueqi, you go out first." Yes. Xueqi didn't dare to delay. He turned around and left the palace in a flash, leaving Long Chen there. Of course, he didn't go far. After all, Long Chen needed his help. Seeing this, Long Chen thought to himself, no matter what, these 3 old farts are the top figures of the human race. They are also the rulers of Slaughter Dragon City. In that case, I should show some respect. He half knelt on the ground. Junior Long Chen pays his respects to the 3 Dragon Emperors. Oh! The 3 balls of bloody mist floated in front of him. Long Chen couldn't tell who was speaking. Then another voice said, "You're Long Qinglan's son. You have the aura of a slaughtering-type divine dragon from Slaughter Dragon City. Such a strong life force, you must be one of the ancestral dragon's 8 companions, a peerless divine dragon." Long Chen didn't answer. He had done a good job covering up the matter of the primordial blood spirit dragon. Of course, he wouldn't let them know. Only after coming to the eternal god domain did he realize how terrifying the concept of the ancestral dragon was. At this moment, another voice spoke. "Long Chen, do you know which supreme divine dragon the inheritance blood essence you inherited came from?" Long Chen was extremely fearful of these 3 Dragon Emperors. They were too strange and unfathomable. In front of such terrifying characters, even his heart could not help but tremble. It was only because of his pride that he did not retreat. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm not sure. This was left behind by my father." "Hee, your father left it for you. However, it belongs to my Massacre Dragon City. Your father is a shameless thief." Suddenly, a blood-red mist rippled. Evidently, it was very angry, and in its anger, it said something that caused the surrounding air to scream. Long Chen felt incredibly uncomfortable, and his ears felt like they were about to be torn apart. His power was suppressed, and he could not move at all. As for the fact that Long Qinglan was a bandit, there was no need to refute that. He didn't deny it. Another Dragon Empress said, "That's enough. It's all in the past. Long Chen, let me ask you something. Are you willing to give up your essence blood? In return, we will give you an ultimate dragon essence blood. That essence blood originally belonged to Slaughter Dragon City. If a dragon martial artist was killed, the inherited blood essence would dissipate, and the inheritance would be severed. However, Long Chen could break away from the inheritance and let the inherited blood essence leave him. Of course that was impossible. He thought for a moment, then said, "I'm sorry, I can't do that. This is the most precious gift my father gave me, and I won't take it out no matter what. Moreover, although it might have originally belonged to the Slaughter Dragon City, I'll join the Slaughter Dragon City and become a part of this place, so it can be considered as returning it to its rightful owner." Hearing this, the 3 Dragon Emperors didn't know how to refute. Long Chen was very smart. He cleverly made them give up on that idea. There was no way he would willingly hand over the essence blood of the ancient blood spirit dragon. "All right. From now on, you can stay in Slaughter Dragon City," said one of the Dragon Emperors. "Thank you, Dragon Emperors." Long Chen took the opportunity to express his gratitude. The Dragon Emperor said, "Since you've come to Slaughter Dragon City, you must abide by our rules. Long Chen, you should know that Devour Dragon City also wanted to take you in, but we made a move first. If you fell into their hands, your life wouldn't be so good." Devour Dragon City. This seemed to be one of the more mysterious dragon cities. Long Chen didn't know much about Devour Dragon City. Why did they hate him more than the people from Slaughter Dragon City? He didn't seem to know them. Of the 5 dragon cities, apart from Eternal Dragon City, Slaughter Dragon City, Life Dragon City, and Devour Dragon City, there was also Destiny Dragon City. Destiny Dragon City was like destiny in the system of chaos. It was even more mysterious. At the very least, it was one that had disappeared from the human race's sight. You seem to want to know why Devour Dragon City is targeting you, asked one of the dragon emperors. Long Chen nodded. The other chuckled and said, "You'll find out in the future." Since the other didn't want to talk, Long Chen couldn't ask. Long Chen said, "Don't worry. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since I'm here, I will abide by the rules and be an ordinary member of Slaughter Dragon City." On the thrones, the 3 clouds of blood mist remained silent for a period of time. The 3 dragon emperors were probably discussing in secret. They were very mysterious. No one knew what they were thinking. After a while, one of the dragon emperors said, "All right, you can go. Bloodblaze will arrange things for you." Today, they only wanted to see Long Chen once and see what kind of divine dragon's blood essence he inherited. However, they couldn't detect it. Even the information passed down by the 8 great syndicate dragons was very little, so they couldn't identify it. Long Chen felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Although there was definitely killing intent everywhere outside, it was still better than facing the 3 dragon emperors here. "If that's the case, I will take my leave. You are a member of Slaughter Dragon City. You can never betray us. Otherwise you will end up miserable. Also, since you are a member of Slaughter Dragon City, you should call yourself a disciple." "Yes." Long Chen cautiously retreated from the huge blood-colored palace. Only after he left did the 3 clouds of blood mist on the throne gradually disappear, and the place became empty. "Seems like they want to control me." After leaving, Long Chen understood their intentions. He was too dangerous for them, especially if they let him grow. Therefore, the 5 dragon cities needed someone to control him and brainwash him. It was the Eternal Dragon City's people. If they didn't want to do it, then the Slaughter Dragon City would do it. But why did the Devouring Dragon City hate him so much? Could it be that Long Qinglan had killed most of their people? Suspicious, Long Chen walked out. Bloodblaze was waiting for him outside. However, there was a young man standing next to him. He also had blood-red hair and eyes, but his blood chi was even more powerful than Bloodblaze's. He stared at Long Chen with a cruel smile on his face. The 5 big dragon cities were full of geniuses. There would often be battles between the young people in the 5 big dragon cities. Warriors under 4,000 years old would be ranked on the hidden dragon rank of the human race because of their fighting power. The hidden dragon rank was the most glorious rank for the dragon warriors of the human race. Every year, this rank would change drastically. Even the top 10 would change drastically. On the hidden dragon rank, there were 100 peak-level geniuses from the 5 dragon cities. Xing Qing from the Life Dragon City was ranked 39th on the Hidden Dragon rank. After years of fighting, a genius had risen in a short period of time. It was said that he had killed 100,000 people and killed all over the world. He was a super genius who had killed his way out of the sea of blood. No one in the 5 dragon cities could beat him, and he was ranked first on the Hidden Dragon rank. Chapter 2084. Long Chen could tell that this young man's murderous intent was too strong. He had probably killed countless people. Long Chen and him both walked the Tao of slaughter, but the young man was purer. He only cared about killing. This was an expert who had been honed in seas of blood and mountains of corpses. The hidden dragon rank of the 5 great dragon cities was very important. Jiang Ming was able to get the first place in the hidden dragon rank. Although he had only been in this position for a few decades, it had already made him very popular and influential. He had great authority and fame among the human race, and was also the representative of the whole human race. Because he specialized in the Tao of slaughter, he was even more frightening. He had killed 100,000 people, and he was already marked as the #1 genius. To be honest, with his strength as the #1 on the hidden dragon ranking, the spirit race and the demon race might not even have someone at the same level as him. Even the Chaos Kunwu race of the Chaos Galaxy wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Therefore, this was the highest level of so-called geniuses in the eternal divine realm. Of course, Long Chen didn't know about the so-called hidden dragon ranking. He only knew that this young man might be the disciple that Xueqi had mentioned. He was indeed very bloodthirsty and cruel. His blood-red eyes were full of aggression, and there was even a hint of undefeatable pride and disdain. This was what his current identity and status had made him. Currently, among the top 100 of the hidden dragon list, only he himself had experienced the 5 elements tribulation 4,000 years ago and reached the 5 elements samsara realm. He was able to mobilize the 5 elements origin energy and gather it into the samsara origin energy. His battle strength was monstrous. His aggressive eyes scanned Long Chen's body. Long Chen walked up. Xueqi waved at him and said, "I was going to arrange your future life in the Slaughter Dragon City, but my disciple is here, so I'll introduce him to you first." He was quite satisfied with this number 1 disciple of the hidden dragon rank, so he said, "He is Jiang Ming, the ancient blood prison dragon that I told you about. Number 1 of the hidden dragon rank, the strongest in the 5 dragon cities. You are both talented warriors, and you can become good friends in the future. You can learn from each other and improve together." Then he pointed at Long Chen and said, "As for him, I'm sure you've heard of him. He's the son of the eternal dragon emperor, Long Chen. He used to be the son of the strongest person in the world. He's of the same generation as your master, but he left me, the number 1 genius of Slaughter City, far behind." In fact, it had been quite some time since he had reached his current realm. But at their level, almost all of them had all kinds of secret arts to suppress their power and delay the samsara tribulation. Of course, they could delay it, but they could not make it disappear. The secret arts passed down from ancient times were the most effective for Ling Huang, which could delay it from 1,000 to 10,000 years. The secret arts of the Slaughter Dragon City could only delay it by 5,000 years at most. Although it was 5,000 years, it still gave warriors of this level a greater chance. However, the samsara tribulation was the most terrifying when it came to the level of becoming a god. Not to mention 5,000 years, even if it was 10,000 years, most of them would still die under the samsara tribulation. Hearing this, Jiang Ming didn't feel good. He respected Xueqi and knew how powerful he was. Whether it was the Eternal Dragon Emperor or Long Chen, he wasn't convinced. He interrupted Xueqi and said, "Master, let me talk to him." So he looked at Long Chen and said, "Rumor has it that your father is omnipotent, but that has nothing to do with you. Rumor has it that you defeated the primal chaos Kunwu in the astral region of chaos, but that's just the samsara tribulation. I can defeat 10 of them. Today, you've come to Slaughter Dragon City and become one of us. But let me teach you that this is no longer the era of you and your father. If you have the guts, come with me. I believe many people want to see us fight, and I don't mind having the soul of the Eternal Dragon Emperor's son under my sword." Such a direct provocation. Xueqi smiled helplessly. "This is your child. How many times have I taught you? How can you be so direct?" It seemed that he was indeed jealous of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. He was jealous of his talent and the worship he received. All the geniuses of that era were overshadowed by the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Xueqi was one of them. When Xueqi was invincible among his peers, Long Qinglan was invincible. Therefore, he also hoped that his disciple would be able to crush Long Qinglan's son. This could be considered as taking revenge for the grievances he had suffered in the past. Long Chen wasn't surprised at all. Jiang Ming approached him and said viciously, "Don't think that you can do anything just because your father was strong. Long Qinglan is strong, but he's still dead. Today, I want to teach you that this is the Slaughter Dragon City. Remember, this is the Slaughter Dragon City." As soon as he finished speaking, he said something to Xueqi, and then he turned around to glance at Long Chen. "Come with me if you dare." Long Chen's face didn't change. He bowed to Xueqi and said, "Senior, I'll be on my way." Long Chen didn't have a good impression of this pair of master and disciple. After saying that, he followed Jiang Ming. When they appeared in the Slaughter Dragon City one after another, the entire Slaughter Dragon City seemed to explode. Countless dragon martialists followed them. The news of their battle spread throughout the entire Slaughter Dragon City in a short period of time. Both of them were extremely talented. One was the son of a legendary figure, who had risen to prominence in the starfields of chaos and defeated the number 1 genius there. The other had fought his way out of a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. He was the number 1 genius in Slaughter Dragon City, and ranked first in the Hidden Dragon ranking. Ever since the news had spread that Long Chen was coming to the 5 great dragon cities, the two of them had been constantly compared. Long Chen's arrival was undoubtedly a huge blow to Jiang Ming's status. Long Qinglan was a legend. He was too frightening. That was why Long Chen had used 2 years to rise to prominence. It reminded people of Long Qinglan. Not many people in the 5 great dragon cities respected the eternal dragon emperor. They cursed him, so they naturally didn't have a good impression of his son. Long Chen was like everyone's enemy. He had come from afar, and to all the dragon martial artists, this was a challenge to their dignity. Kill Du and seek refuge with the spirit race. Kill Lin Ming, the Dark Reaper dragon. This was all Long Chen's doing. He had said that one day he would return to the dragon god domain. Today he had returned. Therefore, the 5 great dragon cities had long since agreed to give him a show of strength. The first place of the hidden dragon list was their show of strength to Long Chen. When the two disappeared together, Xueqi smiled. His smile became very gloomy as he murmured, 10,000 years of hatred. Back then, when we competed for the first place of that generation's hidden dragon list, the Eternal Dragon Emperor's #1 genius clashed with the Slaughter Dragon City's #1 genius, and I couldn't even take one move from him. At that time, he was already close to the 8 trigrams. Today, will my disciple avenge me? It was impossible for him not to care. Even though so many years had passed, the crushing defeat on that day was still a pain in his heart. He had been praised since he was young, but now he had personally witnessed the rise of a new star that surpassed him by 100 times. In front of him, no one dared to call themselves a genius. The Slaughter Dragon City was in an uproar. In fact, the moment Long Chen came, everyone had expected it. They had expected this battle to be settled a long time ago. When Long Chen came to the Blood Sea, he found that there were more than 100,000 dragon warriors hidden in the countless blood-colored clouds. They seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. At least half of the people from the Slaughter Dragon City were here. The other half were probably also top warriors. Even though they weren't here, they were definitely watching this battle, such as Xueqi and the 3 dragon emperors. Long Chen had thought it was just a small battle. He didn't expect it to cause such a stir. This warrior called Jiang Ming was known as the first place of the hidden dragon list, which meant that he was the #1 genius of the 5 dragon cities. Things were much bigger than he had expected. Jiang Ming stopped in front of him, hands behind his back, and turned to look at Long Chen. The blood sea was full of blood waves. Pale, decaying bones were swept up by the waves from time to time. This scene reminded Xueqi of the battle between him and Long Qinglan. It was also full of blood waves and bones. Around them, there were also more than 100,000 dragon warriors watching, perhaps even more. In this way, the outcome was not just about winning or losing, but also dignity. The loser would definitely lose his dignity. The only difference was that back then, Slaughter Dragon City and Eternal Dragon City had about the same number of people. But now, they were surrounded by Slaughter Dragon City and Jiang Ming supporters. Long Chen was like a single person challenging the dignity of all of Slaughter Dragon City. If he won, the Slaughter Dragon City would lose its dignity. If he lost, he would be like a stray dog with nowhere to hide. He would be laughed at and regret for the rest of his life. The blood waves were rolling, and the killing intent was everywhere. Long Chen looked indifferent as he looked around. In the endless blood mist, pairs of blood-red and majestic eyes were staring at him, giving him a huge pressure. He wasn't just fighting with Jiang Ming. These 100,000 people were all giving him pressure. This wasn't a fair battle at all. Jiang Ming was a violent and bloodthirsty person. 100,000 people were staring at him. In the Slaughter Dragon City, there were even more powerful warriors. The top warriors were all watching him. Once upon a time, Long Chen had imagined this scene. He had returned to the Dragon God domain alone to clear his father's name. There were 1,000,000 powerful warriors in front of him, suppressing him with all their might. But Long Chen was fearless. He still straightened his back and looked at all the enemies. He looked calm, but in reality, even his organs and bones were burning. This was his first battle since returning to the Dragon God domain, and it was also the most crucial one. From today onwards, the name of Long Chen would shake the world even more. He would break the eyes of all who stood in his way. No matter how many enemies there were or how many were in front of him, he would be fearless. Where his sword pointed, the world would be defeated. This time, he had returned to prove that he had returned. Chapter 2085. Bas. Under the watchful eyes of nearly 300,000 dragon warriors, Jiang Ming finally reached out with his hands behind his back. Those familiar with him knew that this was the time for him to unleash a terrifying massacre. He was a genius that Xueqi had raised since he was young, and had considerable potential to become a god. He was born to kill, and no warrior of his generation could compare to him in terms of combat. Buzz, buzz, buzz. There was a burst of noise all around. Before the battle began, they were talking about Long Chen. This is the son of the eternal dragon emperor? Why does it look like he's only in the one origin reincarnation realm? I heard that he's an unparalleled divine dragon, and the blood essence of Massacre Dragon City. It was the eternal dragon emperor who stole from us. This Long Chen is nothing to be proud of. He's just the son of a traitor, a scum, and a thief. Yeah, that's right. After stealing from our Slaughter Dragon City, he still wants to show off his might. He really overestimates himself. He even wants to join our Slaughter Dragon City. Does our Slaughter Dragon City need this kind of traitor and thief? Anyone with a discerning eye knows that our Slaughter Dragon City is just imprisoning him. This kid doesn't even know he's been imprisoned. He thinks he can soar after coming back. Does he think he has a noble status? The Eternal Dragon Emperor will go down in infamy, and he and Long Qinglan are jackals of the same tribe. He'll be played to death by us sooner or later. The disorderly mockery crawled into Long Chen's ears like ants. It was very annoying. If they were talking about himself, he wouldn't care. But they had to drag Long Qinglan into every conversation, humiliating and cursing him. This was practically challenging Long Chen's bottom line. If this had been 10 years ago, Long Chen would have fought them to the death. At this point, he knew how to make the other party yield. Only the victors had the right to swallow the words they had spoken. He had returned to the Dragon God domain to shut these people's mouths. He had come to clear Long Qinglan's name. Today was just the first step on this battlefield. Father, I'm back. From today onwards, I will fight to fulfill the vow I made to you. Long Chen responded calmly and didn't say anything else. He raised the god-slaying sword in his hand and there were 280 Dao patterns. It was almost heaven-defying and the power of the god-slaying sword increased greatly. This was all thanks to the Kunwu of chaos. The grey divine sword was filled with killing intent. Death, devouring, darkness, and corrosion. 4 kinds of darkness energy burst forth, forming a whirlwind around Long Chen. A Dao artifact is not bad, Jiang Ming said coldly. The surrounding dragon martial artists clamored for Jiang Ming. More than 100,000 dragon martial artists cheered for Jiang Ming. Let's begin. Beat this guy up. Let him know how powerful our Slaughter Dragon City is. Beat him so hard that even his father won't recognize him. A sound like the waves of the sea came crashing over. All right. Jiang Ming coldly snorted and clenched his fists. Instantly, the sea of blood around him caved in and surged outwards. In the blink of an eye, a rain of blood rained down on Long Chen. At this moment, Jiang Ming disappeared. It's starting. Everyone was extremely excited. Long Chen easily shook off the waves with Taisher divine power. His power was too majestic. Ever since the battle with Kunwu, he couldn't estimate how much stronger he had become. The god-slaying sword had improved, Taisher divine power, time storm, blood spirit stab, reincarnation power, the 14th sacrifice of the Tai Chi life-form dragon, and so on. When Xiao Chen turned his head back, he saw Jiang Ming bursting out of the Scarlet Sea like a bloody shadow amidst the cries of thousands of dragon martial artists. The scarlet sword in his hand emitted a soaring scarlet sword chi as it charged at Xiao Chen. Heaven's Demise Blood Sword. Boom. The blood-colored sword chi was condensed from the Slaughter Dao. Compared to Long Chen's, it was more condensed and sharper. The death chi within it was even stronger. Clearly, it had been tempered from countless corpses. It was a blood-red divine sword that vaguely resembled a dragon. It was slightly curved and covered in scales. There were a total of 350 Dao patterns on it. The Dao spirit was a complete dragon soul. As Jiang Ming brandished the Heaven's Demise blood sword, the 10 dragon souls danced around him. His aura was terrifying, and his killing intent soared into the sky. Ordinary opponents would probably faint from fear before they even started fighting. Long Chen used the slaughter sword art with the god-slaying sword to fend off his opponent with ease. The death sword principle has already created 100,000 corpses. Do you dare to try? Jiang Ming's cold voice came from all directions. Hearing the name 10,000 Death Sword Dao, Everyone's hearts trembled. Jiang Ming was indeed ruthless. As soon as he attacked, he had already used his most tyrannical means. With his ability to display the 10,000 Death Sword Dao, even a warrior in the late stage of the 5 elements Samsara Tribulation Realm would not be able to block it. The ancient blood prison dragon was an ultimate divine dragon. The Death Sword principle contained 10,000 ways of killing. It had boundless might. Every time he attacked, one person would definitely die. Jiang Ming sneered and charged forward. The power of reincarnation condensed in his sword. He released his sword Qi and in an instant, 10 divine dragons surged forward. The tyrannical blood-colored sword Qi sealed off all of Long Chen's escape routes. The ferocious murderous intent moved all the spectators. As expected of a genius who had killed his way out of a sea of blood and corpses. However, Long Chen frowned and said, "Your killing is killing for the sake of killing. This is the devil, not the way. Or should I say, you have long been on the wrong path." Jiang Ming was startled, and he immediately executed the 10,000 Death Sword Dao. The heavenly demise blood sword burst forth, and the consecutive sword moves clashed with Long Chen's massacring sword art. The attacks were fierce, and for a time, Long Chen was forced to retreat. Seeing Jiang Ming's ferocity, the crowd hurriedly cheered. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. In their eyes, Long Chen had become a pitiful worm. "Then tell me, what is your slaughter Dao?" Jiang Ming sneered. In fact, he was already secretly shocked. He knew how terrifying the Death Sword principle was. Under the sword there would be souls. He had already killed more than 100 times, but he still couldn't do anything to Long Chen. He knew that the number of Heaven's Demise blood sword Dao patterns was higher than Long Chen's god-slaying sword. Long Chen dealt with it calmly. He used the slaughter sword art quietly and used the simplest method to easily neutralize Jiang Ming's Death Sword principle. The blood-red sword Qi was violent, but it still couldn't break through Long Chen's impenetrable gray sword net. The two were in a stalemate. Long Chen had a rough idea of his opponent's strength. He said indifferently, "The so-called slaughter Dao isn't killing for the sake of killing. It is for protection, for dignity, and for resistance. You definitely don't understand all of this because you are just a killing machine." He saw the shadow of himself in Jiang Ming. Sinister, cunning, vile, brutal, and bloodthirsty. These were all the other sides of him. Long Chen also knew that if he had taken a wrong step back then, it was very likely that the current Jiang Ming would be another him. Luckily, Lingxi and Long Qinglan had let him understand the true meaning of slaughter. To protect Lingxi. To protect his father's dignity. These were things more precious than his life. Thinking of this, Long Chen didn't show any mercy. He felt that Long Qinglan was definitely watching him. In that case, he couldn't let him down today. For dignity he fought. At that moment, Long Chen's god-slaying sword seemed to come alive. It was originally defending, but it instantly turned into an attack. Under the drive of the Taisha divine power, the battlefield instantly underwent a shocking reversal. The Eternal Dragon Emperor's son can't hold on any longer. Haha. Most of the spectators were just about to laugh and mock him. In their eyes, Long Chen was just an idiot. But at that moment, the situation of the battle reversed. Jiang Ming was using the Death Sword principle to kill with all his might. This sudden change struck him like lightning. The most unbearable thing had happened. This is the massacring sword technique. Even though he was surrounded by people mocking him and insulting his father, Long Chen was still very calm. His blood was only burning in his heart. The massacring sword technique, after 300 swords, exploded. Gray sword Qi shot into the sky. Long Chen didn't retreat, but instead advanced like lightning. The gray sword Qi, with the support of the Taisha divine power, started a terrifying slaughter. Jiang Ming gritted his teeth and used the Death Sword principle to resist. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone was stunned. They had never thought that Long Chen would be so fierce. Under the waves of attacks from the massacring sword technique, Jiang Ming bitterly endured. The Death Sword principle was very terrifying, but at that moment, he was completely suppressed. He could only resist. Ugh. Jiang Ming was going crazy. He really couldn't understand. The power on Long Chen's body wasn't strong, but it was as terrifying as the power of gods. His power of reincarnation was actually defeated under the vibrations of his opponent's sword Qi. Especially Long Chen's massacring sword technique. It was like the waves of the sea, each wave stronger than the last. The power of each sword was increasing. Under Long Chen's cruel attacks, Jiang Ming quickly retreated. Long Chen chased after him. The battlefield between the two changed rapidly. Along the way, waves of blood rose to the sky. Sword chi surged, and the spectators all dodged. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The massacring sword technique instantly went from one level to over 1,000 swords. At that moment, it could only be described as terrifying. Although Jiang Ming was an ultimate divine dragon, his body was covered in sword marks. He looked battered and defeated. The first on the hidden dragon leaderboard was actually crushed by Long Chen. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. This couldn't be real. Jiang Ming also told himself so. But the blood flowing down from his head and entering his eyes reminded him that no matter how fierce his death swordsmanship was, it couldn't compare to Long Chen's massacring sword technique. Do you understand now? Even 10 of you wouldn't be a match for me. Long Chen smiled coldly. He chased Jiang Ming for tens of thousands of meters. Along the way, the blood-colored sword chi was defeated. This was a true genius. Jiang Ming screamed. He waved the Heaven Slayer blood sword in a frenzy. He fought back repeatedly, causing a huge commotion. Even the experts of the older generation were shocked by the scene. But he was still completely suppressed by Long Chen. 1,000 swords. The massacring sword technique reached 1,000 swords. That sword tore the sky and earth apart. It landed on the Heaven Slayer blood sword. Suddenly, the Heaven Slayer blood sword couldn't withstand the power of the God Slayer sword. In front of countless people, it shattered into pieces and shot out in all directions. At that moment, Jiang Ming's eyes were wide open. His eyes were burning with flames of anger. This was the biggest blow in his life. How is this possible? Chapter 2086. Reverse Kill. Long Chen had easily taken care of Jiang Ming. Although he had only destroyed his opponent's Dao artifact, it was clear who was stronger. Of course, the battle between dragon warriors wasn't that simple. What happened before was just a warm-up. However, Long Chen's casual display had already caused more than 100,000 dragon warriors to feel depressed from the bottom of their hearts. Jiang Ming was ranked first on the hidden dragon ranking. How could this Long Chen be so powerful? They could not accept it. Long Chen had only defeated Kunwu. How could he have the ability to deal with Jiang Ming? Could it be that he had improved to an even stronger level in a year? Just as the crowd started to tremble, Long Chen didn't hold back. It wasn't easy for him to catch an opponent. Long Chen wouldn't let him have it easy. Jiang Ming's heart was bleeding when he saw the Heavenly Slayer sword shatter. In fact, the little skeleton, who had just upgraded to 300 Dao patterns, was secretly laughing. You've completed your mission. Long Chen put away the god-slaying sword to prevent the other experts from noticing the increase in his Dao pattern. At this moment, Jiang Ming was looking at him with a venomous gaze. His first defeat had caused his killing intent to surge like never before. The ancient blood-caged dragon's bloodthirsty aura burst forth, causing the surrounding martial artists to tremble with fear as they hurriedly retreated. Jiang Ming was careless before. Now he has to deal with it seriously. This killing aura is really terrifying. A mighty super-mystical dragon, the ancient blood-caged dragon, how can it be defeated so easily? As they spoke, Jiang Ming gritted his teeth. His body was covered in blood-colored dragon scales. He stretched out a pair of sharp and brutal dragon claws like a war machine, sweeping up waves of blood as he attacked again. Long Chen, don't be too happy. The battle has just begun. Jiang Ming roared. All right, I'll use you as a practice target. Long Chen chuckled. He had long wanted to test the power of the Tai Chi spiritual dragon. Jiang Ming suddenly appeared before him. Lightning sacrifice. Purple lightning suddenly burst out of Long Chen's body, and his entire body transformed into a frightening thunder and lightning ball with a diameter of several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. Lightning shot out and electric snakes danced wildly. For a moment, even the blood sea below was filled with thunder and lightning. What? Jiang Ming had just charged over. Let's test his power. Long Chen used a single hand, and the huge lightning ball rapidly smashed towards Jiang Ming. Its speed was too fast, and it was too sudden. In an instant, it exploded in front of Jiang Ming's eyes, sending him flying. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his body was charred black. Clearly, he had already been injured by the explosion. This scene simply caused everyone to look at each other in dismay and speechlessness. Jiang Ming was the #1 of the hidden dragon rank. Everyone was afraid of him, but why was he like a toy in front of Long Chen? However, this was just the beginning. Long Chen wasn't done playing around. It was as if he had teleported and appeared above Jiang Ming. In an instant, he moved again. Sun sacrifice. Boom. This power was transmitted directly from the divine kingdom, which was why it was so fast and fierce. In Long Chen's hand was an explosive fireball with a diameter of dozens of meters. It was a small sun. No. Jiang Ming's eyes were wide open as he tried to escape. Long Chen didn't hold back. He waved his hand, and the sun-like fireball smashed into Jiang Ming's back, smashing him into the blood sea. At that moment, Jiang Ming screamed miserably and was instantly drowned by the blood sea. Long Chen stopped and stood with his hands behind his back. Hundreds of thousands of dragon warriors felt their mouths go dry. They raised their heads and looked at him in absolute silence. To be honest, Jiang Ming was indeed not bad. He was indeed a level stronger than the primordial Kunwu. However, Long Chen had long been invincible in the genius circle. If Jiang Ming was only at this level, even if there were 10 more of him, they wouldn't be his opponent. Everyone, the result of the battle is clear, right? You all know who won and who lost. Long Chen looked at the crowd and said loudly. This was the Slaughter Dragon City's display of power. He had never thought that in such a short period of time, it would become his display of power to the Slaughter Dragon City. Slaughter Sword Arts. 14th Sacrifice. He had instantly defeated Jiang Ming. In his hands, the Slaughter King who used to be extremely powerful became as pitiful as a clown. Long Chen. At this moment, the blood sea rumbled and the heavens and earth shook. A huge beast's aura spread out. Long Chen looked down and saw a huge dragon head charging up from the blood sea, biting towards him. It was the ancient blood-caged dragon. Long Chen had expected that he wouldn't lose so quickly. To be honest, although he had crushed his opponent, it would still take some effort to kill and injure him. Of course, Long Chen wasn't in a hurry. In his eyes, Jiang Ming was just a target to test his various strengths. Jiang Ming is back. He has transformed into a dragon. A battle between dragon warriors. A battle between mystical dragons. He might not lose. Yes, the ancient blood-caged dragon is indeed terrifying. The other hundreds of thousands of mystical dragons were looking for comfort again. They had lost too badly and could not accept such an outcome. If today's results were to spread, it would be a small matter if the hidden dragon rank's #1 was replaced, but the Slaughter Dragon City would lose face. Long Chen looked disdainfully at the divine dragons that were charging at him. This was a ferocious mystical dragon. The biggest difference between it and ordinary mystical dragons was that it had tens of thousands of bone spikes that were as sharp as swords. The bone spikes glowed with a bloody light. This was an ancient blood-caged dragon. The bone spikes on its body looked a little like a hedgehog, but much more terrifying. An intense murderous intent swarmed over and locked onto Long Chen. This was Jiang Ming's true strength. Can we finally have a good fight? It had been a long time since he had such an exciting and hot-blooded battle. Long Chen wanted to torture his opponent to death, so he didn't want it to end so quickly. The appearance of the ancient blood-caged dragon was like a savior to the Slaughter Dragon City. They clenched their fists, looking forward to Jiang Ming turning the tables in his strongest form. Long Chen didn't say much. In his ancient blood-caged dragon form, he looked down from above. In terms of ferocity, he wasn't even 1/10 of the ancient blood-caged dragon, but the majesty of a king was something the ancient blood-caged dragon couldn't compare to. In front of the ancient blood-caged dragon was like a clumsy clown. He wasn't convinced. He had killed everyone in the world, and there was no one he wasn't afraid of. Today, Long Chen had suppressed him with his noble bloodline. This made him extremely frustrated, and he turned to madness. At this moment, he caused the loudest noise, rushing out of the blood sea amidst the cheers of the crowd. He charged over with his sharp bone spikes. The mystical dragon swung its tail. Long Chen used the heaven-slaughtering blood sword with his immense physical strength, instantly whipping the ancient blood-caged dragon's bone spikes away. 100,000 blood souls. Jiang Ming roared in anger. Each of the bone spikes on his body condensed a drop of blood. There were shadows of souls in the blood droplets. They were all geniuses he had killed. Ever since he was young, he had collected 100,000 blood souls, which he was proud of. All geniuses in the world were afraid of Jiang Ming's 100,000 blood souls. The blood droplets surged out, forming 100,000 blood armor warriors of all shapes and sizes, but they were all geniuses. As the ancient blood-caged dragon cast the 100,000 blood souls, they charged towards Long Chen. Everyone had high hopes for these 100,000 blood souls. They could definitely defeat Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. The number one of the hidden dragon ranking, the number one genius of the human race, was just like this. He cast the 3 million blood-weeping dragon souls, and with one sweep, the 100,000 blood souls were all devoured. Rest in peace. Those souls had been imprisoned, and Long Chen could be considered to have freed them. How is this possible? Jiang Ming roared. He was going crazy. Only now did he truly realize how terrifying Long Chen was, and how weak he was. But he shouldn't have been crushed to this extent, right? The faces of the hundreds of thousands of people from the Slaughter Dragon City darkened. They were shocked again and again, and were about to go crazy. No! The ancient blood-caged dragon couldn't help but roar. He was a crazy person and he did crazy things. At this time, his dragon body turned, and a large amount of reincarnation power spewed out, condensing around him, forming a blood-colored tornado that spun wildly on the blood sea. This was not a gale, but the aura of death. Blood-caged beings. The tornado swept past, forming a vast blood sea. During the Divine Dragon era, the ancient blood-caged dragon used this blood-caged beings to imprison living beings and convert them into his own power. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The scene was incomparably vast. The blood sea raged and swept towards the surroundings. Everyone had to retreat again and again, looking at the blood-caged dragon in shock. Jiang Ming is going crazy. Yeah, every move is easily countered by Long Chen. Is Long Chen toying with him? Actually, they guessed correctly. Long Chen was trying to intimidate them. The meaning of this battle was not as simple as defeating Jiang Ming. Defeating Jiang Ming was easy, but what he wanted was to intimidate everyone. He wanted the entire Slaughter Dragon City to revere him. Therefore he had to display his strength. Now, even if Jiang Ming had to sacrifice his life, he would still be easily crushed by him. Just like the blood-caged beings swept over. Everyone knew how powerful the blood-caged beings were, and they wanted to defeat Long Chen even more. Long Chen was in the middle of the storm, and Jiang Ming's heavy breathing could be heard all around him. He closed his eyes and reached out, grabbing the pulse of time. Time storm. With a gentle tug, it grew from small to large, and the surrounding time formed a storm, causing terrifying destruction. All the time in this space was being tugged, and a storm swept over the river of time. Buzz! An indescribable destructive force swept across Jiang Ming's body. The blood prison quickly crumbled and turned into ashes. It dissipated before it could even attack. As for the ancient blood prison dragon, it let out a blood-curdling screech as the bone spurs and dragon scales all over its body exploded. Fresh blood spurted out as its huge body crashed into the sea of blood and was submerged by it. At that moment, Long Chen looked over with his blood-red eyes. The hundreds of thousands of people around him stared at him, dumbfounded and silent. At that moment, Long Chen looked down on the world. That was his majesty, his glory. Reality proved that Jiang Ming couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. Everyone looked at each other, and then at the blood sea below. They were defeated so miserably, and the Slaughter Dragon City's reputation was going to be ruined. But at that moment, the blood sea below started churning again. At that moment, Xueqi appeared above the blood sea and said in shock, "Jiang Ming, don't use burning blood sacrifice." But it was too late. From the depths of the blood sea, Jiang Ming's desperate roar could be heard. Chapter 2087. Burning Blood Sacrifice to Heaven. Hearing this, Long Chen thought of the burning blood sacrifice in the past. This was a method to increase one's cultivation at a high price. It was too damaging to one's foundation, so Long Chen had already eliminated it. When everyone heard the words burning blood sacrifice to heaven, they were shocked to the point of becoming even more agitated. Originally, it was just a simple battle, but now it had risen to the level of killing Dragon City's honor. Facing Long Chen, everyone felt powerless. At this moment, they had to admit that Jiang Ming was no match for him. However, if Jiang Ming used burning blood sacrifice to heaven, it would be different. Even Xueqi couldn't help but come out from the shadows. It was clear how heavy this burning blood sacrifice to the heavens was, but Jiang Ming still used it without hesitation. His viciousness and unwillingness to admit defeat were no less than Long Chen's. Buzz! The entire blood sea below was burning. Even if he died, he wouldn't let Long Chen have it so easy. From the beginning of the battle, Long Chen had been so relaxed. This was a blow to his dignity. A man couldn't have no dignity. Thus, as if he had gone mad, he had used the burning blood sacrifice to the heavens. He had used this ultimate technique to teach Long Chen a painful lesson. When burning blood sacrifice to heaven was used, most warriors hurriedly retreated to avoid being accidentally injured by Jiang Ming. Their faces were filled with horror, and at the same time, they glared at Long Chen. Let's see how arrogant you can be. Once burning blood sacrifice to heaven is used, no matter how strong you are, you will have to kneel in front of Jiang Ming. This Long Chen is indeed not bad, but he is too arrogant. Does he really think that the people of Slaughter Dragon City will lose to him? Jiang Ming has experienced hundreds of thousands of battles since he was young. He has slaughtered all geniuses and has never been defeated. Even if he loses today, he will only make his opponent more miserable. Those people were full of anticipation as they retreated. They wanted to see Long Chen lose and be more miserable than Jiang Ming. At this moment, looking at the burning blood sea below, Long Chen didn't panic and said to Xueqi, "Senior, please step aside." Xueqi was stunned. Long Chen wasn't afraid at all. "You don't know the might of burning blood heaven sacrificial. He fought you at the price of retreating one level. It will take him at least 100 years to recover his combat strength at the 5-element Samsara Tribulation Realm." Xueqi said coldly. "It's fine. Get out of the way," he said indifferently. Since he, Long Chen, had come all the way here, there was no reason for him to retreat. He had been fighting for so many years just for this moment. No matter how strong the other party was, it would not be easy for him, Long Chen, to retreat. Besides, the thing that the other party was using right now was something that Long Chen had played with before. Xueqi narrowed his eyes at Long Chen's words. He smiled and said, "You're really something. Come at me if you're not afraid of death." Of course, Long Chen was not afraid of death. What he wanted was for Jiang Ming to pay the price. Jiang Ming had fought against him for 100 years, but he had still been crushed by him. Only then would he be able to show how big the gap between them was. Boom. Below, the ancient blood prison dragon's body burned with blood-colored flames. Its aura and strength rose exponentially. Although it could only be maintained for a short time, it was enough for the ferocious Jiang Ming. Roar! The ancient blood prison dragon roared. Under the bombardment of his voice, half of the sea of blood surged over, almost drowning Long Chen. Long Chen could see the viciousness in his eyes. It was a look that only appeared when hatred was extreme. At this moment, he had long since wanted to kill Long Chen. "Go to hell," Yi Zichen said. He roared again and again. Under the burning blood heaven sacrificial, his cultivation expanded infinitely. Even his dragon scales grew because of the surging power. At this moment, everyone was moved by Lin Fan's strength. Jiang Ming was such a terrifying person. He only knew how to kill, not how to be defeated. Blood prison for all lives, sea of life. Boom. All the power gathered at one point and poured out in torrents. Jiang Ming released all the power he had obtained from the burning blood heaven sacrificial. Not a single bit was left. All the power formed the sea of life. This was a mystic art that was even stronger than the blood prison for all lives. It belonged to the ancient blood prison dragon. Long Chen suddenly realized that he was imprisoned in a blood-colored world. It was a rolling ball of blood that was tens of thousands of meters in diameter. It was formed by Jiang Ming's power and it surrounded Long Chen. This time, Long Chen is finished. The sea of life is shrinking and he will be squeezed into a single point. As that person spoke, the sea of blood of all living beings squirmed like worms before shrinking. Long Chen, who was trapped within the sea of blood of all living beings, felt a destructive pressure. This move was truly terrifying. Ordinary people would not be able to break through the sea of blood of all living beings. If they were unable to break through it within a short period of time, they would be crushed into meat paste. Hua! Seeing that Long Chen was surrounded, everyone was in an uproar. The dignity that the Massacre Dragon City had lost was finally restored. Rumble! The sea of life was still shrinking. In the entire Slaughter Dragon City, all the experts were watching this battle. Do you think that son of Long Qinglan can break the sea of life? Difficult, difficult, difficult. After all, Jiang Ming has used the burning blood heaven sacrificial. This was the conversation of the 3 dragon emperors in the void. Xueqi narrowed his eyes. Of course, he couldn't let Jiang Ming kill Long Chen. Therefore, he was waiting for the last moment to save Long Chen. If Long Chen transformed into a human, he could still hold on for a while. Therefore, Xueqi wasn't in a hurry. Xueqi couldn't help but look at his disciple. He had transformed into a human and fell from the sky with a pale face. It seemed that he was on his last breath and not far from death. He would need at least 100 years to recover. After 100 years, the other geniuses of Dragon City would be able to surpass him. Rest well, Xueqi said. No, Master, I want to see him lose. Jiang Ming said, gritting his teeth. Soon, Xueqi said confidently. Everyone in the massacred Dragon City cheered. Their previous grievances and gloom were swept away. The terrifying sea of life had shrunk to the point where it could squeeze Long Chen's divine dragon body. The entire massacred Dragon City heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they hadn't lost. In fact, Long Chen did feel the pressure in the sea of life. His opponent had used the power of an entire level to form this move. Most 6 paths of reincarnation warriors probably couldn't break it. But he was Long Chen. What he wanted was this kind of crushing. He had long since sworn that one day, he would make the 5 major dragon cities look at him differently. Today was only the first battle. He wanted to win this battle with the most magnificent ending. Blood Spirit Spike. At that moment, all his emotions gathered on the Blood Spirit Spike. In Long Chen's heart, there were too many frustrations, persistence, anger, and hatred. He seemed to be calm, but in fact, he wanted to solve all his problems with slaughter. He said it for the glory of his father's generation. The divine dragon spun and transformed into a piercing blood spirit thrust. This was the sharpest move in the world. When the sea of blood of all beings shrank infinitely and was about to crush Long Chen, the blood spirit thrust shot out again. It flashed with the most malevolent bloody light in the world and stabbed into the sea of blood of all beings. Swoosh! Penetrate! Long Chen turned back into his human form and stood proudly between heaven and earth. Behind him, the sea of life was like a deflated balloon, turning into drops of blood and sprinkling in the endless sea of life. This sudden scene froze everyone's excited expressions. At that moment, there was no other sound except the roar of the blood waves. A deathly silence ensued. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief as they looked at Long Chen. Miracle! The 3 dragon emperors looked at each other and shook their heads with a wry smile. They had witnessed Long Qinglan's rise, but today, they found that this young figure was so similar to the eternal dragon emperor. It was hard to doubt whether he was Long Qinglan's son or not. They were both shockingly talented, and both looked down on the world. No one in the same generation could match them. Xueqi hugged his disciple. He didn't know how to describe Long Chen. Although Jiang Ming had been defeated, Long Chen seemed to have slapped everyone in the face. Everyone felt a burning pain on their faces. Jiang Ming looked at the unharmed figure high in the sky. At that moment, he finally understood that this person was someone he couldn't defeat even if he died. For the first time in countless years, his heart was filled with such terrible fear and helplessness. Although Long Chen had only defeated him once, it had dealt him a blow more terrible than death. Long Chen had long known that Jiang Ming's slaughter path was wrong. Everything that happened today was his own fault. As for the others in Slaughter City, they could only watch in silence as Long Chen. From this day on, this young man's calm figure would be firmly engraved in their minds. This was the effect Long Chen wanted. His heart was burning with passion. Coming to the Dragon God domain, he had finally achieved some of his wishes. Those who had looked down on him in the past should believe him now, right? Although he was only a young junior, he still dared to look down on the crowd. At this moment, he looked at the 300,000 experts of Slaughter City and said in a low voice, "Everyone, today's battle has ended. The victor has been decided. I believe everyone remembers me. That's right, I am Long Chen, the son of the eternal dragon emperor you all speak of. I once did harm to the Dragon God domain, including killing Du and Lin Ming, but that was all personal. It has nothing to do with me or any betrayal of the human race." He took a deep breath and said, "I've returned to the Dragon God domain for one thing only, and that is to clear my father's name of injustice. Even though I don't have the ability or evidence to tell you the truth of history, I will do my best. I have never seen any of you as my enemies. I, Long Chen, have only come from my father's reputation. I have a clear conscience, and from today onwards, I will work hard for my goal." His words had a huge impact on the crowd. Clear Long Qinglan's name. The Eternal Dragon Emperor. And his name. Everyone looked at Long Chen in disbelief. Long Chen knew that what he was about to do was inconceivable to them. Chapter 2088. What injustice! He betrayed the human race, led the devils, and tried to kill all living beings for his own use. He even wanted to destroy the ancient gods' battlefield and killed many seniors of the human race. How can this be called injustice? When everyone recovered from the shock brought by Long Chen, they really admired Long Chen in their hearts and admitted that he was invincible among his peers. However, they couldn't agree with the statement that the Eternal Dragon Emperor was being wronged. It's ridiculous. He did such a disgraceful thing. Everyone in the world saw it clearly. How can this be injustice? Do you think our ancestors were blind? The crowd surrounded Long Chen and pointed at him as they spoke. Long Chen swept his gaze across the faces that were filled with disdain at the mention of Long Qinglan. His heart was filled with anger and unwillingness. He believed that Long Qinglan was definitely fighting for a certain situation, and it was very likely that he was fighting for everyone. However, he was misunderstood, and was even rejected and insulted by his own people. This was not worth it. If Long Chen was alone, he wouldn't care about this. But Long Qinglan couldn't. This was his hometown, the place where he rose. He had a deep love for this world, so he was unwilling to die in the midst of insults. Long Chen was clear in his heart that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. Looking at the countless faces that confronted him, they cursed and ridiculed him. Long Chen swore in his heart that one day he would make the entire Dragon God domain change their views and repent for their sins. This was his purpose in coming to Dragon City. Jiang Ming had been defeated. Hundreds of thousands of dragon warriors surrounded Long Chen and scolded Long Chen. They said that Long Chen was wishful thinking. It was best to cut off the path of Long Qinglan. Otherwise, he would follow the path of Long Qinglan and be despised by the world. Long Chen turned and left. This is too outrageous. This kind of person tried to distort the truth of history. If he becomes a super expert, it will definitely have a bad impact on our human race. Even if another Long Qinglan appears, our human race can't bear such a blow. That's right. I don't know what the higher-ups of the 5 dragon cities are thinking. I think they should just kill him. That won't do. If he didn't commit a big mistake, it would be too much to just kill him. After all, there are still dragon warriors from the Dragon Emperor Star following him. I think the Dragon Emperor Star is very smart. They know to put Long Chen under house arrest. As long as he can't leave the Slaughter Dragon City, everything is still under the control of the Dragon Emperor. He can't go anywhere. Everyone burst into laughter. So what if you have heaven-defying talent? You're still a prisoner of my Dragon City. Red Dragon Palace. This was the place that Xueqi had arranged for Long Chen. The Red Dragon Palace was very big, and there was no one living in a large area around it. It was very empty, and only Long Chen was here alone. Because of his battle with Jiang Ming, the outside world had practically turned upside down. With the help of the Star Talisman, the entire Dragon God realm now knew that Long Chen had easily defeated the number 1 ranked on the Hidden Dragon ranking. The details of this battle were also spread out. From the 1,000 Death Sword Dao, 100,000 Blood Souls, Blood Prison, Blood Sacrifice to the Heavens, and Sentient Blood Sea, every move that Jiang Ming made was easily countered by Long Chen. In the end, even at the cost of a realm's worth of strength, Long Chen didn't suffer the slightest injury. Although there weren't many people in the Dragon God realm who liked Long Chen, this didn't deny that he was the true number 1 ranked on the Hidden Dragon ranking, the world's number 1 genius, invincible among his peers, and even the myriad races' genius world. Such ability made people think of Long Qinglan in the past. The two of them were shockingly similar. When Long Qinglan rose to prominence, he wasn't even as young as Long Chen. His title as a genius had indeed received the recognition of the human race and even the myriad races, earning him incomparable admiration. For example, the former Martial God Ancient City, Tai Yi Divine City, and Imperial June Divine City, these forces that Long Chen had once fought against, needless to say how much disbelief they felt in their hearts. Even when this news spread to the Spirit God realm and Demon God realm, it caused a huge commotion. One had to know that when Long Chen was in the Spirit God realm, he wasn't so strong. Especially those women from Goddess Xian. These days, they had also contacted Long Chen, asking him to visit them sometimes. They would definitely repay him with their bodies or something like that. Although his strength was recognized, his words about Long Chen's innocence had directly become the laughingstock of the entire Dragon God realm. In the eyes of others, this was simply an idiot. Therefore, every time someone said that Long Chen was terrifying, another person would stand up and use this matter to show his stupidity. Long Chen couldn't ignore all of this, but he was far more indifferent than before. In the entire Dragon God realm, there were really many people who wanted to kill him secretly. For example, the experts of Imperial June Divine City. Imperial June Divine City was only weaker than the 5 great dragon cities and was the leader of the 72 ancient cities of the divine descendants. There were probably figures of the 8 trigrams reincarnation cycle among them. That level was the pinnacle of the world, so Long Chen naturally couldn't deal with them. He cultivated in peace in Red Dragon Palace. Every day, he would contact Lingxi through the Star Talisman. Only then would he not be lonely. Chen, when are you going to investigate the battlefield of the gods? Lingxi floated above Star Dragon Star's Starlight Lake. Long Chen thought for a moment and said, "Not now. Many people outside are eyeing me covetously. Slaughter Dragon City is my temporary shelter. Let's wait for a year before you come." Hearing this, Lingxi was relieved and said, "Chen, don't worry. This time, I can definitely be of great help. I feel that I'm already breaking through to the 4 symbols reincarnation tribulation realm. The help of the Star Core is really great. Also, my bloodline is growing rapidly." Are you confident about the reincarnation tribulation? This was what Long Chen was most worried about. Don't worry, it's a piece of cake. Lingxi smiled sweetly. This feeling of being cared for was wonderful. After a short separation, the daily missing was like ants on her body, making her itch, but their relationship had warmed up. "Chen, I won't disturb you anymore. I'll also work hard to fuse with the Star Core." After saying this, Lingxi happily busied herself with her work. Long Chen also spent a lot of time cultivating every day. Strength was the only way for him to advance. Any rule was in the hands of the strong. Only with strength would one have the right to speak. If Long Chen was a super expert, then any word he said would not be a joke. Late at night, bloody mist pervaded Slaughter Dragon City. This environment was very gloomy. Long Chen advanced in the direction of reincarnation in the empty Red Dragon Palace. He had to reach the late stage of the First Origin Tribulation before he could break through to the 2 Elements Tribulation. At this moment, he thought of Li Xuanji. Li Xuanji was in the Dark Divine City of the Dragon God domain. Long Chen learned that the Dark Divine City was the closest ancient city to Slaughter Dragon City. He connected to Li Xuanji with the Star Talisman. The other party's peerless face appeared on the Star Talisman. She looked a little happy and smiled at Long Chen. Her heart was filled with satisfaction. It seemed that every time she was waiting for Long Chen to find her, she would never take the initiative. "I'm in the Dragon God domain. I'm in Slaughter Dragon City," Long Chen said softly. "I know. I heard about you in Slaughter Dragon City." Li Xuanji's eyes flashed with tears. "What's wrong?" Long Chen saw that her mood was a little off. Even if she was happy, it seemed a little overboard. Li Xuanji shook her head. "Nothing. I just wanted to see you." "Oh." Long Chen thought about it. He was under house arrest in Slaughter Dragon City. He did need to challenge and see if the 3 Dragon Emperor had this intention. Thinking of this, he was about to say yes to Li Xuanji, but suddenly felt that something was wrong. Li Xuanji looked a little strange. Long Chen said in a low voice, "Don't hide it from me. Did something happen?" He knew her, so he knew what she was thinking. She was silent for a moment, then said, "I feel that some people in the Dark Divine City seem to know that I'm hiding the ancient god corpse. These days, some people seem to be unfriendly to me. The Dark Divine City Lord hasn't shown himself in the past year. He should be in seclusion. I can't find him." The value of the ancient god corpse was about the same as Immortal Lord Realm techniques and God's Grace spiritual fluid. Immortal Lord Realm techniques were something that even Ling Huang wanted. The ancient god corpse had some legends in the Eternal God domain, so it shouldn't be hard to know its value. Once it was leaked, and Li Xuanji's protector was in seclusion, those crazy people who wanted to become stronger might really make a move. Long Chen had warned Li Xuanji before, But some things couldn't be hidden no matter how careful they were. This wasn't her fault. In the eternal god domain, besides the dark divine city lord, the only person she could rely on was Long Chen. So when she knew that Long Chen had come to slaughter Dragon City, she could only ask for help. But she didn't want to trouble Long Chen. If Long Chen hadn't seen through her thoughts, she wouldn't have said it. Long Chen's eyes narrowed. Can you hold on for a few days? Li Xuanji nodded. Should be. Then wait for me. After saying these 3 simple words, Long Chen put away the talisman and went to find Xueqi to him. Even if Li Xuanji didn't have a close relationship with Lingxi, she was still a friend who went through life and death with him. When she was in trouble, Long Chen naturally couldn't stand aside. If it was Xiao Lang or Kitten, he wouldn't be able to sit still. He only had these few friends in the eternal god domain. Li Xuanji usually wouldn't trouble him. Clearly, the situation was quite serious. After finding Xueqi, Long Chen went straight to the point. I'm going out. Xueqi was startled. You just came to slaughter Dragon City. Why are you going out? It's best if you don't go out. It's not suitable for you to leave Slaughter Dragon City for at least 10 years. In the outside world, there are many people who want to kill you. Long Chen said, I have an urgent matter. I have to go to Dark Divine City. Slaughter Dragon City shouldn't have a rule that disciples can't go out. Is it really imprisoning me to join Slaughter Dragon City, Senior Xueqi? Chapter 2089. Inside the Slaughter Dragon City's central hall. Blood mist pervaded the air above the 3 thrones. The 3 dragon emperors were in a discussion. One said, what kind of supreme dragon blood essence did Long Qinglan take from us? Judging from the boy's dragon form, he doesn't seem to be one of the 3 syndicate dragons we know of. I don't understand. That guy has always been mysterious. We can't even guess whether he's dead or alive. He's already reached a heaven-defying level. Then what should we do with the boy? If Long Qinglan is still plotting, then the boy must be a crucial step. Is it really a good idea to bring the boy here? No need to think too much. Let's just wait and see. Long Chen has too many secrets, and they're all covered up. Even we can't see through them. Once time passes, everything will come to light. They were silent for a moment. Then, another Dragon Emperor said with a smile, those from the devouring Dragon City seem to care about the boy. They've come many times to ask about him. Do they want revenge? That's right. Many of them died at Long Qinglan's hands. Even their second Dragon Emperor died in battle. Don't worry about them. Just do your own thing. As for what to do with Long Chen, let him guard the celestial blood hell for now. Let him guard there. If he can't come out all year round, won't that be no different from imprisonment? Aren't we putting him under house arrest? At this point, the 3 Dragon Emperors laughed. Just then, they found it strange that Xueqi had come with Long Chen. Xueqi didn't come in. Long Chen looked up. The 3 strange blood mist were still floating above the thrones, extremely ethereal and difficult to see. These were terrifying figures from countless years ago, rulers of the dragon god realm. Long Chen was in awe. He bowed his head and said, Disciple Long Chen greets the 3 Dragon Emperors. After saying that, he went straight to the point and said, The 3 of you, I would like to go out for a while and head to the Dark Deity City to take care of some private matters. After I'm done, I will return immediately. There is indeed an urgent matter, and I hope that the 3 of you can allow it. Originally, if it was an ordinary disciple, there would be utterly no need to seek permission from the 3 Dragon Emperors when entering and leaving Slaughter City, but Long Chen's identity was special, so he had the qualifications to come here. The 3 Dragon Emperors had asked Long Chen to be the guard of the Sky Blood Hell. They didn't expect him to want to go out. They were silent at first. Finally, one of the Dragon Emperors said, You can't leave the Slaughter Dragon City, or else your life and death will have nothing to do with us. Long Chen naturally understood that there were many people outside who wanted to find trouble with him. However, he had nothing to be afraid of, so he said, I understand. I will return as soon as possible. I hope the 3 of you can agree. Long Chen will never forget this. Hearing the words never forget, the 3 Dragon Emperors were indeed a bit shocked. Of course, they understood that with Long Chen's talent, if he didn't die prematurely, he would probably become another Long Qinglan in 100 or even 1,000 years. It seemed that his mind was not a big problem for the moment. If he could really serve the human tribe, befriending him would bring great help to the Slaughter Dragon City, although Long Chen was obviously still inconspicuous. Are you sure that I will only give you one chance to go out in 10 years? Are you sure it will be this one time? One of the Eternal Dragon Emperors said. His method was very clever. First, he would make Long Chen feel grateful, and then as the price, he would imprison Long Chen for 10 years. Long Chen couldn't object anymore. Even if it would be dozens of years, he had to agree first. After all, Li Xuanji was in a critical situation, and he still had a lot of time. He didn't need to be afraid of 10 years. Therefore he didn't hesitate too much, and said directly, I agree. Hearing this, the 3 Dragon Emperors agreed to his request. Go out. I will give you 10 days. When the time is up and you haven't come back, Xueqi will personally bring you back. Long Chen was very happy. He hurriedly thanked them. Thank you, 3 Dragon Emperors. Long Chen will never forget it. With that, he excused himself. Of course, he knew what they were thinking. As long as they didn't dare to kill him, they would be afraid of him. That was all because of his talent, and because they weren't sure whether Long Qinglan was dead or alive. Therefore, Long Chen also had the ability to fight against them. Therefore, he prepared to leave the Slaughter Dragon City immediately. From the conversation with the 3 Dragon Emperors, Long Chen felt their conflicted attitude towards him. For them, he was indeed a big trouble. They didn't dare to kill him, because they were worried that Long Qinglan wasn't really dead. However, if they didn't kill him, one day, he would grow to the point where he couldn't be controlled like Long Qinglan. Therefore they were worried that that would happen. Therefore, they didn't want to completely become enemies with Long Chen. Among the 5 dragon cities, the Life Dragon City and the Fortune Dragon City didn't say anything. The Devouring Dragon City was firm. The Eternal Long Chen was the closest to Long Chen, but he was indifferent. The Slaughter Dragon City could only be a bit closer to Long Chen, just in case. That was also the reason why the 3 Dragon Emperors brought the hot potato, Long Chen, back to the Slaughter Dragon City. In exchange for Long Chen staying in the Slaughter Dragon City for 10 years, the 5 dragon cities would know whether Long Qinglan was dead or alive. Therefore, it was a good deal for the 3 Dragon Emperors. Long Chen left the Slaughter Dragon City alone. His appearance in the Slaughter Dragon City attracted a lot of people's attention. On one hand, Long Chen was very powerful. On the other hand, he had ridiculous words. Suddenly, he became the focus of everyone's discussion. Where does he want to go? I don't know. Seems like he wants to leave the Slaughter Dragon City. He really doesn't know. He is already under house arrest. He wants to go out. How ridiculous. Let's go. Let's follow him. Let's see him being chased back by the Blood Dragon army. Along the way, many dragon warriors were waiting to see a good show. Soon, Long Chen rushed out of the Slaughter Dragon City. There were thousands of Blood Dragon army patrolling outside. When they saw Long Chen, at least dozens of divine dragons surrounded him. Long Chen, you can't leave the Slaughter Dragon City. A huge divine dragon rushed to Long Chen, its eyes flickering with ghostly flames. It was the ghostly Shadow Blood Kill Dragon. Long Chen raised his head and said, I have the permission of the 3 Dragon Emperors. Thousands of divine dragons roared with laughter. Long Chen was indulging in the wildest fantasies. The 3 Dragon Emperors had imprisoned him here. How could they let him leave? At this moment, Xueqi appeared in the sky. Commander. The Blood Dragon army took human form and half knelt on the ground. Let him out. Xueqi said casually and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at each other. By this time, Long Chen had already passed them and disappeared into the Blood Sea. He didn't have time to waste here. He didn't know if Li Xuanji could hold out until he arrived. Anyone would be tempted by something as heaven-defying as the corpse of an ancient god. Long Chen had obtained the location of the Darkness God City from the map he had obtained before. With his speed, it would take him 3 days to get there in a straight line. Long Chen rushed out of the Blood Sea around the Slaughter Dragon City and came to a vast land filled with wild beasts. Long Chen turned into a blood-colored beam of light that shot through the sky like a shooting star. With his current strength, he would be a top expert anywhere in the Eternal God domain. I'm out of the Slaughter Dragon City. It will take me 2 days to get there, Long Chen said to Li Xuanji through a star talisman. Inside the star talisman, the stunning beauty seemed a little haggard. Her silent eyes revealed warmth and expectation as she said softly, Be careful. When you arrive, I will go out to pick you up. All right. By the way, can you hold out for 2 days? Asked Long Chen. Li Xuanji felt a sense of warmth in her heart when she saw how much he cared for her. Her lips curved slightly, revealing a smile. The young master of the Darkness Divine City, Yi Liuxiang, hasn't returned yet. It'll probably take him 3 days to get here. He's the one in charge, so even if he hasn't returned, he probably won't do anything to me. He'll just restrict my freedom. She trusted Long Chen more than anything. Yi Liuxiang was the son of the Darkness God City's lord, equivalent to Su Zhen's big brother, Su Shang. However, the Darkness God City was a bit stronger. How strong is Yi Liuxiang? Asked Long Chen. Early 6 Daos of reincarnation, replied Li Xuanji. She knew how strong Long Chen was, which was why she'd asked for his help. If the Darkness God City's people were too strong, she wouldn't let Long Chen take such a risk. 6 Daos of reincarnation. Back then, even the War God City had been a colossal existence in Long Chen's eyes. But now, there didn't seem to be many people who could do anything to him in the Darkness God City, the #1 divine city in the north. Long Chen couldn't help but sneer. He sped up and shot towards the Darkness God City. Let's not talk about it for now. Li Xuanji put away the star talisman. She stood in the middle of a wide black courtyard, surrounded by a stretch of pure black willow trees. The long black branches were like demonic claws. Little sister Xuanji. Just as Li Xuanji put away the star talisman, a tall and thin man with a slightly pale face walked towards her. He quickly stopped in front of Li Xuanji and squeezed out a smile. Little sister Xuanji, I've been looking for you for a long time. I didn't think you'd be at the Willow Garden. Are you here to relax? Right. Did you like the scattered fireworks I gave you last time? Li Xuanji knitted her eyebrows. She didn't like this man in front of her very much. She said, Yi Zhongfeng, I've returned all the things you've given me to your mother. What? Yi Zhongfeng gritted his teeth and said, My mother didn't tell me. Anyway, little sister Xuanji, why didn't you accept my gifts? You know, I've put a lot of effort into each gift. I've made them for you wholeheartedly. I've spent so much effort in the past 2 years just to make you happy. Grandpa used to say that he wanted to betroth you to me. Enough. Li Xuanji took 2 steps back and said with a cold voice, I've rejected him. The city master didn't mention it again. Besides, I've already told you that you don't need to waste your time. I don't like you, and I won't be with you. Yi Zhongfeng, I've told you for 2 years. Why don't you understand? Ah! Chapter 2090. It wasn't that Li Xuanji didn't want to be polite to him. Yi Zhongfeng was a famous lover. He was timid since he was a child, but he was always spoiled. Although he looked pitiful, he was actually very gloomy and dangerous. Li Xuanji had tried to get rid of him for 2 years, but she still couldn't get rid of him. Perhaps he really liked her, but it was more like he wanted to possess her. Li Xuanji hated this kind of feeling. She couldn't stand that a man was crying in front of her. Get lost. She forcefully pulled his hands away and took a few steps back. Shenjimimi. Yi Zhongfeng stood up with tears in his eyes and said, Why are you so cruel? I have done so much for you in the past 2 years, which I couldn't have done before, but you still don't want to. Li Xuanji couldn't understand what he had done. In fact, he had just given her some flowers and grass. It seemed to be romantic, but she didn't care about it at all. To her, the real sacrifice was like someone else's, which was to fight with his life. Compared to him, Yi Zhongfeng was just a pampered young master. She didn't want to offend this man because he was one of Yi Lu Cheng's sons. Although he was a good-for-nothing, he was more spoiled than his brothers and sisters. She then said, Yi Zhongfeng, it's not that I don't want to accept you. I don't want to be with any man for the rest of my life. No matter who it is, I won't think about it for at least 1,000 years. My only task is to cultivate. Please don't bother me anymore. She had already said it in a euphemistic way. Hearing this, Yi Zhongfeng felt a little better. He wiped his tears and said, All right, I will wait for you for 1,000 years. Li Xuanji couldn't help but feel speechless. However, she didn't want to say anything more. To this kind of powerful disciple, liking someone was just a matter of time. After this period, he would lose interest. You go first, said Li Xuanji. Good, good. One day, I will touch your heart. Yi Zhongfeng happily left. After he left, Li Xuanji let out a sigh of relief. She looked at her reflection in the pool beside her, and her expression was still cold. She couldn't help but reach out to hold her face, and for a moment, she felt a little lost. Sometimes, she would want someone to accompany her, but most of the time, she preferred to be alone. Just like how she liked the darkness. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a beautiful woman standing behind a black willow tree. When she saw that Li Xuanji had noticed her, she snorted coldly and walked over. This woman was one of the young city lords of the Darkness God City. She was the one who led the team from the Darkness God City to the battlefield of the gods. Her name was Yi Yunshu. Although the other party was a young city lord, Li Xuanji's status was not lower than hers. Li Xuanji was a little saint, and her status was even higher than one of the young city lords. Eavesdropping? What are your intentions? Li Xuanji really disliked this woman. She frowned, her black eyes gazing at Yi Yunshu. Haha, I'm just passing by and happened to see Zhang Feng and you talking about love here. What's there to be nervous about? Yi Yunshu giggled. She walked closer to Li Xuanji. The breeze blew, and her long black hair fluttered. Under the moonlight, her smooth forehead and snow-white skin looked like they had been sprinkled with a layer of silver powder, emitting a sparkling light. Li Xuanji was a little angry. There's no love talk. I've already rejected him. He won't look for me in the future. No, you will marry him. Yi Yunshu smiled. Li Xuanji said, Are you looking for trouble? She stared at Li Xuanji with great interest and said, Tese, you really think you're someone important. My father treats you well. But can you compare to his children? Let me make it clear to you, in the Yi family, you'll always be a servant. You're lucky to be able to marry Yi Changfeng. You won't be able to resist. I've already told my eldest brother that when he returns, he'll arrange your marriage with Yi Changfeng. As for my father, I heard that he'll be in closed-door cultivation for a long time. When he comes out, it'll be too late. Hearing this, Li Xuanji couldn't hold back anymore. As expected, they knew that she had something like the ancient god's corpse. They were ready to go all out and ignore everything. They probably thought that when the Dark City Lord came out of closed-door cultivation, something like the ancient god's corpse would be enough to appease his anger. However, thinking that Long Chen was on his way, it was not a good time to make a big scene. She would drag it out as long as she could, so she swallowed her anger and turned to leave. Li Xuanji. Yi Yunshu stood behind her and sneered. All right, I know who you're thinking about. Isn't it the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, the one who killed Diyu? I heard that he rose up in the chaotic star region, but unfortunately, he's imprisoned in the Slaughter Dragon City. Even if he defeated Jiang Ming and became the first on the hidden dragon list, becoming the first genius, what's the use of that? Let me tell you, he'll be imprisoned in the Slaughter Dragon City for the rest of his life. This is something that the whole world knows. Don't tell me you're still dreaming that he'll come to save you. Yi Yunshu ridiculed as she spoke, and then she continued, Stop daydreaming. Let's not talk about the fact that the little fellow called Long Chen is a useless prisoner in this lifetime. The crux of the matter is that even if he's a prisoner, he still has his woman. With your appearance, could it be that you think he'll give up that woman by his side for you? Don't be disgusting, right? Otherwise, why didn't he bring you to the domain of gods back then? Li Xuanji had walked far away, but the shameless laughter of the other party was still echoing in her ears. When she disappeared, Yi Yunshu also spat coldly. Your good days have come to an end. You actually hid such a precious thing on your body. My Darkness God City will definitely take it for ourselves. When my big brother returns, it will be the time of your death. Of course, if Changfeng still wants you, he will imprison you and treat you as one of his living things. 3 days of traveling. In fact, it didn't even take 3 days for Long Chen to reach the Dark God City. The Dark God City was completely black, and it was about 3 times the size of War God City. It also had an outer city and an inner city. The outer city couldn't stop Long Chen at all, and in reality, the inner city couldn't stop Long Chen either. However, in order not to immediately start a battle, Long Chen still stopped at the entrance of the inner city. In the past 2 days, nothing had happened to Li Xuanji, so Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He'd finally arrived ahead of schedule. According to Li Xuanji, it seemed that the young city lord, Yi Luqing, would also return today. The 5 young city lords of War God City were basically all in the 4 symbols Samsara realm. However, aside from Yi Yunshu, the young city lords of Dark God City were basically all in the 5 elements Samsara realm. Yi Luqing was the future city lord, and he was already in the 6 paths of reincarnation. He had great power in Dark God City. The older generation was in seclusion, and he was the ruler of the entire Dark God City. I'm already at the entrance. Long Chen used a star talisman to communicate with Li Xuanji. It had been another 2 or 3 years since they last met. If not for the god of grand plainness, Li Xuanji's appearance would have become blurry in Long Chen's mind. Now that they met again, the two of them had changed so much that he couldn't help but sigh. I'll be right out. Li Xuanji's words had always been so concise and comprehensive. She put down the star talisman and hurried in Long Chen's direction. The cultivators along the way couldn't help but find it strange. In their hearts, Li Xuanji had always been cold and lonely. It was indeed rare for her to run in the same direction like a young girl in love, filled with anticipation and nervousness. Scenes of the past flooded their minds. I can't lose my composure too much, she warned herself before slowing down. However, as she looked ahead, she still couldn't suppress the excitement in her heart. In the past 3 years, she often held the star talisman in a daze. She was such a conflicted person. Even if she picked up the star talisman 1,000 times, she still couldn't muster the courage. She mustered the courage to ask him once, but she didn't expect him to really come. The city gate was right in front of her. Li Xuanji was walking quickly. Little sacred lord. The Samsara realm guards along the way hurriedly bowed and made way for her. The further she walked, the faster her heart beat, and the redder her face became. This surprised the guards. In their memories, Li Xuanji's face had always been as white as snow. What's wrong with little sacred lord today? She's changed quite a bit. Did something good happen? I heard that young Master Chongfeng is pursuing little sacred lord and treats her very well. Could it be? Just as the discussion reached this point, Li Xuanji came to a halt. The guards hurriedly knelt to the ground because there was a group of people striding in from outside the city gates. The person leading them was a burly man. His hair was black and disheveled, and he wore a thick black beast skin coat. It was obvious that it was the essence of a powerful desolate beast. The burly man wore a pair of steel combat boots. His eyes were filled with disdain, and he looked very impactful. This was the current ruler of Dark Divine City, Yi Luqing. Beside him were a few of his brothers, including Yi Chongfeng and Yi Yunshu. They had all received news that Yi Luqing and his brothers had returned, so they had gone out to welcome them. Li Xuanji walked out at this time and just happened to bump into them. She put away her smile. Yi Luqing's fierce eyes instantly fell on her. This time, he had returned for Li Xuanji's ancient god corpse. When he saw her at the city gate, he would naturally pay attention to her. At this time, he couldn't let Li Xuanji escape no matter what. Little sister Xuanji, why are you here? Have you also come to welcome my father? Come quickly. Yi Chongfeng walked out of the crowd, smiling and waving at Li Xuanji. Besides him, Yi Luqing, Yi Yunshu, and the others all had cold expressions. A cold air filled the air. The guards were all very frightened, not knowing why such a murderous intent had appeared. When Long Chen arrived, he coincidentally saw them returning. Chapter 2091. For a moment, everyone was trembling with fear, and they all looked at Li Xuanji. Most people didn't know how Li Xuanji could make Yi Luming feel such pressure. In reality, Yi Liuxi's reputation was extremely terrifying. First of all, he was definitely going to be the future city lord of Darkness City. His strength and status were both extremely high, and his way of doing things was decisive and vicious. He was extremely ruthless, and the number of experts he had killed numbered in the tens of thousands. Yi Liuming's reputation had almost surpassed his father, the Dark City Lord. His name shook the entire northern part of the Dragon God region. In the Dark God City, as long as the Dark City Lord wasn't present, he was the ruler. As for Li Xuanji, although her status was high, she never showed it. She wasn't strong and was still young. In front of Yi Luming, she was naturally pitiful. However, Li Xuanji was tough and fearless. This Yi Luming couldn't scare her. Her eyes were sharp and she didn't look away. I don't need to report what I do to the young city lord. What I do is my freedom. You can't control me. Yi Luming was slightly angry. He took a step forward like a tiger and forced Li Xuanji back 3 steps. After successfully suppressing her, he shouted, "Impudent! After my father went into seclusion, you've grown a lot more daring. You don't even know how to respect your elders. I came back this time for an important matter. I want to tell you that no matter what important matter you have, come with me first." Then their group pressed forward. Even Yi Zhongfeng and Li Xuanji weren't his opponents. The pressure from the 6 paths of reincarnation was even greater, almost making Li Xuanji suffocate. However, even such a force couldn't scare her. She raised her head and didn't retreat. "Young city lord, my status is not lower than yours. Moreover, you are not my elder. Why should I respect you? Also, I'm just going to pick up a friend outside the city. It won't take much of your time. If you have something to discuss with me, please wait. If there's anything, I'll accompany you to the end." She knew that if she was taken away by Yi Lugue this time, she and the ancient god's corpse would be finished. The other party's attitude was even worse than she had imagined. They were blinded by the treasure and no longer cared about what the Dark City Lord had said. Fortunately, she told Long Chen about it. At this moment, Long Chen had become her backbone, her pillar of support. She was like a drowning person who had met her savior. It had been a long time since he felt this helpless. Friend. Yi Lufeng and the others were shocked. Li Xuanji had no friends in the immortal god domain. Her only friend, Long Chen, was still in Massacre Dragon City. How could she have friends here? Yi Yunxiu said in a strange tone. "What friend? Are you trying to shirk your responsibility? What my brother wants to say today is not important to you. Hurry up and leave. Don't waste time. Otherwise, it will not be good for everyone. My father will also be disappointed in you." "That's right, Sister Xuanji, come with us." Yi Zhongfeng grinned. Li Xuanji gritted her teeth in anger. She was so angry that she wanted to cry. The other party didn't give her a chance. Yi Lugue said to Yi Zhongfeng, "Zhongfeng, take her to the Dark Divine Palace." "All right." Yi Zhongfeng hurriedly came forward. He clearly understood that this time, his father probably wanted him to marry Li Xuanji. Therefore, it would be good for him to deal with Li Xuanji a little bit. Although his innate talent was ordinary, he had cultivated for thousands of years, and his strength was much stronger than Li Xuanji's. He was stronger than Li Xuanji. Yi Lugue snorted coldly. The group of young city lords prepared to leave, while Yi Zhongfeng took Li Xuanji away. At this moment, Yi Lugue stopped and looked at the sky. Who? Everyone was startled. Li Xuanji was about to resist Yi Zhongfeng and call Long Chen over. Perhaps it was because she sensed something, but she ignored Yi Zhongfeng's hands. She looked up and saw a cold young man descending from the sky. He landed next to her and kicked Yi Zhongfeng away. "Go!" Yi Lugue used Yi Zhongfeng to open his eyes. He was about to burst out in anger. He discovered that although this youth was very young, there was a strange quality about him that made people feel very fearful of him. This was a very difficult feeling to grasp, as if he was born to be a superior being. When Li Xuanji raised her head, Long Chen was already standing in front of her. He had seen Yi Liugui's group come in. Thinking that Li Xuanji might be stopped, he directly crossed the city gate and came next to him. Of course, he didn't know who Yi Zhongfeng was, but he seemed to want to attack Li Xuanji, so he casually kicked him away. To him, other people were not important. The most important thing was the woman in front of him. Many times, he had seen her silhouette on the star talisman. It had been a long time since he had seen her at such a close distance. She had long black hair, soft and smooth skin, a pair of serene eyes, and a pair of cold lips. Her appearance hadn't changed much, and she was still the person Long Chen was familiar with. "You've become thinner." Long Chen felt pain in his heart. Being so close to her, he hugged her and patted her soft body. Indeed, she was not as plump as before. Li Xuanji felt like she was in a dream. She felt wronged, and her tears couldn't stop flowing down. Her eyes were red as she looked at Long Chen. Seeing her like this, Long Chen definitely knew that she wasn't happy in the Darkness Divine City. This caused him to feel an indescribable rage and irritation in his heart. Dark God City. Today he had learned to endure and hide. There were still many pairs of fiery eyes staring at him from behind. It seemed that Li Xuanji had run into them when she wanted to leave. It seemed that Yi Lufeng couldn't wait to get the ancient god's corpse as soon as she returned. Fortunately, he had come in time. Otherwise, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Long Chen blamed himself, but at the same time, his heart burned with anger. He felt that he owed this woman too much and was filled with regret. His heart ached for her. Seeing her being bullied, he was moved. He was so angry that he almost couldn't control himself. But he still managed to control himself. In the Dark God City, there was danger everywhere. His strength wasn't enough to crush everyone. "I've waited for you for so long." Li Xuanji sobbed as she leaned against his chest. Yes. Long Chen didn't know how much grief and loneliness were hidden in her words. He felt very sorry for leaving her alone in this strange place. But this was her own pursuit. Although he couldn't blame anyone, Long Chen was still angry. Even if Li Xuanji chose to stay here, he wouldn't allow anyone to bully her. "I'll take care of it. I'll deal with it." Yi Lufeng was already furious. Long Chen's movements changed. He grabbed Li Xuanji's waist and pulled her against him. Then he stared at her without restraint. "What, you don't recognize me?" His gaze landed on Yi Yunshu. "Who are you?" Yi Lufeng roared. Under his pressure, everyone retreated in fear. Everyone knew that once Yi Lufeng was angry, it would be very terrifying. Only now did Yi Yunshu see Long Chen clearly. First brother, second brother, he's Long Chen, the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. She looked over in disbelief. Wasn't Long Chen imprisoned in Slaughter Dragon City? How did he come here? She couldn't believe it. It had been more than 2 years. Back in the battlefield of gods, Long Chen was just a junior of Yi Yunshu. She had looked down on Long Chen from the bottom of her heart. How could she have known that Long Chen would be so courageous when they met again today? Long Chen. Yi Lufeng paused. He was sure that Long Chen had been imprisoned by Slaughter Dragon City. But he was right in front of him. Yi Lufeng trusted his eyes. He quickly calmed down and thought, this son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor is involved in too many things. Even the 5 great dragon cities haven't killed him. If I kill him, I'll definitely cause trouble. He's close to Li Xuanji. This won't be easy. That was why he didn't attack immediately. Long Chen said, "That's right. I'm Long Chen. Greetings to the young city lords of Darkness City. I have no other reason for coming here today. Your young lord and I are close, so I'm naturally here to find her. Since that's the case, we'll leave first. Everyone, time is up." He didn't seem to care about anything. He hugged Li Xuanji tightly, clearly treating her as his woman. Li Xuanji was annoyed, but she knew he was doing this for her own good. She didn't resist. And being hugged like this wasn't the first time either. This was the first time. Those wide arms and strong arms made Li Xuanji feel like she was dreaming. She didn't know why, but every time he was by her side, no matter if he was strong or weak, she always felt at ease. After chatting with him for a while, Long Chen took Li Xuanji and left. Although he was angry, he wasn't stupid enough to fight with them here. The main purpose of coming here this time was to protect Li Xuanji. Yi Luhua wanted to stop them, but he didn't know what to say. One was the young lord, who had a high position in the Darkness City, and the other was the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. They had traveled thousands of miles to meet each other, and he couldn't stop them. However, he wanted to let them go like this. He wasn't reconciled. However, at this moment, Yi Zhongfeng's eyes turned red. He got rid of the support of the people next to him, roaring and shouting all the way to Long Chen and Li Xuanji. His eyes seemed to be bleeding. He gazed at the two of them with a gloomy face and said hysterically, "Li Xuanji, didn't you say that you wouldn't think about love within 1 year? Didn't you say that I should wait for you for 1,000 years? What's wrong with this man? Why is he hugging you?" Long Chen didn't like this man. He smiled and said, "What's wrong with me is none of your business. Don't block my way. Otherwise, I won't just kick you." Yi Zhongfeng tore the clothes on his chest and desperately dashed towards Long Chen. Chapter 2092. Star Sacrifice. Long Chen flicked his finger, using the power of the stars of the 14th sacrifice. Previously, the sun sacrifice and the thunder sacrifice had easily beaten back the human form Jiang Ming. The opponent was only at the Yin-Yang Samsara realm. Although his realm was a bit higher than Long Chen's, he was still too weak in front of Long Chen. Long Chen flicked out the fist-sized star sacrifice. A dazzling star flashed with blinding light, blocking Yi Zhongfeng's path. Break! Yi Zhongfeng's hand turned into a saber, slashing towards the star sacrifice. In his excitement, he had forgotten everything, and didn't care how strong Long Chen was. He had tried to destroy the star sacrifice, but he had overestimated his own power. Under the explosion of the star, he was blown away, rolling on the ground. He rolled several times. Buzz! Everyone was in chaos. Yi Yunshu hurriedly helped Yi Zhongfeng up. Long Chen didn't hurt him, just giving him a lesson and making him disheveled. Long Chen didn't want to wait for others to blame him. He angrily turned around, glaring at Yi Lumei. Young City Lord Yi, your Dark God City doesn't welcome me? That's good. I'll take Xuanji out, and I'll bring her back in a month or two. Saying this, he directly took Li Xuanji and left. Long Chen was well aware of his own abilities. Now that he had suddenly appeared here, even Yi Lumei might not dare to fight against him. To Yi Lumei, the best course of action was to first delay Long Chen here, then find a way to resolve the situation. So he said, sorry, my son caused trouble. Little sister, take Long Chen back. Yi Zhongfeng was very unwilling, and continuously cursed, but Yi Yunshu unwillingly took him away. Yi Lumei pondered for a while. In front of so many people, she had to endure. While there was life, there was hope. No matter what, she couldn't let Long Chen leave. Long Chen, don't go anywhere else. Just stay in my Darkness God City. You're definitely welcome. Why don't you come with me? I, Yi Willow, also want to get to know a young genius like you. Long Chen calmed down and smiled. Young City Lord, there's no need for that. I haven't seen Xuanji for a few years and I miss her the most. I hope young City Lord can understand. Yi Lu Ming was about to explode from anger. He had always had a bad temper, and today, he had reached his limit. Sure. After saying that, he waved his hand and left with the other young city masters, as well as his many followers. To be able to make him so angry, but not be able to do anything about it, Long Chen must be very capable. Follow me. Li Xuanji gently pushed him away. After such a long period of contact, she was not used to it. Long Chen followed her around the inner city of the Dark God City. Long Chen's arrival had helped Li Xuanji resolve her first crisis. But this was just the beginning. As long as they coveted the ancient god's corpse, there would be many more difficulties. The two walked side by side. Although she was a little shy after not seeing each other for a long time, Long Chen could quickly ease the atmosphere. This Darkness God City is so gloomy and monotonous. You must have been bored to death these few years. Li Xuanji glanced at him and revealed a rare smile. She shook her head and said, I'm fine. I don't like to talk to others and only work hard to cultivate. It's just a matter of talent. No matter how hard I work, I can't compare to even 1% of you. Long Chen had 3 ancestral dragon bodies and was definitely invincible. Lingxi could barely keep up with his speed because she had been following him. Li Xuanji was not bad, but she was within the range of ordinary people. She couldn't compare to a monster like him. You and I are different. I have too many things to shoulder. The two of them were like old friends, chatting as they walked. With him by her side, Li Xuanji felt a sense of peace and sweetness in her heart. Her smile, which she hadn't seen for many years, appeared again, and it added an indescribable charm to her. She was cold and elegant to the bone, which was the opposite extreme of Lingxi's purity. Long Chen looked at her tall figure wrapped in a black dress, her long hair fluttering in the wind. He was in a daze. Who says I'm different? I have my own pursuits and things to protect. Li Xuanji glared at him. Long Chen glanced at her chest. The blue heart of the everlasting protector was still there. He teased. Could it be that you want to protect me? Li Xuanji pursed her lips and smiled faintly, not replying. After a while, they arrived at a quiet courtyard. There was a lake in the center of the courtyard. It wasn't big and looked like a pond. The ground was made of white jade, reflecting the moonlight. It was a beautiful sight. This is where I usually stay. It's called the Engraved Heart Lake. Oh, Long Chen looked around. Suddenly, he saw the pond and the white jade ground beside it. He couldn't stay calm. This place was actually quite similar to the place where God of Tai Su stayed. He thought back to the day when he and the woman who looked like Li Xuanji were in the pond. The real Li Xuanji was by his side. The fragrance from her body assaulted him. Under the stimulation, Long Chen couldn't help but feel a little restless. Li Xuanji sat by the pond. Her two slender legs swayed gently as if she was waving at Long Chen. Her exquisite figure was filled with a quiet beauty, a kind of temptation of the night. She was a woman with a dark personality. She was completely different from Lingxi. "Why don't you sit down?" Li Xuanji looked over with a pair of dark green eyes. Long Chen sat down unnaturally. Li Xuanji's eyes were puzzled. Finally, her gaze fell on his lower abdomen. It was a hideous bulge. Instantly, her cheeks turned red. She stretched out her hand and pushed Long Chen away. She laughed and scolded, "You scoundrel, what are you thinking about?" Long Chen was also embarrassed. He didn't do it on purpose. It was just that this scene was too similar to that of God of Tai Su. Moreover, the real Li Xuanji was in front of him. It was impossible for him not to react. After being pushed down, Long Chen could only stand below. He looked up and saw Li Xuanji looking at him angrily. Her cheeks were as red as a peach. She was so beautiful that Long Chen had never seen her like this before. Therefore, he couldn't take his eyes off her. He couldn't help but sigh. Women were all the same. Even Li Xuanji would have times when her heart would be moved. He said awkwardly, "That was purely a mistake. Let's talk about something else." "What are you talking about?" Li Xuanji took a deep breath. Only then did she gradually recover. However, she didn't dare to look at Long Chen. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to help but stare at that bad spot. That would be a great shock to her. Long Chen didn't stand on ceremony anymore. He returned to her side and said, "Let's talk about how to deal with Yi Luqing and the others." When he said this, almost at the same time, the 7 siblings of the Yi clan gathered together. The ancient god's corpse was an important matter. Yi Yunshu was the one who discovered it. She knew that she couldn't keep it to herself, so she told the others. The 7 of them could be considered to be united. As for the others, they hadn't leaked it yet. The 7 of them sat together. Yi Luqing was in the center. He was the oldest, had the deepest cultivation base, and was publicly recognized as the next Dark City Lord. One of the strong men said, "Big brother, I've already asked." It was the 3 dragon emperors who personally released him. "Personally, I didn't escape." Yi Luqing's expression was unsightly. He analyzed, if it was personally released, then it means that the 3 dragon emperors still view him with great importance. Yi Yunshu said, "That's not for sure. Maybe there's some kind of deal going on." Everyone fell into deep thought. Yi Luqing said, "No matter what, we have to get Li Xuanji's item. We can't let too many people know, and we have to act as soon as possible. Also, I have an idea. Even though we can't touch Long Chen ourselves and can't kill him, we can tell the people from Supreme June Divine City about this. I think they will be very interested in the news. If the people of the D June Divine City kill Long Chen, it should have nothing to do with us." Everyone thought about it and smiled. "Big brother, this plan of using someone else's knife to kill is indeed very clever. But before the people from Supreme June Divine City arrive, we have to get the item first." Yi Luqing said, "You're right. We have to act as soon as possible. First we have to control that Long Chen and then fight for it. Once we succeed, we don't care what Long Chen does. We just have to chase him out. If he wants to continue, we'll have to wait for the people from Supreme June Divine City to deal with him. If he runs away, he might be killed by the people from Supreme June Divine City. I remember there's an expert from Supreme June Divine City in the north. He's a 7-star samsara expert. Yes, it's Ku. I think he's Du's granduncle. I heard he loves Du a lot. Then it's fine. Get ready to contact Ku," Yi Luqing said decisively. After making the decision, everyone was about to leave. Yi Luqing stood up and looked around. He asked Yi Yunshu, "Little sister, how's Long Feng?" Yi Yunshu quickly said, "He's fine after resting for half a day. He's just a bit gloomy. He's probably been affected." Yi Luqing sighed. That child Long Feng's personality is really strange. He's been with many women for so many years, but he gets bored after a while. He'll focus on pursuing others. This time, he seems to have feelings for that Li Xuanji again. This is going to be difficult. Yi Yunshu also said, "Yes, but it's fine." We'll just let that Li Xuanji marry Long Feng. He'll get tired of it after a while. Just at this moment, an old man came over and said, "Young city lord, I saw young master Long Feng head towards the engraved heart lake." Yi Luqing glared and asked, "What's that kid doing there? Revenge? Doesn't he know he's weaker than him?" The 7 people who were about to disperse came over again. The old man said, "From what I saw, young master Long Feng seems to have absorbed the darkness Gone Lin, and quite a bit too. Even I couldn't stop him, so I hurriedly reported it to the young city lord." "What? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Chapter 2093. Unknowingly, a while had passed. With Long Chen's current strength, he could definitely take Li Xuanji out of this dark god city. Thus, he didn't have anything to worry about. He decided to just wait and see. He wanted to see what kind of tricks the Yi clan could pull. Since he had come here, he would not let Li Xuanji be afraid anymore. The engraved heart lake was rippling. The surroundings were filled with the delicate fragrance of her body. Long Chen couldn't concentrate, as he was attracted by her at all times. Li Xuanji looked into the distance, listening to Long Chen. "That blind guy is here again." Long Chen stood up by the engraved heart lake, looking into the darkness. "Who is it?" Li Xuanji came to her senses and hurriedly stood by his side. At this moment, a black figure rushed out of the forest and stood in front of Long Chen. A gust of eerie dark energy immediately rushed over. Under his influence, even engraved heart, who was behind him, under his influence, even the engraved heart lake was shaking violently. It was Yi Zhongfeng. Li Xuanji knitted her eyebrows and said with a low voice, "Yi Zhongfeng, what are you doing here?" "Of course, I'm going to kill him." Yi Zhongfeng roared hysterically. His pair of gloomy eyes gazed at Long Chen, while the corners of his mouth revealed a cold smile. Long Chen sensed that his power was much stronger than before, and there was a force that almost burst his body. That power did not belong to him, and it would probably dissipate very quickly. Moreover, it would be very difficult to use, but it would definitely be very lethal. "Did he take something?" Long Chen tilted his head and asked. "Yes, the Dark Gone Lin of the Dark God City. He should have stolen it from the Dark God's palace. It's an offering to the gods, and he seems to have taken a lot of it." Long Chen laughed. "Do you hate me that much?" Yi Zhongfeng didn't even want to talk to him. He couldn't control the power in his body that was about to explode. At this moment, he could only release the power of the Dark Gone Lin. The Dark Gone Lin was indeed a good thing. If it was taken properly, it could increase the fighting capacity for a short time. However, if one consumed too much of it, the power would become much stronger, but there would often be adverse effects. "Dang!" Yi Zhongfeng roared. His entire body turned into a dark beast, dashing towards Long Chen. He was holding a Dao weapon with many Dao patterns on it. After using the Dark Gone Lin, his fighting capacity had skyrocketed. However, it was a pity that he was nothing to Long Chen. He might be able to reach the level of Long Chen. Long Chen would not show mercy to such a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Yi Zhongfeng stormed over, shaking the earth and the sky. Long Chen gently pushed Li Xuanji away and swung one of his hands. Storm sacrifice. All of a sudden, a huge tornado appeared in the air. As soon as it appeared, it directly hit Yi Zhongfeng's body with a terrifying force. Yi Zhongfeng groaned as he was blown away along with his saber by Long Chen. He crazily spurted out blood and fell on the ground. His face was extremely pale, and his body was trembling. He couldn't control the power of the Dark Gone Lin anymore. It exploded in his body, making him bleed even more. No matter how much Dark Gone Lin he had taken, Long Chen could kill him in one move. "He's not dead, right?" Li Xuanji asked worriedly. Long Chen chuckled and said, "Of course he's not dead. I know what I'm doing. However, in the next 10 years, he won't be able to trouble you anymore. It's nothing to do with me. He has taken too much Dark Gone Lin. He deserves it. I just pushed him away." However, trouble would definitely come to him. Long Chen was very calm. At this time, countless rays of light shot over. In a short moment, 7 middle-aged warriors stood in front of Long Chen. They were the group with the highest status in the Dark God City. They were the young city masters of the Dark God City. Their leader was the Six Paths Reincarnation Lord, Yi Luqing. They hurried over. As soon as they arrived, they saw that Long Chen was calm, while Yi Zhongfeng was lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth. His body twitched and looked very miserable. As Yi Zhongfeng's father and aunts, as well as a member of the Dark God City, how could they not be angry? Brutal! How could they not be angry? Long Feng. Yi Luqing instantly appeared in front of Yi Zhongfeng, using the immemorial immortal qi to nourish his body. At the same time, the others could not bear it any longer, rushing towards Long Chen. Their faces were all dark and gloomy. Previously they had decided to attack. Now was a good time. Therefore, coupled with the anger in their hearts, they would definitely seize this opportunity. Therefore, besides Yi Luqing, the other 6 young city masters, except for Yi Yunshu, were all in the 5 elements reincarnation realm. They all rushed towards Long Chen. They were tens of thousands of years older than Long Chen. Long Chen said calmly, "Everyone, please don't attack first." Yi Zhongfeng attacked in the middle of the night, and even took that darkness gone Lin. He wanted to kill me. I was just defending myself, and lightly pushed him away. He brought this upon himself. Young city masters, are you trying to take this chance to eliminate me, Long Chen? Yi Yunshu and the others had to admit that Long Chen was really smart. He had immediately seen through their intentions. Yi Yunshu and the others had to admit that Long Chen was really smart. He had immediately seen through their intentions. Bullshit. It was clearly you who injured our people in our Dark God City. You did not put us in your eyes at all. Today, no matter what, we have to teach you a lesson. You are too arrogant, and should be disciplined. We are disciplining you on behalf of the entire human race. Yi Yunshu quibbled. Long Chen laughed heartily and said, "Your words are quite pleasant to hear. However, I, Long Chen, don't know what your intentions are. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here. To tell you the truth, the thing you want is already in my hands. If you have the guts and ability, then kill me. Take what you want. But if you don't kill me, I have enough power to destroy Dark God City in the future. I will not be polite then." The present was different from the past. He had the capital and ability to do so. With just a few words, he had scared all the Dark God City's young city masters into trembling with fear. If it were 2 years ago, Su Zhan from the Martial God Ancient City would have been able to force Long Chen out of the Dragon God domain. The current Long Chen was already a fierce and ambitious youth. Attack! When Yi Yunshu was frightened by Long Chen, and the 6 of them did not dare to attack, Yi Luqing, who was on the other side, gave the order. Although he was afraid of what Long Chen would do to Dark God City in the future, he already had a new plan in mind. He did not want to let Long Chen live. Go down. Of course, he wanted to borrow the power of Emperor Jun Divine City. Hearing Yi Luqing's order, Yi Yunshu and the other 5 warriors no longer hesitated. They instantly attacked. 2 of them were even at the late stage of the 5-element Samsara realm. Long Chen had even defeated quite a few super divine dragons at the late stage of the 5-element Samsara realm. Long Chen. Such a huge force made Li Xuanji a little worried. It's fine. Just watch. At this juncture, Long Chen could still turn around and smile at her. He took Li Xuanji's hand and gently pulled her into his arms. The 2 of them instantly left engraved Heart Lake and appeared in the sky. At this moment, the 6 experts attacked. Long Chen first stared at Yi Yunshu. Back in the battlefield of the gods, she was the commander of Dark God City's team. To the Long Chen back then, her strength was something he could only look up to. But today, Long Chen stretched out his hands. At this moment, he could be considered to have unleashed his true strength. Flame sacrifice. With a wave of his hand, the power of the Taiji life-form dragon swept out. Instantly, thousands of fireballs spewed out of Long Chen's body, rushing towards Yi Yunshu like a wave. The firelight illuminated all of Dark God City, and the sky seemed to be raining fire. Yi Yunshu was shocked. Curtain of darkness. She hurriedly used a connate Taoist art to block in front of her. At this moment, the flames had already reached her, terrifying power surging towards her. How was this possible? This was a power that could crush Yi Yunshu. Even Long Chen could kill Jiang Ming with this move, let alone Yi Yunshu. Even though she'd heard many rumors about Long Chen, Yi Yunshu still didn't believe that Long Chen could rise so quickly in 2 years. She didn't believe that he could crush her, who'd cultivated for 10,000 years. However, The truth was that Long Chen's flame sacrifice had easily shattered her curtain of darkness, and the soaring flames wrapped around her body. That vast power was still severely injured, and the ferocious flames instantly chawed her skin, causing her to lose all of her fighting strength, and she fell from the sky to the ground. She breathed weakly. Her injuries were much more serious than Yi Zhongfeng's. Long Chen knew that this woman must have been the one who'd made things difficult for Li Xuanji, so he'd taken extra care of her. Little sister. The experts' expressions changed drastically. They looked at Long Chen with fury and hatred. Previously, they'd had some misgivings, but now, they'd completely let go. All they wanted was to kill Long Chen. Brothers, let's go. The five elemental samsara tribulation eminences began attacking Long Chen. They stood at the peak of all living beings, and each of them possessed immense power. They were the rulers of the entire Dark God City. Below, Yi Lufeng held the heavily injured Yi Yunshu in his arms. When he raised his head, his eyes were filled with killing intent. The battle began. Long Chen didn't panic. He'd long since come up with a plan. Just as the experts charged towards him, he unleashed his full power, showing no mercy at all. He went berserk. Sun sacrifice, moon sacrifice, lightning sacrifice, star sacrifice, Ian sacrifice. The new world's power was used rather quickly. Long Chen switched between the 5 peaks at an incomparably fast speed. In an instant, he'd unleashed 5 of the 14th sacrifice. A sun and a silver moon that were dozens of meters in diameter, a violent ball of lightning, and a resplendent vast star. Celeste and the raging Ian Sea. 5 different powers appeared at the same time, each targeting a different person. This was the attack with the highest damage output. 5-fold sacrifice. Chaotic world. Back then, Jiang Ming's combat strength had surpassed that of an ordinary late-stage 5-element samsara tribulation expert. Even he couldn't withstand the sun sacrifice and lightning sacrifice, much less the others. With a single move, Long Chen sent the 5 young city lords retreating. All of them fell to the ground, injured. Chapter 2094. It seemed like a simple strike, but it had a terrifying effect. When the 5 young city lords were sent flying by Long Chen's 14th temper power, everyone present was in a daze. It was unbelievable. Although they knew that Long Chen had defeated Jiang Ming, they believed that they were at the same realm as Jiang Ming. Furthermore, it was 5 against 1. How could they be defeated so easily? Yi Yunshu, who had witnessed Long Chen's combat strength in the battlefield of gods, felt like she was living in a dream. She looked at Long Chen in a daze. She was the most heavily injured and was on the verge of death. Yet, Long Chen had given her such a huge blow. Of the 5 young city lords, apart from the 2 who had reached the late-stage 5-elemental samsara realm and could still resist, the other 3 fell to the ground with heavy injuries. The remaining 2 were the 2nd and 4th brothers. At this moment, they had broken through the terrifying power brought about by the 14th temper. They rose from the ground, their eyes blood-red as they charged at Long Chen again. They didn't believe that Long Chen could still be so powerful. After cultivating for more than 10,000 years, they could easily move mountains and fill seas. They were already extremely powerful, close to the level of gods. As they attacked, the surrounding 500 kilometers was sealed. Darkness formed a huge shadow behind them. Like a ghost, it stretched out dozens of ghastly claws and tore at Long Chen. Forbidden darkness. The 2 late-stage 5-elemental samsara realm warriors cooperated. One attacked Long Chen with the intention of restraining Long Chen, while the other attacked Li Xuanji. Their methods could be said to be despicable, but it was very effective. Long Chen saw the entire sky collapse and condense into the black shadow behind them. In the blink of an eye, countless ghastly claws stretched out. Wherever they passed, space would tear and distort. Eerie wails could be heard everywhere. Eternal moment. As Long Chen's Tao of Time in close combat, his Tao of Time stillness became more and more perfect. Now it had reached a pinnacle level. Eternal Instant actually froze the attacks of the 2 late-stage 5-elemental samsara realm warriors. Yi Lugue, who was the strongest below, was still there. Long Chen had to quickly finish them off. He unsheathed the god-slaying sword. After killing the Heaven's Demise blood sword, the god-slaying sword now had 300 Tao patterns. Once the god-slaying sword was unleashed, it was the massacre sword art. Long Chen held onto Li Xuanji and waved his sword, killing to his heart's content. His speed had already reached a terrifying level. In a very short period of time, he had actually slashed out 800 times. The slaughter sword art was getting stronger with each wave. After 800 swords, the attack of the forbidden area of darkness, which had been frozen for eternity, finally collapsed. Long Chen rushed over and released the slaughter sword art again, while the two experts hurriedly responded. Brat, you're courting death. Below, Yi Liuxi finally couldn't hold back any longer. At first, he thought that it would not be his turn as he was a 6 paths of reincarnation expert. However, he had no choice but to make a move. Long Chen's strength far exceeded his imagination. Eye of Hell. At that moment, Long Chen used the Eye of Hell. Not only did he force Yi Liuxi back, he also used the slaughter sword art again while the two experts were stunned. In a short period of time, he had slashed out 200 times. His opponents were unable to fight back at all. The two 5 elemental reincarnation realm martial artists fell down with wounds all over their bodies. Their meridians and bones had long been broken by Long Chen's sword qi. If not for the fact that Long Chen did not want to kill, they would already be dead. The 6 martial artists all collapsed beside the pool. Yi Liuxi looked around and was stunned. He felt like he was suffocating. Even if it was him, he would not be able to defeat them so quickly. This Long Chen was already this strong. Long Chen gripped the god-slaying sword. In reality, he had even used the Eye of Hell. It was not particularly easy, but at least he managed to suppress Yi Liuxi. Yi Liuxi was a 6 paths of reincarnation expert, and the only person Long Chen was wary of. The 6 paths of reincarnation could use the power of the 6 paths and control the will of all beings. His Yuan Shen was powerful, and the 6 paths of reincarnation power was close to ascendant power. Although it was not as powerful as Long Chen's Taisha power, it was many times more than Long Chen's. If Long Chen's power was a lake, then his opponent was an ocean. In such a situation, even if Yi Liuxi did not want to do anything at the start, he had to now. Those wailing on the ground were all his brothers and sisters, and so easily taken care of by Long Chen. Yi Liuxi was the most difficult to deal with, and there were definitely many other experts in this dark god city. Long Chen did not dare to be careless. What happened before was just a prelude. The most important thing was still Yi Liuxi. Enter my divine kingdom. He looked at Yi Liuxi and said softly to Li Xuanji. Yes. Li Xuanji smiled in satisfaction. Although it was not intentional, it was still very charming. Long Chen opened the divine kingdom and let Li Xuanji in. When she saw the divine kingdom that seemed like a brand new world, she was stunned for a moment. In her eyes, Long Chen had always been a mysterious person, so she wasn't that surprised. She landed on this continent that seemed to be expanding at any moment and walked around to look around. As for the battle outside, she was not worried. Long Chen. At this time, there were probably many experts rushing over from the Dark God City. Yi Liuxi had already decided to go all out. He flew into the clouds angrily. Around him were 6 black whirlpools, each connected to 6 worlds. Those were the 6 paths. With the 6 worlds gathered, Yi Liuxi's power was increased by 6 times. The pressure came pressing down. Long Chen estimated. In his current state, he was not suitable to fight against the 6 paths of reincarnation. It would not be easy to defeat them head-on, and the risk was great. At this time, Yi Liuxi sneered at him. Since you are here, don't think about leaving. Don't be too arrogant and overestimate yourself. In the human race, you are the same as your father, a traitor. Long Chen smiled. So what? What can you do to me today? His frivolous attitude made Yi Lufeng feel even more furious. The power of the 6 paths gathered, and it was as if the entire world of darkness was being pulled towards him. Once his power exploded out, it would be quite terrifying. He gritted his teeth. Seems like you have not realized what will happen today. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Long Chen said, stop pretending. Just tell me what you want. At the end of the day, it's still you who want to snatch what belongs to her. If you have the ability, then quickly make your move. Don't waste my time. Arrogant to the extreme. Below, the 6 experts had barely managed to gather together. Hearing Long Chen's words, they became even more furious. Big brother, do it. Even without them saying anything, Yi Liuxi couldn't hold it in anymore. Just give up. As he moved, The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation spread out. Long Chen seemed to have entered a whole new world. Wang. Countless terrifying shockwaves came from the surroundings. Long Chen didn't panic and smiled. Yi Liushi, do you really think I am so easy to deal with? Can you see me? As Long Chen spoke, his body gradually faded and finally escaped from Yi Liushi's control. At that moment, Yi Liushi's eyes widened. Long Chen had disappeared. His improvement in the Tao of Time and cultivation allowed him to use Time Dragon more nimbly. He charged into the river of time. Even the Yuan spirits of 6 paths of reincarnation cultivators couldn't find him. Yi Liushi wanted to attack, but now he was dumbfounded. No matter how he searched, he couldn't find Long Chen. Where did he go? The 6 people below were stunned as well. At this moment, many experts from the Darkness God City arrived. Don't get close. Yi Liushi hurriedly shouted to prevent the matter of the ancient god's corpse from being leaked. Only then did they stop in the distance. Damn it, did he escape? Yi Liushi used the seal and the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation covered every inch of the surrounding 10,000 meters. But he still couldn't find anything. Don't waste your energy. Suddenly, Long Chen's mocking voice rang out. Yi Liushi immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. He was the ruler of the Darkness God City, but he was being played like this. Get out here. He punched out, and under the power of the 6 paths, space distorted, and the entire space trembled under the might of the punch. I've said it before, you can't do anything to me. As for that thing, it's best if you don't think about it. If you piss me off, so what if you can get it? I'll let the whole world know that you can keep it. Long Chen's hearty laughter almost drove Yi Liushi crazy with rage. Young City Lord, what's going on? Suddenly, an ancient voice rang out from afar. Yi Liushi's face was filled with joy. Granduncles, hurry up and set up the Darkness God realm. Don't let the kid escape. All right. That distant voice was getting closer and closer. It seems like an even stronger expert has arrived. Long Chen had already sensed it. Xuanji, I'll take you away from the Darkness God City. It seems like you can't stay here any longer, Long Chen said. The reason he hadn't left yet was because he was waiting for Li Xuanji's decision. Li Xuanji was in a difficult position. My master wants me to stay here and wait for something to be born. That thing is extremely important to me. As long as the city lord comes out of seclusion, no one will dare to touch me. This Yi Liushi will dare to touch me while his father is in seclusion, Long Chen pondered and said. Since that's the case, then I'll take you with me to the Slaughter Dragon City. When the Dark City Lord comes out of seclusion, I'll have him go to the Slaughter Dragon City to bring you back. What do you think? Li Xuanji wasn't an idiot. She naturally knew that it would be very difficult to stay in the Darkness God City. She nodded. All right. This meant that she would be following Long Chen for a while. After making up his mind, Long Chen couldn't be bothered with Yi Liushi anymore. He immediately left. At that moment, an expert came from the south and the north. He's a bit stronger than Yi Liushi. He should be a late-stage 6 paths of reincarnation. At this level, he was already close to the Holy Spirit level. He was an expert that Long Chen couldn't deal with at all. Let's go. He hurriedly acted. Chapter 2095. They were 2 old fellows who were unbelievably old. Yi Luqing had been fretting over not being able to find Long Chen. The arrival of these 2 elders immediately brought him excitement, because they were the only surviving members of the oldest generation in Darkness Divine City. They were the uncles of the current Darkness City Lord, and they were even older than the Darkness City Lord. These 2 were extremely famous in Darkness Divine City, on par with Yi Luqing, second only to the Darkness City Lord. Their names had once resounded throughout the northern part of the Dragon God domain, but too many years had passed, and they basically didn't show themselves much, so they were gradually forgotten. They were known as the Twin Lords of Darkness. One was the Soul Eater Lord, and the other was the Bone Crusher Lord. These 2 withered old men, one male and one female, one fat and one skinny. They had 1 foot in the grave, but they were also extremely ferocious. These 2 probably started delaying the arrival of the Samsara tribulation a long time ago. It really wasn't easy for them to survive to this day. I wonder if they can live for another few hundred years. Long Chen didn't really care. Even if a late-stage 6 paths of reincarnation came, so what? The two elders couldn't actually see Long Chen, but they had a way to imprison Long Chen. At this moment, their hands stabbed into the darkness, and the darkness twisted in their hands, becoming like a curtain that began to wrinkle. In an instant, the two experts passed by Long Chen. They pulled the darkness over and gathered it together, instantly surrounding the surrounding space. Long Chen couldn't escape for a moment. This was the darkness celestial realm. A sharp and terrifying power stabbed at him from all directions, giving Long Chen enormous pressure, almost forcing him out of the river of time. The arrival of the twin lords of darkness instantly made the 7 young city lords extremely excited. Yi Luqing hurriedly said, "Granduncles, can you see where he is?" Although the twin lords of darkness had set up the darkness celestial realm, they were also puzzled. The Soul Eater Lord said, "What we can be sure of is that he's still here, but we can't find him anywhere." "Who is he? Why does he have such a strange technique? What are you guys doing here?" These two were figures of the same generation as Yi Liuxi's grandfather. Yi Liuxi couldn't help but respect them. He said, "My 2 granduncles, please hurry up and think of a way to capture this youth. This is extremely important. Don't let him escape. Once we capture him, I'll explain everything to you in detail." The Soul Eater Lord and the Bone-Shattering Lord nodded. As far as they knew, Yi Liuxi wouldn't do anything rash. The heavenly darkness realm was under their control. It's the power of time. The Bone Crusher Lord narrowed his eyes and looked around. His wrinkled face revealed a dangerous aura. "But I still can't find him. Who is this young man? How could he have such terrifying skills?" While Soul Eater Lord and Bone Shattering Lord were searching, Yi Luqing shouted, "Long Chen, hurry up and come out. In this darkness heaven realm, unless you have the power of the late stage of 6 paths of reincarnation, you will never be able to leave. I have already told your existence to a 7-star reincarnation expert of Dijun Divine City. When you come, you will be finished." Dijun Divine City. Long Chen knew that if they met, the people who would dare to attack him would be the people from Dijun Divine City. He was surrounded by the darkness heaven realm. If this continued, he would be found by the darkness duo lords. Long Chen naturally wasn't their match. "We can't stay in this darkness god city for now. No matter what, those two will probably support Yi Luqing." Li Xuanji said regretfully, "That's even better. Watch me." Long Chen smiled. From start to finish, he faced them calmly. He didn't panic at all. Even if it was a late-stage 6 paths of reincarnation, it was nothing to him. Even if they had the power to shatter stars, they couldn't do anything to him, Long Chen. No need to keep looking. Long Chen appeared in the darkness heaven realm. He smiled coldly at Yi Luqing. He said word by word, "The people from Dijun Divine City can't scare me. Originally, I didn't want to bring Xuanji away from here. But since things have turned out like this, I guess we'll meet again." In the entire world, only Long Chen could be so bold and arrogant in front of an expert of the older generation. Even that Jiang Ming would have to admit defeat in front of Yi Luqing. "Want to leave? Not so easy." The darkness duo lords rushed over from the left and right. Long Chen smiled coldly. He once again dove into the river of time. The darkness duo lords pounced on empty air, causing them to be infuriated. At this crucial moment, Long Chen had already teleported a very long distance away. He arrived far behind Yi Luqing. In front of him was the boundary of the darkness heaven realm. Long Chen didn't say anything. He used the blood spirit pierce in his human form. There was nothing that the blood spirit pierce couldn't break. Even though Long Chen wasn't very strong right now, he still had the ability to deal with the darkness heaven realm. His body spun, and in a short moment, he turned into a blood thorn. When this blood thorn spun, its sharpness was something that nothing in the world could resist. That sharp light hurt the eyes of those who looked at it. Puchi! The blood spirit pierce stabbed into the darkness heaven realm. The darkness heaven realm shook, and then it exploded in front of everyone's eyes. Long Chen laughed as he dove into the river of time, instantly disappearing. Long Chen. Night Willow Drake violently charged over, and with a single punch, the entire forest was reduced to dust, completely annihilated. The area within 1,000 meters became empty, but even so, it was unable to harm Long Chen at all. Damn it! Even the 2 Lords of Darkness had never imagined that a mere youth would be able to destroy their celestial darkness realm. This was something that was simply impossible. Yi Luqing, who is this youth? The son of the eternal dragon emperor. The darkness duo lords were enlightened. I see. They had personally experienced Long Qinglan's rise, and the shock they felt now was no less than before. Their faces paled. They had wanted to chase after Long Chen, but when they heard Long Chen's name, they gave up in shock. They had long since heard about Long Chen, and now that they saw him with their own eyes, they felt even more terrified. He was exactly the same as the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Although the Eternal Dragon Emperor had been cursed by the world, that was because he was dead. If he was still alive, with his invincible godlike strength, who would dare to curse him? And if Long Chen was about to become the next Eternal Dragon Emperor, the Darkness Duo Lords would be under a lot of pressure. In the blink of an eye, there was no sound. He escaped. Yi Luqing sat on the ground, dazed. Even with his status, he was still so powerless. It was clear how much of a blow he had suffered. Yi Lumei, you better tell us what exactly happened. The Darkness Duo Lords took a deep breath and asked solemnly. Yi Luqing was dazed. After a long while, he finally told them about the ancient god's corpse. He couldn't get it anyway. Granduncles, did I do something wrong? Yi Luqing asked. The Darkness Duo Lords looked at each other. The Soul Eater Lord said, yes, you did. If we were you, we would do the same. But we would be more afraid of Long Chen because he is the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. That means he has unlimited possibilities. The Broken Bone Lord nodded and said, if no one stops this young man, he will definitely be quite terrifying. He will definitely cause great chaos in the future. However, since you have told Deku about his existence, I believe that Deku will intercept him when he returns to the Slaughter Dragon City. Maybe he will kill him on the spot. Don't the 5 dragon cities care? The Bone-Shattering Lord said, I'm not sure. It's hard to predict the attitude of the 5 dragon cities. Eternal Dragon City has no reaction, so there are many variables. But the first Dragon Emperor of Eternal Dragon City is so disappointed in the Eternal Dragon Emperor that he probably won't care about Long Chen anymore. Of the other 4 dragon cities, besides Slaughter City, we don't know the attitude of the other 3. Emperor June Divine City's people have too much hatred. We can't predict what they will do. In that case, it's very likely that Long Chen will die. Yi Luqing suddenly laughed. Since he didn't do it himself, life and death had nothing to do with him. If Long Chen died, he would be even happier. As for Li Xuanji, he had to chase after her. If she survived and Deku didn't care about her, that would be even better. After leaving the Darkness God City, Long Chen felt no pressure at all. Facing the mountain wind, he let Li Xuanji come out of the Divine Kingdom. I haven't come out for a while. Looking at the magnificent mountains and rivers outside, Li Xuanji was a bit intoxicated. She looked very beautiful when she spoke with her eyes squinted. Long Chen said, have you decided to come with me to Slaughter City? Li Xuanji said, I've decided. I'll stay in your Divine Kingdom. It's pretty good there. It's no different from the real world. As for the things in the Dark Divine City, I can only wait for the Dark City Lord to return before I return. All right, then come with me. Long Chen didn't dare to waste any more time. Yi Liushi had already said that he had told the people from God June Divine City of his existence. Even though he didn't know where the people from God June Divine City were, he still had to make sure that they didn't catch up to him. Long Chen had no choice but to deviate from the direct path, taking a detour towards Massacre Dragon City. Unknowingly, you've already reached the peak of the Eternal God Realm. 2 or 3 years ago when you came here, you were just a guy who couldn't even deal with the 6th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Li Xuanji sighed. Long Chen thought about it. It was true. He'd been too fast. No matter where you go, you'll always be a legend. Li Xuanji smiled. Stop praising me. Long Chen knew why. To protect the person he liked, for the glory of his father's generation, he had no choice but to advance. The two of them passed through layers of mountains and rivers, taking a detour towards Slaughter City. With Long Chen's speed, he'd reach Slaughter City in another day and a half. Arriving here, Long Chen suddenly stopped. He had to admit that he was being watched. Even though he didn't know how, he couldn't escape. That was a fact. He quickly rushed into the river of time, but that feeling of being watched still didn't seem to be there. An expert. Long Chen took a deep breath. Chapter 2096. This time, he had indeed tried his best. After returning from Darkness Divine City, he knew that people from Emperor June Divine City would chase after him. So he had taken a detour back to Emperor June Divine City. Most of the time, he had been in the state of time roaming dragon. It was very difficult to predict that the other party would still be able to catch up to him and give him such great pressure. In that instant, Long Chen thought about many things. He was confident that the other party could not do anything to him. This was not a gamble. If they really dared to kill him, he would have already done so. Therefore, he understood the deterrence that his identity brought to others. He first stabilized Li Xuanji, and then stood still on a tall mountain. In the space before him, the space rippled like water, and in a short period of time, a cold white-haired old man appeared from within. This person was completely white. In terms of age, he was even older than the Darkness Dual Lords of Darkness. He was probably from the same generation as them. Most importantly, there was almost no flesh on his body, only skin and bones. His eye sockets were sunken, as if they would fall apart at any time. But his eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. This elder should be at the early stage of the 7-star reincarnation realm, equivalent to Shao Dingyuan and the Divine Spirit. He had the power of a god and was in existence close to that of a god. He was not the Darkness Dual Lords. With the strength of his primordial spirit, he had still caught Long Chen while he was in the state of time roaming dragon. You escaped really quickly. It was pure luck that I was able to find you. The elder sized him up with a pair of cold eyes, as if he was looking at a dead man. Long Chen also felt that he had already taken a detour. For the other party to still be able to find him, it could only mean that his luck was too bad. Long Chen noticed that there was a snow-white pagoda on the old man's left hand. The pagoda revolved and emitted a snow-white light. It was majestic and occasionally emitted ripples that shook the heavens and earth. There were actually more than 500 Tao patterns on it. This snow-white pagoda reminded Long Chen of the Thunder Spirit Pagoda he had seen in the Thunder Spirit region. It had a total of 90,000 levels, and was where the Spirit Pagoda warriors lived. It was also a Tao treasure with 500 Tao patterns. This is the Emperor Essence Pagoda. My name is Emperor Ku. The Emperor Essence Pagoda is the Tao treasure that imprisoned you. I am the one who killed you. Di Ku let out a soft roar, and a turbulent wave of air surged out. Long Chen's blood and qi were shaken by the other party's voice, and he felt as if he had been hit by a giant beast. However, he remained calm and said in a deep voice, Senior Di Ku, you must be from the Divine Emperor June City. May I know why you have stopped a disciple of the Slaughter Dragon City? Di Ku narrowed his eyes, and a terrifying light flashed in them. He sized up Long Chen and remained silent for a long while before saying coldly, I heard that you defeated Hundun Kunwu and Jiang Ming, far surpassing them. Long Chen remained vigilant and nodded. I heard that your father appeared in the Chaos Star region and personally taught you divine powers. Long Chen asked, Senior Di Ku, what exactly do you want? Di Ku clenched his teeth and said, I will kill you. Long Chen's eyes widened, and he suddenly laughed, Kill me? Aren't you afraid that your entire Divine Emperor June City will be destroyed, and hundreds of thousands of people will die? He suddenly laughed, and his expression was ferocious, which really frightened Di Ku. Di Ku asked about Long Qinglan, and Long Chen knew that Di Ku was still conflicted. If they fought, he had no chance of winning, and if he encountered a great calamity, he could only rely on Long Qinglan and the Slaughter Dragon City to scare him. I left the Slaughter Dragon City with the permission of the 3 Dragon Emperors. The condition is that I must not leave the Slaughter Dragon City for the next 10 years. If you kill me when I return because of a personal grudge, then I want to ask you, how will you explain to the 3 Dragon Emperors of the Slaughter Dragon City? They were the most terrifying people in the world. Hearing this, Di Ku's eyes flashed. As powerful as he was, he had actually come here on a whim. He was naturally worried, but he also understood that if he wanted revenge, this was the only chance. If he missed this chance, when Long Chen rose like the other Eternal Dragon Emperor, the Divine Emperor June City would no longer have a chance. Thinking of this, Di Ku steeled his resolve and shouted, Long Chen, you are very smart to know how to threaten me, but I am not afraid. Today, I will bring you back to the central core area. As for the 5 great dragon cities, I will persuade them to kill you, the Scourge of Eternity, the son of a traitor. As for us, I will gather the 72 ancient cities of the demonic descendants, and hold a demon-slaying conference in the demon-slaying valley of the Dragon God region. The entire human race will participate, and we will slaughter a peerless monster like you. After saying this, he waved the Emperor's Essence Pagoda. Deku retreated quickly. The Emperor's Essence Pagoda soared into the clouds, instantly expanding to a height of tens of thousands of meters and a width of thousands of meters. Such a huge object rotated at high speed, emitting countless rays of light, and pressed down on Long Chen. A 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm expert with divine power, Long Chen could not resist at all. He was sucked in by the Emperor's Essence Pagoda and suppressed within. Of course, Long Chen did not resist, as he did not want to waste his energy. Persuade the 5 great dragon cities to gather the 72 ancient cities of the demonic slaying conference in the demon slaying valley, just to kill me, and create such a big scene. To Long Chen, as long as he did not kill him now, he would have a chance. In an instant, he was imprisoned within the Emperor's Essence Pagoda. Around him was a snow-white space, burning with countless white flames. The flames were extremely terrifying, as pale as ghosts, and Long Chen could not get close at all. He could only move within a 1-meter radius, and there was no end to the flames around him. It was basically impossible to escape from here. He already knew in his heart that he could not get out at all. He could not be helpless. At the moment, he had to solve this problem as soon as possible and find a way to escape. At this moment, the flames above him swirled, and Deku's huge face appeared in front of Long Chen. His sharp eyes stared at Long Chen, and he said angrily, "Son of a traitor, stay here obediently. When I bring you to the demon-slaying valley, I will kill you in front of all the experts in the world to prevent any future troubles. Also, don't use star talismans outside. In my Emperor's Essence Pagoda, star talismans cannot be used. Just wait for your death." However, Long Chen was not afraid. No matter what Deku said, it was just a bluff. Do you think the 5 dragon cities are as stupid as you? Let me tell you, first, my talent is limitless, and my future is limitless. In less than 3 years, I will surpass you. Second, my father and I have never done anything to betray the human race, and the 5 dragon cities will eventually accept us again. But you do not understand the situation and still want to be my enemy. Don't blame me for being impolite in the future. This is not the world of your Emperor June Divine City. Deku gritted his teeth in anger and sneered, "Brat, stop dreaming. How can the 5 dragon cities accept you? They hate your father more than we do. Just wait and see. How could the 5 dragon cities accept you? They hate your father more than we do. Just wait and see. Leaving planet Celestial Dragon was your biggest mistake. I want to see if the 5 dragon cities will come to save you. They can't wait for someone to kill you so that they won't have anything to do with you. The Slaughter Dragon City isn't the only one among the 5 dragon cities. I heard that the Devouring Dragon City's Dragon Emperor wants your life." After saying that, Deku gradually disappeared. He was probably hurrying back to the Demon Fall Valley in the central region. After he left, the white flames actually pounced on him. Sacrifice of the Sea. Long Chen used the Sacrifice of the Sea. The torrent swept around him, forming a whirlpool that swept away the flames around him. Li Xuanji was a bit nervous. She asked, "If the 5 dragon cities really don't save you and let the Emperor June Divine City kill you, what will you do?" Long Chen smiled. "Don't worry. That won't happen. The Slaughter Dragon City will definitely come." "Why?" Long Chen said, "First, they are very afraid of my father. When he appeared in the chaotic star region, the higher-ups of the dragon cities must have been scared to death. Second, there are my Aunt Yu and the others on the celestial dragon planet. If something happens to me, they will definitely turn the human race upside down. Third, although I can't be sure, I think there are people from the Slaughter Dragon City following me." Li Xuanji asked, "Then why don't they save you now?" Long Chen said, "That's because they are also hesitating. They are not sure if they can use this chance to get rid of me. They are afraid of me, afraid of my potential, and even more afraid of my father's rebirth. Up until now, in terms of courage and scheming, there were not many people who could compare to him. Let's wait and see." Long Chen was not afraid in the slightest. The Demon Slaughter Conference was also a chance for him to show his face in front of the world. He knew that from now on, he had to be high profile. As long as he was high profile, he would have authority and the right to speak. Only then would he let more people know who he was now, and only then would he make them afraid. Because of this, Long Chen could achieve his goal. He wanted to get back everything for his father. Nothing could be seen in the Emperor's Essence Tower. After a while, Deku's face appeared again. He laughed. Boy, you can wait for your death. The Emperor June Divine City's City Lord has already begun to invite the experts of the world to gather in the Demon Slaughter Valley. At the same time, he has also begun to negotiate with the 5 great Long Chen to persuade them to give up on you. Among them, the Devouring Dragon City has already agreed. The other dragon cities have not replied yet, but they have not immediately objected. Doesn't this mean that they still want to get rid of you? Long Chen closed his eyes and sat down in the sea of fire. Lightning! Deku shouted angrily. The surrounding white flames all turned into lightning and bombarded Long Chen. Star sacrifice. Countless stars appeared around Long Chen, surrounding him. The violent lightning could not hurt him, and he actually cultivated in peace in the Emperor's Essence Tower. Deku could not do anything to him. He snorted coldly and left. Chapter 2097. On this day, a sensational event occurred in the Dragon God domain. The City Lord of the June Divine City personally contacted the City Lord of the 72 Divine Descendants Ancient City, saying that he had already captured Long Chen and intended to escort Long Chen to the Demon Fall Valley. He invited all the heroes of the world to hold a Demon Fall conference. Throughout history, the Dragon God domain had held several Demon Fall conferences. The people who were killed were all extremely vicious and evil people who brought great danger to the human race. For example, the last person to die in the Demon Fall Valley was the villain Gao Xiongguang from the June Divine City. He was only an expert from the outer city of the June Divine City, but his talent was heaven-defying. His cultivation was at the late stage of the 7-star reincarnation realm, but he was cruel and killed innocents. He did not distinguish between good and evil, and only cared about what he liked. He massacred hundreds of thousands of people in 3 large cities. The day he was killed in the Demon Fall Valley, the world rejoiced. In the millions of years of history, the Demon Fall Valley had killed thousands of people. Every one of them was a ruthless thug without exception. Today, the June Divine City captured Long Chen and brought Long Chen to the Demon Fall Valley. In reality, many people wanted to bring Long Qinglan to the Demon Fall Valley and kill him. Unfortunately, even if all the Dragon Emperor were to move, they did not have the ability to do so. In the eyes of the human race, Long Chen was hated mainly because he was Long Qinglan's son and also killed the human race's peerless genius, Du. But to be brought to the Demon Fall Valley was actually a little too much. After all, the Slaughter Dragon City had recently recruited Long Chen, but the City Lord of the June Divine City did the opposite and did not give the Slaughter Dragon City any face. But when they thought of how the June Divine City's hope, Du, had died in the hands of Long Chen, they could understand. And according to what they knew, Long Chen could not be controlled. He had great potential and was a peerless divine dragon. Such an unruly person would probably be another Long Qinglan in the future, so they were very afraid. At least, most people wanted to kill Long Chen as soon as possible to prevent future troubles. As for making Long Chen serve the human race in the future, they did not have such wishful thinking. As Long Qinglan's son, he would definitely stand on Long Qinglan's side. After receiving the news from the June Divine City, all the city lords of the various divine descendants' ancient city, as long as they could still contact them, rushed to the Demon Fall Valley in the Central Core region. The Demon Fall Valley wasn't far from the battlefield of the gods. With the abilities of the various city lords that were at least in the 6 paths of reincarnation, they could basically reach there within 10 days. For such a big event, most of the city lord level martial artists were mobilized. This news shook the world, and the entire Dragon God region knew about it. Many people secretly headed to the Demon Fall Valley to watch the show. If the city lords could not make a move, there would be experts representing them. For example, in the Darkness Divine City, Yi Lu Mei and the 2 Lords of Darkness came. This result made Yi Lu Mei ecstatic. As long as the people from the June Divine City killed Long Chen, he could take Li Xuanji away. In any case, Li Xuanji was from the Darkness Divine City. No one would say anything. In a moment, almost all the top experts of the Dragon God region gathered in the Demon Fall Valley. Of course, this was excluding the 5 great dragon cities. 10 days later, the Demon Fall Valley was filled with a sea of people. Usually, the Demon Fall Valley was uninhabited. Yellow sand stretched for thousands of miles, and resentful spirits danced in the air. There was an eerie aura everywhere, making one's hair stand on end. Ordinary people did not dare to approach. But when more than 100,000 people rushed in, the eerie aura was no longer there. The exuberant aura of experts directly chased away all the eerie aura. The vast aura made the Demon Fall Valley shine like the sun in the sky. Apart from the many martial artists who came to watch, the experts from the various ancient cities of divine descendants had basically all arrived. In the center of the Demon Fall Valley, there was a ring-shaped mountain peak. In the center of the ring-shaped mountain peak was a valley. The ground of the valley was stained with blood. It was a ghastly sight. It was the blood of great evildoers. This valley was called the Demon Fall Valley, and it was the place where the Demon Slaughter Conference was held. The experts from the 72 ancient cities of divine descendants all stood on the surrounding ring-shaped mountain peaks, looking down at the Demon Fall Valley from above. Outside the ring-shaped mountain peaks, there were hundreds of thousands of martial artists fighting to be the first to look forward. They were all waiting, and they were all discussing. On the ring-shaped mountain peaks, the representatives from the 72 ancient cities of divine descendants had all arrived. Brother Su, I didn't expect you to rush here even though you are so far away from the war god ancient city, said a 3-meter-tall, black-faced, muscular man. Beside him was a skinny old man. Beside him were Su Shang, Su Ming, Su Xilan, and the others. This old man was Su Zhen's father, the war god city lord. And the person who asked the question was the giant miracle god city lord. The war god city lord narrowed his eyes and looked at the Demon Fall Valley. He said, "This son of the eternal dragon emperor has some relationship with my war god ancient city. I had no choice but to come. My son, Su Zhen, also died in his hands." The giant miracle god city lord said, "I see." He paused for a moment, then frowned and said, "I don't think there's much of a chance today. The Demon Fall Conference is basically aimed at the most vicious and evil people. This Long Chen didn't commit any major crimes, and the Emperor Jun Divine City is just taking revenge for a personal grudge. This is really making a big fuss over a minor issue." The war god city lord shook his head and said, "I don't think so. I've seen this Long Chen's deeds. The only person he is loyal to is his father. Everything he does is for our dragon god region's eternal sinner. He's also an unparalleled divine dragon with terrifying potential. When he first arrived at my war god ancient city, he wasn't even at the reincarnation realm. In a short 3 years, it's said that he's already invincible under 4,000 years old. Such a terrifying person isn't controlled by our dragon god region, and isn't loyal to our dragon god region. Sooner or later, he will become a terrifying disaster. None of us want to see the next Long Qinglan." The giant miracle god city lord nodded helplessly. He said, "That's what you say. This brat is indeed difficult to deal with and is a huge problem. However, the problem is that the Slaughter Dragon City has already accepted him as a disciple. If the Emperor Jun Divine City does this, it will probably violate the agreement between the 5 great dragon cities. I think the Emperor Jun Divine City has gone crazy. They don't know how to deal with this Long Chen. There are even some who want to kill Long Chen directly. This will give the Emperor Jun Divine City a chance. Moreover, the 5 great dragon cities probably don't dare to kill this Long Chen. They're worried that Long Qinglan will be reborn. Therefore, the Emperor Jun Divine City is willing to be the executioner. Who knows, they might be willing to see this happen." Hearing this, the giant miracle god city lord nodded his head in realization. He said, "Looks like the son of the eternal dragon emperor can't hide from this today. What a heaven-defying genius. Tell me, what's wrong with our human race? Geniuses can't exist. The eternal dragon emperor's innate talent is invincible, but he brought this upon himself. He produced Du, but was strangled by Long Chen. Now that Long Chen has shown his extraordinary potential, he's about to be killed again." Sigh. The giant miracle god city lord's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. Beside him, Su Xilan listened to their conversation and fell into deep thought. All these years, she had been asking about Long Chen, and the information she received shocked her again and again. However, she couldn't do anything to help. Especially today, she knew that even she wasn't a match for Long Chen. Apart from them, everyone else was discussing the same thing. Among the hundreds of thousands of people, most of them were afraid of Long Chen. There were only a few who really wanted him to live. What a pity. A supreme dragon. If this guy had a pure heart and was willing to serve our human race, then our human race would be even stronger. Yeah, but he's the son of a sinner. He's also very cruel. He killed Du and Lin Ming, and he has many connections with the Spirit Clan. He's arrogant and unruly, and he doesn't obey orders at all. Once he becomes a peerless expert, he'll probably be another Long Qinglan. If we don't kill him today, only our human race will suffer in the future. Then let's kill him. Although his crimes haven't reached the standard of the Demon Slaughter Conference, his future potential is too terrifying. We can't let him live. If the 5 great dragon cities don't dare to make a move, we, the 72 ancient cities of divine descendants, will do it. The clamor was endless. At this moment, in the middle of the ring-shaped mountain peak, in the sky above the Fall Demon Valley, a middle-aged expert wearing a golden robe appeared. He had the temperament of an emperor and looked down on the world. This person's eyes were golden, like 2 suns, illuminating the world. When he appeared, everyone immediately shut their mouths. Golden light shone, and everyone was enveloped in his light. This person was the strongest expert here. City Lord Dijun. City Lord Dijun was the only one among the 72 ancient cities of divine descendants whose cultivation had surpassed the 7-star reincarnation realm and reached the 8 trigrams reincarnation realm. He had been in charge of Dijun Divine City for tens of thousands of years, and was publicly recognized as the strongest expert outside of the 5 great dragon cities. He had great authority in the 72 ancient cities of divine descendants. Other than the 5 great dragon cities, City Lord Dijun was like the emperor of the entire Dragon God region. He looked down on the world, and his sun-like eyes swept across the crowd, causing everyone to involuntarily lower their heads. At this moment, he smiled knowingly and said in a magnetic voice, "Welcome, my fellow compatriots, to the Demon Slaughter Valley and participate in the Demon Slaughter Conference." The crowd cheered. City Lord Dijun was very satisfied. He pressed down lightly, and the crowd stopped their clamor. At this time, he continued, "The Demon Massacre meet is usually not held easily. Today, the Demon Massacre Valley has welcomed another vicious and evil person. This person is the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor who has been in the limelight recently. His name is Long Chen." City Lord Dijun's voice was like a heavy hammer, pounding on everyone's head, making them remember his words clearly. At this moment, City Lord Dijun looked up at the sky and sighed. "I believe that everyone must remember that 10,000 years ago today, a supreme expert told us that he had found a way to become a god. He released the devils of the Chaos Star region, and they came to our Dragon God region, causing a great calamity to befall our Dragon God region. He even slaughtered countless human experts in the battlefield of the gods, killing them on the spot. He is Long Qinglan, the so-called Eternal Dragon Emperor." You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.